Hello and welcome back to Shedding Starlight. We are starting our third long-awaited season on Kingdom Hearts 2.
If this is your first time listening to us, Hannah and I discuss the lore of this game series in a way that's approachable to new fans playing through for their first time. So while we'll discuss Kingdom Hearts 2 in depth, we will not mention any revelations or spoilers from later titles.
In our first season, we covered the original game's antagonist Ansem, who refers to himself as the Seeker of Darkness, and discussed his various studies on darkness, hearts, and the greater world. However, Kingdom Hearts 2 reveals even more about who this man was, or rather, who he wasn't.
In Kingdom Hearts 2, we learn that this man's name was actually Xehanort. He still experimented on people's hearts. He still opened a door deep within Hollow Bastion. He still sent Kairi off to Destiny Islands. Most everything we read about in Kingdom Hearts 1 was still committed by this silver-haired man. Only now, we realize he did so under his master's name rather than his own. Xehanort may have started off perhaps framing his master for monstrous deeds, but eventually he went so far as to take his name, Ansem, for himself.
How long has it been since I abandoned that name?
In our first season, we said that when Xehanort embraced the darkness, instead of creating a Heartless, he remained solely as a sentient heart, floating around in rags, whispering in Sora and Riku's ears on Destiny Islands. And this was partly true. Xehanort did remain only as a heart for many years, but when he possessed Riku, he reformed as a being of darkness that has its heart inside, but resembles its original appearance. In other words, an extremely anomalous emblem Heartless. He even has the emblem sigil on his chest to imply this.
So, this man has 3 versions of himself, all going by different names. His human self, named Xehanort, his Heartless, who stole the name Ansem, and his nobody, who followed that convention and named himself Xemnas, an anagram of Ansem in addition with the letter X.
Xemnas.
To avoid confusion with Ansem the Wise, fans often refer to this Heartless with the entire title of Ansem the Seeker of Darkness. However, we will only refer to him as Xehanort's Heartless to further differentiate between the two. Likewise, instead of Ansem's reports and Secret Ansem's reports, we will refer to these as Kingdom Hearts 1's reports and Kingdom Hearts 2's reports, since they're written by 2 different people.
Speaking of the reports, Kingdom Hearts 2's revelations give great context to the events surrounding Xehanort's studies from the first game. Let's walk through how Xehanort went down this path and why he eventually split into a Heartless and nobody. To begin, we actually start with Ansem the Wise, the ruler of Radiant Garden. Before he ever met Xehanort, he and his apprentices were already studying hearts and the darkness within. The very first Kingdom Hearts 1 report wasn't written by Xehanort like the others. It was written by Ansem the Wise himself. But though I am called a sage, there are things I do not understand. As ruler of this world, I must find the answers.
Eventually, Ansem found Xehanort almost dying and nursed him back to health. Xehanort, who had amnesia, then became his new apprentice and volunteered in these experiments on the heart in hopes of recovering his memories. To further these experiments, Ansem installed a vast lab built with hundreds of devices that extract hearts. Although he didn't seem to expect things to go so awry, because when he discovered that his apprentices had been collecting people to fill those devices, Ansem essentially had a mental breakdown. He ordered his apprentices to shut everything down and destroy the results. However, this did not spur Xehanort away. Xehanort prepared a presentation for Ansem, probably to request funding, regarding what he secretly wrote about in his Kingdom Hearts 1 reports and the passage at World Terminus.
Master Ansem, regarding the experiment I presented the other day, with your permission, I'd like to proceed.
I forbid it! Forget this talk of doors and the heart of all worlds. That place must not be defiled.
Now, you might remember King Mickey present for this conversation, as he and Ansem are old friends.
Wise Ansem, I'm here to seek your advice.
Mickey suggested Ansem review Xehanort's data, probably in case it had clues or solutions to doors and Heartless appearing throughout the worlds, something Mickey was investigating at the time. At the time, Ansem blamed himself for this. It wasn't until he discovered Xehanort's reports from the first game that he realized who was responsible. Since Xehanort was now completely cut off from his master's resources, he decided to reach Kingdom Hearts in his own way. He wrote in Kingdom Hearts 1's 10th report, "My path is set. I shall seek out the wielder of the Keyblade and the princesses. My body is too frail for such a journey, but I must do this. I will cast it off and plunge it in the depths of darkness."
This is most likely when he took on the name Ansem permanently. He released Kairi to find the Keyblade wielder, then plunged himself into darkness, separating his heart from his body, creating Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, and Xemnas, the leader of the soon-to-be-founded organization. Lastly, Xemnas, using his power as an elite nobody, sent his previous master, Ansem the Wise, into, quote, a realm of nothingness. We never get to see Xehanort's Heartless and Nobody plot together, but they both tried to complete Kingdom Hearts through different means. Ansem the Wise writes in his final report about Xehanort, his Heartless had attempted to draw out the great darkness of Kingdom Hearts, creating the hearts of all worlds. His Nobody, however, is now almost finished gathering human hearts to be assimilated into Kingdom Hearts as well.
Xehanort's Heartless commanded other Heartless to steal the hearts of worlds. These hearts would then gather and combine to create Kingdom Hearts near the door to darkness. His Nobody, on the other hand, created an organization to continue experiments with the heart. Like, for example, their experiments with memory at Castle Oblivion, but their main objective was to use the Keyblade wielder to collect hearts from Emblem Heartless to create their own Kingdom Hearts.
Pitiful Heartless, mindlessly collecting hearts. The rage of the Keyblade releases those hearts. They gather in darkness, masterless and free, until they weave together to make Kingdom Hearts.
So, the Kingdom Hearts in the first game was created from worlds, and the Kingdom Hearts in this game is created from people. That might be obvious to many, but sometimes casual players forget that multiple Kingdom Hearts exist separately.
Something else fans might have forgotten, or dismissed as being retconned, is how Xehanort spoke to King Mickey about the Keyblade, and possibly Kingdom Hearts itself. Back in Kingdom Hearts 1, Xehanort wrote, "Today I had a guest from another world. He is a king. We talked for countless hours, but one story in particular caught my interest. That of a key, called the Keyblade." Because Kingdom Hearts 2 covers that Mickey visited his friend Ansem the Wise, people believe this report was retconned to be about him rather than Xehanort. But it's important to remember that by the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, both Mickey and Xehanort knew about the Kingdom Key and its counterpart. Xehanort writes about this in the World Terminus passage. And in the beginning of the first Kingdom Hearts game, Mickey writes to Donald, asking him and Goofy to find one Keyblade while he leaves in search for the other. So it's possible that while Xehanort came to hypothesize about the Heart of All Worlds himself, either Mickey told him 2 Keyblades were tied to the Door of Darkness, or Xehanort taught Mickey that. Both are a less than comforting thought.
In this first episode on Kingdom Hearts 2, we looked at the villain from the original Kingdom Hearts game, Ansem the Seeker of Darkness, in a new, sinister light. We now know he was really the Heartless of a man named Xehanort, who was a scientist during Hollow Bastion's glory days.
He, along with other apprentices, betrayed and dethroned their master. Xehanort, Ansem, Xemnas. Kingdom Hearts' villain is a man with many names and many faces, but they have one ultimate goal: to complete Kingdom Hearts.
So, Ansem, not Ansem, his name's Xehanort, makes a Heartless. Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, makes a nobody named Xemnas. Ansem the Wise.
We just spent the last 10 to 12 minutes clearing it up, and you're confusing me all over again.
No, you're the expert. No. I can't do this. I can't be throwing you off. So, I'm the one that's thrown off.
I will say that. Okay, first of all, I'm looking at our discussion points, and I wrote down a lot, so I have a lot to say. And then I don't even think we're not even doing emails this time.
No, we kind of kept it a little secret as when we were coming back and what we were doing. So
yes,
we don't have any emails to respond to today, which is fine.
But on the bright side, I purposely wrote this and kind of planned this in a way where this isn't the only time we're going to be talking about Xehanort. He's so interesting, and there's so much to him that I took away certain parts to apply to other episodes. So if you do have a question about him, I don't really feel like this is like, oh, well, too bad. Like, you're stuck, so don't worry about that.
We did post a video that listed a bunch of future topics we're going to talk about on Mel's Twitter.
Yes, we did.
It's also, I think it's a short on our YouTube page. So if you want a little sneak peek of what we're going to talk about, go check out that video.
Yes. So, the first thing I want to say oopsie about is the fact that we literally had to lie. We literally had to lie in season 1 because we're not a spoiler podcast. And so everybody else and their mothers probably during their season 1 talking about Kingdom Hearts 1 in their very first episode, they probably would be like, so Ansem, who's really a Heartless, but you don't know this yet.
Yeah, I've literally heard people say that. I've literally heard people use that phrase. Oh, you're not supposed to know this yet. Oh, you don't know this yet. We're cutting that bullshit.
It's fucking
That's not what we're here for.
I'm just get it together. Get it together, okay?
Get it together.
That's why we don't fail you. Yes, we lied, but we did it to protect you. We did it because we love you.
Listen, we are the parents. You are the 5-year-old. And we're telling you about Santa Claus for the first time, okay?
Yes.
That's the illusion we have to keep up.
Yes, literally. Maybe not literally, but really.
Yeah.
So, Xehanort's Heartless didn't really become a Heartless immediately. He was, in those little rags, in that weird brown robe thing, he was just a heart. And we don't really know how long he was a heart because we don't really know when these events took place of when Xehanort betrayed his master. But we can gather it was at least a handful of years because, well, yeah, because Ansem sent Kairi to Destiny Islands, who knows how fucking long ago. And Sora and Riku were kids when they were like, there's a new girl on the island. So it seems likely that Xehanort was just a heart, for a long time, which is very interesting. That he was able to hold on to his humanity for that long.
Yeah, that is so interesting. Because, no one else has done anything like that.
No. It's very weird. And I think that just goes to show how determined he is.
Scary. A man that's determined.
So isn't that a Undertale word?
Determination, yeah.
Yes.
It's like the concept that humans have it and monsters don't, and that's why they are able to prevail. It's like a power. It's a power. Determination. So, yeah.
Okay, so I love these early years of Xehanort because to me, it almost feels like the center of Kingdom Hearts. Like, I feel like every time we get a new game, every new set of characters that we meet in a whole new scenario, something comes back to this little situation. It's really interesting. Even now, with how far along we are in the series, this is still being expanded. And so that's one of the reasons why we wanted to go over it, is because it's just fucking important.
Yeah. And I think that this game did a really good job. My English teacher would hate that I'm using that phrase. She told us to never use the phrase, this does a good job of. But I think it's very cool how they were able to take the big bad from Kingdom Hearts 1 and then kind of distance him a little more in this game, if that makes sense. Because now, like, he was a big bad at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, but now he's an even bigger bad because there's deception that you didn't know was happening for that whole first game. And now he is kind of this otherworldly, not otherworldly, but like this distant, mysterious presence that you still don't really know a whole lot about because he's not in this game. The final boss is Xemnas.
Yeah,
who
you're
is
right.
not Xehanort.
You're right.
So he becomes this like bigger than life character, and that is kind of set up here, which is very, very cool and very interesting, and like good storytelling and a good way to set up what's coming, like what's to come.
Yes.
So
I completely agree, especially because what you said, no, he's not otherworldly, but how you explained him reminds me of Ansem the Wise in his Kingdom Hearts 2 reports does describe him as being superhuman.
Oh, yeah.
And that is like, ooh, I just got chills just saying that because like literally, other than nobodies, every person we've ever met in this game has been fucking human. Like, maybe not Donald and Goofy. Like, I don't know if they count. But, like, superhuman? Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah. Like, this is a universe where people use magic regularly. So what does superhuman mean in this context?
Yeah. Oh, it's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just a little tangent. I love the creepiness of the Ansem reports, the secret Ansem reports in this game. I replayed most of the game for this season, and it's just like, it's very cool to feel the creepiness and the unsettling nature of Ansem the Wise discovering, like, what's going on, what happened here.
Yeah.
I'm failing the world by letting all of this horrible shit happen, and it's my fault. It's very cool. It's very creepy and eerie.
Yeah. And I like that we see the fallout of that. He literally like spirals and he has to go to Mickey Mouse for comfort.
Like, Mickey Mouse, save me, Mickey Mouse.
I do want to eventually return to the weirdness of Xehanort. But first of all, I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna fucking say it. Xehanort is a stupid name. It's stupid. It reminds me of the word xenomorph. That's what I think of when I say Xehanort. I think of the fucking alien.
That's so true.
Have you
a lot of the same letters.
Have you ever seen Galaxy Quest?
No, I haven't.
There's this green fucking alien. If you Google Galaxy Quest green bug alien, I don't know what his name is, but he looks like he'd be called Xehanort. That's how stupid the name Xehanort looks to me.
Yeah, I see it. I think it's this his real name is General Rothar Saris.
You might as well have said Xehanort. That's how stupid it is.
Put General in front of it. General Xehanort.
That's
stupid.
Spooky.
Anyway. I don't think I feel as strongly as you do about this. Because it had, like, I feel like it presents such an identity. And like it's probably because I've grown up with this series and like my association with this name is like is inseparable from my association with the identity of this person. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah, it lives like that way in my head.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck happened to me that I don't think of the man.
It is like a letter salad. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, none of those parts of that name are any sort of like language like stems that I recognize.
Yeah.
But
this name is not in the Bible, let me tell you.
Absolutely.
You did write a note here, Hannah, that I won't read it aloud, but it is interesting that, which I won't read it aloud because it's about a future game, and so that's why I'm not reading it aloud. But it does remind me of something that is in this game, and that's, so a hooded figure in Radiant Garden's lab types a username into the Radiant Garden computer, and then we later find out that it's Xemnas. And what's weird is that Xemnas inputs the username another. And another with the letter X is an anagram of Xehanort. Isn't that fucking weird?
It's like, wild.
Having no context of, I mean, I guess we have some context of who Xehanort is in Kingdom Hearts 2, but not really, because in this game, he has amnesia, but he never talks about his past. We don't know who he was. We don't know where he came from. We don't even know if he remembers or forgot. That's how little he talks about his past. You know what I mean? Yeah. And
he's very...
What? No.
I was just gonna say, like, he's got, what, like 3 lines in this game?
Yeah.
The Master Ansem.
With your permission, I'd like to proceed.
That line is burned into my brain. And it's so, like, I just want to say the voice acting there is so unassuming. Like, he sounds so brain empty, you know?
It does. And this is, so if you played, I don't remember, okay, so Kingdom Hearts 1, even Final Mix, it's still Billy Zane as Ansem, or Xehanort's Heartless. And then in Kingdom Hearts 2, he gets a new voice actor in the flashbacks, and that's why, like, the memories Roxas has of Xehanort's Heartless, like, there's different line deliveries. It's because it's a new actor. And so how can that actor sound so scary as Xehanort and then so fucking nerdy or as the Heartless and so nerdy as the original man?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Anyway, I've gone so far away from my original bullet points of what I'm talking about. This is why we didn't need
stupid
emails.
Name.
It's a stupid name. It's dumb. But I gotta admit, it's interesting. It's fascinating.
Oh, yeah. It's just like, also, the word another. That's like, it's interesting to think about what the implications of that could be. Because also, I want to say, I grew up specifically with the Kingdom Hearts 2 vanilla. I did not have all of the final mix scenes.
Yeah.
So I know I have the encyclopedic knowledge of which scenes are in final mix and which ones are not. Because if it sounds even remotely unfamiliar to me, I'm like, that was a final mix. That was an addition. And that was a final mix edition. So yeah, it's just the implications of that are interesting. Like, because the passwords for like the other stuff, like wasn't the princesses a password for something at some point?
Yeah, I think Xemnas inputs the username another, and then the passwords are the names of the princesses of Heart.
Gotcha.
And so what's weird is, like, you know, we've talked during the presentation about how we don't know if Xehanort, like, plotted after becoming a Heartless and Nobody. Did they plot together? Did they plan together? Or were they just like, okay, bros, I'm you, I'm me, you're you, let's split off and do our own thing. We don't know.
Go.
But when I think of the 7 princesses, I don't think of the organization or Xemnas. I think of Xehanort's Heartless.
Yeah,
and so
Maleficent, yeah.
And Maleficent. And so I don't know if, like, another is, like, in reference to these two different versions of Xehanort, and that's, like, that username is, like, a hint of their connection.
Yeah.
But even then, like, to me, another with the letter X implies even Xehanort is not the original name. So what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
It's fucking weird.
So who is Xehanort?
Who the fuck is he? And by the way,
is he?
just to remind any new listeners, me and Hannah do know. We are just being
we
vague.
know who Xehanort is.
We know everything. We're just being vague to avoid spoilers and to have fun with new listeners. Okay, that's it. Just to clarify. Anyway.
Yeah. It's the first episode of a new season. We gotta share the reminder again.
Yes. So this we're gonna return to our original form, and this is the next bullet point. We digressed a lot, but I don't regret any of it because it's all interesting. But
yeah,
something that I wanted to clarify, because I myself was confused about this for a long time. So at one point in Kingdom Hearts 2's reports, Ansem the Wise writes, though they, as in Xehanort's reports that he wrote, though they bore my name, the only one I had written was number 0. He apparently had gone through to pen numbers 1 through 8 himself. Now, when you play Kingdom Hearts 1, there's no report 0. And so you might think, like, is there, like, a secret first report that nobody knows about? But no. The numbering in Japan started with 0, and then when they moved it over to the West, they numbered the first one with number 1. So just to clear up any confusion, no matter what, Ansem the Wise is just talking about that first report was the only one he himself wrote, and all the rest were written by Xehanort.
Yeah, which is weird that they did not clarify that in that report, in the Western report.
Yeah, it confused the fuck out of me for fucking years because I'm just dumb and I don't know numbers, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, after Ansem the Wise discovered the reports 1 through 8, and then ordered a cease on, like, all the research, stop everything, shut everything down, I can't believe you guys did this, we gotta stop all this, how could I, how could you, blah, 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 right? Then Xehanort continued to write the last reports. That's when he wrote about splitting his heart from his body. That's when he wrote about casting Kairi off. So that's how we know that even though Ansem shut everything down, Xehanort didn't care. He was like, I'm still gonna cause some trouble. Actually, fuck you. I'm still gonna do what I want, you know? So if you're wondering, like, how are they writing all this, and yet, like, how do they know what happened when?
Yeah.
Just doing some logic on, like, the numbers of the reports that they're mentioning, doing the math, like, that's how you can put those together. Okay.
I getcha. I follow.
Now, in Report 11 was when, from the first Kingdom Hearts game, was when Xehanort wrote about Kairi. And then in Report 12, he writes, my body is gone. So that means Xehanort released Kairi to Destiny Islands before he became a Heartless and Nobody. But what doesn't make fucking sense is that in Kingdom Hearts 2, Xemnas is like, I know nothing of any Kairi to Sora. So I don't fucking get that inconsistency. Why would he say that?
I don't know. That is interesting. I just wrote down here he's a liar and a bitch, which I don't know. I don't know if that's true. That makes me wonder if he lost some memories.
Maybe.
Through becoming Xemnas in the process of becoming a nobody. But I don't know. There's no that would be the only evidence of that. Right?
Yeah. And what's weird about the greater nobodies, and a greater nobody is a nobody that looks human. We've yet to really dive into this. I think we're going to dive into this next episode. But the whole reason of why the organization appear human is because they remember their lives as people.
Yeah, right.
And so why wouldn't Xemnas remember? Maybe he didn't know that was her name.
Oh.
Which would be
that's
really fucking crazy if he was just like, this little girl, I don't know her name, but something's weird about her, and I'm gonna send her off into space.
I guess, like, my immediate thought to that would be, like, she's implied to be royalty, though, right? But he, you know, he's a newcomer to Hollow Bastion, so maybe
they
he
just
would
called
know
her, like,
that.
the princess or something.
Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. Interesting to think about.
Yeah. So anyway, the
Or
next...
he's a liar and a bitch. I
Or
don't know.
he's a
He's trying to
liar
be
and a bitch.
dramatic. Because we know Xemnas is dramatic. So.
I fucking love Xemnas, dude. I love how dramatic he is.
He's great.
I saw some fucking Nomura description of Xemnas where he wanted him to be like, you know those characters in mangas aimed for girls? I don't remember the word for it. Like shoujo mangas. Where
Sure.
the boy is like really, really romantic and has all these roses around him and has like a rose in his mouth. I remember reading an interview where Nomura was like, that's what I want Xemnas to be like. Like, I want him to be this really dramatic, romantic guy. And I think that's so fucking funny.
That is funny. He comes off, I remember him coming off to me whenever I was playing the game for the first time. He was just scary. Like, his voice was scary, and he had this very commanding presence.
Yeah. Especially because Xemnas is weird because he really is emotionally distant. Like, it feels like things could go wrong for him and he would still look like everything's under his control. And so, like, there's nothing worse than a villain who never slips. There's nothing worse than a villain who never panics. And that is what Xemnas reminds me of.
I guess that kind of comes with the territory of being a nobody, though, right? Because their whole thing is that they don't feel emotions or have emotions or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the point that they're trying to drive home in this game, right?
Yeah. There was that line where Sora was like, don't you remember what it's like to have a heart? And Xemnas is like, I don't. And then he dies or fades away. And it's like, Mark, bitch. Wait. What a way to go.
I did write down a quote from, I think, Syx. Hold on. Let me pull it up. And this might pertain more to our next episode. But where the fuck are my Kingdom Hearts 2 notes? We don't have hearts, but we remember what it was like. That's what makes us special.
Yes.
Yeah. I did not write down who said that. I think it was Syx, but I'm not sure.
I think it was Syx. Okay, so something else about Xehanort I want to talk about.
Yes.
Which, like, it's like, this is like Kingdom Hearts 101 now, when you are such a long-term fan. It's almost like, as soon as a new character is introduced, this is what you look for, like, without even thinking. But I think maybe to new fans, they might not notice. But it's the fact that Xehanort, when he's a human, has brown eyes. And yet Ansem, or Xehanort's heartless, and Xemnas have, like, golden amber eyes. Yeah. And I think that is so interesting. I don't know why, but I do. Especially because, like, maybe this is just me, but, like, I love brown eyes and how they make someone look so kind, like puppy dog eyes, you know?
Yeah.
And you would think that's kind of like the air that Xehanort has, is like these brown, friendly, nice eyes. And then, just kidding, he's a fucking monster.
It's also misleading because Ansem the Wise has similar colored eyes to that.
Yeah, I forget that.
He's got, especially when he was Diz in Chain of Memories, he had his only fucking defining feature was the orange fucking glowing eye through his headscarf. But they have such they put such an emphasis on that portrait of Xehanort whenever Mickey and Sora are talking about it, because it literally takes up like the full screen for a long shot or multiple long shots. And he's got brown eyes in it. So it's kind of crazy. It's kind of misdirecting, red herring there.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's weird.
So here's my bullet point on one of my bullet points on this document. So the fact that I guess this applies to like Xemnas Xehanort, but also the organization as a whole. But I think it's just weird that like Kingdom Hearts can be made by separate means, which like I guess it's like literally a Kingdom of Hearts in both games, but like do they know if it was supposed to be of Hearts of Worlds or of Hearts of People? Are they just guessing? Are both methods valid? Do they even fucking know? It's weird because it's like it's one thing in the first game and now it's this whole separate thing. It's not like a separate thing, but like they're going about it in a whole different way in this game. And it's like how did they know about that? Or did they know about that?
I think that's a really good point because when Xehanort is a man and he's writing all his reports, you know, we theorize that he also wrote whatever is found in that Kingdom Hearts 1 lab. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that one is clearly about the Kingdom Hearts in that first game. Yeah. But there's no mention of the Kingdom Hearts created in the second game. In Kingdom Hearts 2, I mean.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
You're right. Like, when did Xehanort, or whatever fucking version of him, like, when did he figure out, oh, actually, I can also do it this way? Especially if the Keyblade is needed for it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For both of them. Yeah.
For both of them. You're so right.
Yeah. Because, they needed it in the first one to open the door or whatever. And now it's being used as a harvesting tool, which is crazy, by the way. It's just...
And that, like, to carry on, because I will come back to our bullet points that the train of thought that you and I have. But before that, that's why I really wanted to emphasize this discussion that Mickey has with Xehanort. Because if Mickey told Xehanort about the Keyblade, how much did that, like, fling forward Xehanort's knowledge about the door to darkness, the 2 keys tied to it, the how a Keyblade can unlock hearts to make another Kingdom Hearts. Like, did Mickey accidentally...
Tell him all that?
Really? Like...
That's crazy to think about.
Yeah. And so...
go ahead.
That's why I'm like... I don't know. That I think I'm just so... There are certain things in Kingdom Hearts that it feels like only I care about. And it's like nobody else thinks it's interesting. And
someone jump into this hole with me, please.
This is one of those fucking things, is the idea of Mickey and Xehanort discussing this. But you have a really good point later on, and I don't know if you want to get to that now or if we want to go back to what we were talking about.
We can go back to it later. Let's finish what we were talking about.
Okay. So, with Xehanort creating, or I guess Xemnas, creating a Kingdom Hearts out of the hearts being released by Emblem Heartless, when writing this, I thought to myself, I was like, did Xehanort purposely invent Emblem Heartless knowing their hearts would eventually create a Kingdom Hearts? Or do you think he just, like, got lucky and, like, his plans just happened to work out that way?
That's such a good question. That's a great question.
Yeah.
Okay. So my thoughts on this, not that I've thought about this for any more than 10 seconds just now. I feel it was a got lucky situation, and then maybe like, oh, if my first plan doesn't work out, maybe I can try it this way. Yeah, I don't, because the experiments were just kind of in general to learn more about hearts, right? I don't think, I have a hard time believing that it was like those experiments were in like direct
correlation to
that, and indirect search of that at first.
Yeah.
Though I don't know. I can't say for sure, obviously.
I think you're right. Now that I'm thinking about it more, in like the order that he writes reports, it seems like he discovered Heartless, he was learning about Heartless, and then he discovered Halabastion's heart, and then came to the conclusion, what if all these hearts came together? So you're right. I think you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
So another thing that kind of confused me, which, like, again, I think we've mentioned this before, maybe, but Kingdom Hearts 1 is kind of removed from a lot of the games that come after it, because Kingdom Hearts 1 kind of has its own logic, and then it kind of seems like somewhere along the way, different aspects become retconned to be where, like, the logic is just different, or, like, the world building is just a little different. Not, like, to the point where Kingdom Hearts 1, like, doesn't matter anymore, but you kind of have to, like, reform what you think. So, for example, in Kingdom Hearts 1, Xehanort's Heartless says, in the end, every heart returns to the darkness whence it came. But I don't really know if that's consistent now, because in Kingdom Hearts 2, hearts from the emblem Heartless that are released create Kingdom Hearts, the one that Xemnas kind of worships, but that Kingdom Hearts is in the world that never was, and the world that never was is in, like, the Twilight realm. It's not in the realm of darkness, because you can't really access that with the gummy ship, so it's still technically in the realm of light.
Yeah.
And so that would kind of contradict what Xehanort's Heartless said in the first game.
Yeah. So I'm going to rephrase my question that I wrote down here. So then, like, that makes me believe that because they talk about being able to harness the hearts, like harnessing and gathering hearts of, like, I'm getting lost in my own mind. It's because, like,
would it help to clarify maybe that I don't think the organization is redirecting the hearts. I think the hearts themselves are naturally following their own instinct to be gathered to the world that never was. Does that make sense?
So that was my question. So then has Kingdom Hearts always been being formed before the organization then? Like, has it been happening naturally and they're just, like, speeding it up?
Yeah. I think it would really depend, because, one, we've already talked about how Xehanort, all the drama that went down with Xehanort seems to be a long time ago, because Kairi and Sora and Riku seem to be just little kids when all that went down.
Yeah.
And so, but then you think about how Sora got the Keyblade when he was, like, 14 years old. And so, did this heart only start getting made when Sora started releasing hearts, like, over a year ago? Or two?
Yeah. I'm still wrapping my head around this. Because, like, what was happening to the hearts before? I guess Heartless only existed, like, recently. But, like, where do hearts go when they die? What happens when we die, Mel? Help.
So, I wonder if, like, Xehanort's Heartless was kind of right in saying that hearts go back. Because I think what he was trying to imply was that hearts go to the realm of darkness, not just to the Kingdom Hearts in the realm of darkness. But maybe that is what he meant. Maybe no matter what hearts go to a Kingdom Hearts, maybe they at first went... But see, okay. What I was going to say is that maybe before they did go to the Kingdom Hearts in that we always talked about in Kingdom Hearts 1. But I don't know if that's the truth, because in this game it really does seem to be implied that first Kingdom Hearts was just made from the hearts of worlds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I guess that's also implied in the first game as well, but... And so, I don't know. I don't know what happens when we die, Hannah.
No, I need your help. It's my mind, you can hear it just unraveling right now. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it. 'Cause like, how many people have existed before now that like where did the hearts go? If they just go to a Kingdom Hearts when they die.
Yeah. And there's so many worlds.
There's gotta be like 4 Kingdom Hearts out there, right?
So I wonder if maybe, I don't know. 'Cause like in reality, I want to say you and I do know. We just don't know yet, you know? Or
Yeah.
There's at least different possibilities in the future.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
it is kind of weird how Kingdom Hearts 2 itself does not expand upon this. With all the world building that they have made so far, you think that they would just fucking... Because, like, okay, well, let me say this. At one point, let me actually look up which report it is, because I do know that at some Kingdom Hearts 2 report, Ansem the Wise does talk about straight-up death. So let me see. Okay, in Ansem the Wise's 4th report in Kingdom Hearts 2, Ansem the Wise says, when the soul leaves the body, its vessel, life gives way to death. But what about when the heart leaves? And then he starts talking about, like, becoming a nobody and becoming a heartless. So becoming a heartless is not exactly the same process as dying. Right. And so it seems that when someone dies, maybe there's like an afterlife or something, but maybe when someone becomes a pure blood heartless, as we've talked about, the heart is consumed by darkness. And then when it's an emblem heartless, it's stuck inside, and then when Sora kills it, it goes to Kingdom Hearts. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, like, the different process of losing the heart makes it go down a different road.
Yes.
That's what you're saying,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting theory. That makes sense to me. It's, And
because that would explain why... there's not 4 different huge Kingdom Hearts, because people die all the time. There's a whole fucking galaxy in this game series, you know.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay. So going back to Mickey, when I was reading through the script, I thought about, again, the conversation that Mickey and Ansem had, and whether that was actually retconned to be about Xehanort or not. What I posed here is that I feel it might be possible that Xehanort witnessed that meeting between Mickey and Ansem, and at that point is still trying to pass himself off as Ansem in those reports. So maybe he still wrote it as if he was Ansem.
Yeah, and trying to frame maybe his master. I could see that, and I could see that because in the script, we made like a quick little mention of like Mickey's investigating the worlds and the Heartless and why they're appearing. And it's like, well, how do you know that? How do you know he's investigating that? And the reason I came to that conclusion and I wrote it that way is because the conversation Mickey and Ansem the Wise are having, Mickey is like, I've come to seek your advice. And Ansem the Wise is like, I'm intrigued by your hypothesis, but I'm worried about the stability of the worlds, the doors, and the Heartless. I'm wondering if I'm responsible for all of it. You know, so if they're already talking about all that, it means Mickey's the one who brought it up. And so, where the fuck was I? Oh, my point is it would be interesting if Mickey and Ansem the Wise did talk about worlds and the hearts and the Keyblade and maybe the door to darkness where hearts gather and maybe that's when Xehanort was listening in. You know, he had his little cup to the door listening,
Yeah.
you know.
And
And
he was
maybe he wrote it
shadowing for
down.
the day he was taking notes.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah.
I never thought about that.
Because that was just how it struck me, you know? Instead of thinking of it as a retcon, just thinking of, okay, how could this be possible as it's being told to us? And then another point that frustrated me about all of this is that when Mickey's talking with Sora about Xehanort, Mickey mentions having met Xehanort, but can't remember when or why. He can't remember it.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is so frustrating to
Fucking
me.
Mickey. And it's funny because, like, I don't remember all the conversations I've had with people. And so it's like, does Mickey not remember because he only knows him as the Master Ansem guy? Or does Mickey not remember Xehanort even though they had a long discussion, but maybe that discussion was like 10 fucking years ago? Who the hell would remember a conversation like that?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's hard to say. Yeah, that's a good point. Gosh, like, okay, I've said it before, but there is so much about Xehanort we can discuss. Do you have anything else you want to bring up?
Let me look through my notes.
Okay.
As I was playing through Kingdom Hearts 2 for this season, I wrote down a bunch of notes. Okay, so the last 2 points I wrote here, one of them kind of touches on what we were talking about earlier. I put in quotes here, so it means someone said it. But what if one willingly releases one's heart from one's body?
Okay. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking nerd. Because I know Ansem the Wise writes that in one of the reports.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I was, touching on. So that I feel like we might even be able to keep this in. Because I feel like that line pertains to, once again, what we talked about. And that's how Xehanort was able to become a heart and not immediately a heartless who immediately lost all cognizance of who he was. I don't know if that's the right word. Yeah. But like, if he was willing to submit to the darkness and he was determined to do his goals, is that how he was able to remain himself even after all this? And I think that's what Ansem the Wise is also discussing. So, yeah, there is so much about Xehanort to discuss that we haven't even touched on. Well, I guess we did touch on, like, who was he before amnesia? But we just, like, mentioned it. We didn't actually dig into it. And we don't really know. There's not really any clues pointing to that, right?
There are some clues, but we can't talk about that until, like, the end of the season.
Okay. Well, tune in.
I know. And then we also need to talk about, like, what happened to his experimentees? What happened to all the, like, yes, they turned into Heartless, but, like, what about their bodies? What happened to them? And then does Xemnas, after Xemnas wants to create Kingdom Hearts as well, but the organization is always like, we want hearts back. We want our hearts back. Is that what Xemnas wants? Does Xemnas want his heart back? Or is Xemnas still eager and hungry like Xehanort himself is? And so there's so much about this man that I feel like, we discussed in the beginning of the discussion was that we're still going to talk about him throughout, I feel like, the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's kind of impossible not to.
Yes, there's so much to him. He has so many, like, roots spread out through different areas of this game. And so there's more to him. He's not done, and we're not done with him, so.
He will return in Shedding Starlight Season 3.
He will come back. He always does. Anyway.
These actions will have consequences.
Oh, God.
Okay. So, we have reached the end of our first episode of Season 3. And before we go, and before we tell you what next week's episode is going to be about, we have launched something very exciting for this season. We have launched a Patreon page. Yay! We're doing this for a couple of reasons. We're about to be monetization eligible on both YouTube and our audio. I think we're gonna hit both of those goals pretty quickly.
Please!
So what we're doing a couple different things. So we're gonna be turning all that on whenever we are eligible. So what we're gonna do is we're going to offer ad-free episodes on our Patreon. Those will be uploaded as audio and video over there. And then, if in case people want to support us even more, we have some extra bonus stuff over on the Patreon. What we're going to be doing, we know people hate kind of the long breaks that we take in between seasons. So what we wanted to do is keep everyone updated even when we're on off seasons. So we're going to be offering a monthly newsletter over there, and we're gonna be offering bonus content. We're gonna do one episode every month of just whatever me and Mel want to talk about.
Yes.
And you know, if you want more of us, you can find more of us over there. Our first episode we did, we talked about our experience with Universal Horror Nights, Halloween Horror Nights, and we talked about Stranger Things a lot. Yeah. And it's Halloween. This is coming out the week of Halloween, so we just kind of did like a Halloween general themed episode.
Yeah. And
those will be coming out every month.
Boo.
So there's only 2 tiers right now, a $2 and a $5, so you can go over there and check that out. I won't, preach about this for too long, but please go check it out. See if you want to support us, because it does cost money to make Shedding Starlight every month, unfortunately. So yeah, go check it out. And if you want to pledge, please feel free. We would love to see you over there. And if more ideas and more ways to interact come to us as we develop that page, then things may change, things may grow. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll see. So yeah, that's that for that. That everything should be live by the time this episode comes out. So there should be a link in the description. Everything that you sign up for will be eligible over there, will be uploaded and everything. And yeah, that's it, I believe.
I'm so thankful that we're even in a position to like think about Patreon.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for like all our listeners who like come back multiple times, our regulars. We recognize you and we get excited and we're touched and we're thankful.
We do. I was looking through comments on YouTube even during our break, and I definitely saw comments of like, when are you guys coming back? We miss you. And it's like, we miss you too. We miss you too. We just take time to do things, and now we're doing even more things for you. So like, yeah, that's what we're doing. So yeah, thank you so much. Even if you're just listening, we love you.
Yeah,
very much. Anything else, Mel? Oh, what's our next episode gonna be about?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I wanted to start with Xehanort because we had to talk about what was different from the first game. But originally, I wanted to talk about the organization first. And we moved it to the second episode, but I still think it'll be nice to talk about the organization so that we can learn all their names, we can know what they want, why they are there, what their goal is, and that'll be a great foundation for the rest of the season. So yeah.
The organization.
Where
can they send in their questions, Mel, about the organization?
They can send in their questions at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com or in YouTube comment sections if you prefer.
Hell yeah. And now Patreon comment sections.
That'll be fun.
If you so choose, yeah. And you know what? If you do that, we'll give you a special shout out. We're going to say, hey, this question came from a Patreon subscriber. Thank you to this person. So, hell yeah. Go check it out. All right. Well, anything else?
No, not as far as I can think of.
Amazing. Well, as always, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the Starlight.
Hello, and welcome to Shedding Starlight. Last week, we started off on our new season on Kingdom Hearts 2 with the character Xehanort and all that this game reveals about him. Today, we're going to branch out from Xehanort onto his nobody, the leader of Organization 13. We're going to discuss this league, its agenda, and its individual members in today's episode.
The organization is composed completely of nobodies, and their primary objective is to regain the hearts they lost when they became nobodies. This would be granted by Kingdom Hearts, which, as we've discussed before, was created with the collected hearts freed from Emblem Heartless, defeated throughout Kingdom Hearts 2 and the first Kingdom Hearts as well.
But before we discuss the organization as a whole, it's important to help new fans remember these characters as individuals. We met 6 of the 13 members in Chain of Memories, so let's greet the remaining members. The leader of Organization 13, referred to as the Superior in Chain of Memories, is Xemnas.
Anger and hate are supreme.
We discussed in the previous episode that he's the nobody of the first game's antagonist, Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness. These villains are 2 sides of the same coin, as they originate from one man, Xehanort.
Second in command is Xigbar, the old coot with an eye patch.
As if.
He has power over dimensions, so he can warp space to teleport. He uses 2 crossbow-like weapons that can be combined to be a sniper. Xigbar is among the 6 founding members of the organization. Ansem the Wise's previous apprentices. His name used to be Breg.
Ranked number 3 is Xaldin, the large man with dreadlocks at Beast's castle.
Who could ever love a beast?
He fights with multiple lances and the power of wind. Another ex-apprentice, his human name was Dylan.
And then we have number 4 Vexen, who was named Evan, number 5 Lexius, who was named Alias, and number 6 Zexion, who was named Ienzo. These 3 all died at Castle Oblivion.
Ranked 7 is Saïx, a blue-haired grump who often manipulated Sora.
Moon, shine down!
He's in the JRPG class Berserker, and his weapon is a large claymore. His power comes from the moon, and one could interpret that to mean the moon in general, or specifically Kingdom Hearts itself as a moon. Because he was not one of Ansem the Wise's original apprentices, we don't know his original name, nor the members who joined after him.
Next is a familiar face, Axel.
Got it memorized?
In Chain of Memories, Axel had an agenda to take out multiple members of the organization. And in the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2, he was still following orders when trying to retrieve Roxas. But at some point, Axel deserts the organization to revive Roxas by his own means.
After Axel is Demyx at rank 9.
Did they ever pick the wrong guy for this one?
With a blonde mullet and blue sitar, he can create clones of himself composed of water. Demyx is a fun character because he's in way over his head. He reads instructions on cue cards and is prone to panicking.
After Demyx, but a lot more competent than him, is Luxord, the platinum blonde who may have a British accent, but only speaks the language of gambling.
There. The dice have been cast.
He uses the power of time as a gimmick in his battles. Numbers 11 and 12 are Marluxia and Larxene, who also died at Castle Oblivion.
And last but not least, we have Roxas, who was ranked as the final 13th member.
I don't know. Maybe it's destiny.
Roxas, with the power over light, wields 2 keyblades. While he was one of the newest members of the organization, it only took about a year before he left it, which made him vulnerable to Diz and Riku kidnapping him and using him to awaken Sora. So Roxas's departure was the drop that caused the expanding ripple that is Kingdom Hearts 2.
You may have noticed every member of the organization has the letter X in their name, no exception. Again, the original names of the founding members before they became nobodies were Xehanort, Breg, Dylan, Evan, Alias, and Ienzo. Ansem the Wise, using the alias Diz, mentioned this in his third report. And of course, there's Roxas, whose name is an anagram of Sora.
Now that we've covered the individual members, we can return to discussing the organization as a whole. There are two major classes of nobodies, greater and lesser. Unlike lesser nobodies, greater nobodies were born from someone with a strong heart, as Ansem the Wise writes in Kingdom Hearts 2's 7th report. A great number of nobodies have lost human form, as have the heartless. Yet the nobody born of someone with a strong heart retains its shape, with but the faintest visible changes.
Greater nobodies resemble the way their original human selves look, and that's because they remember what it was like to have hearts.
True, we don't have hearts, but we remember what it was like. That's what makes us special.
Greater nobodies resembling their human selves is but the first link in the connection between memories and appearance that runs throughout the Kingdom Hearts series. Of course, this makes the enigmas of Namine, Roxas, and arguably Xemnas not looking exactly like their counterparts quite the anomalies to be explored in future episodes.
The organization, composed entirely of greater nobodies, controls the lesser nobodies. Each member is specifically designated to lead a certain type of lesser nobody. Xemnas leads the sorcerer nobodies, Xigbar leads the snipers, Xaldin the dragoons, Saïx the berserkers, Axel the assassins, Demyx the dancers, Luxord the gamblers, and Roxas led the samurais when he was still part of the organization. The exception to this are Dusks, which are so low in the pecking order that they follow the commands of all organization members. This is why they call Roxas my liege when attempting to kidnap him under Axel's command. And it seems the highest members of the organization can turn the lower members into lesser nobodies.
You know what you must do, or you will face the consequences.
So you'll turn me into a Dusk.
Throughout Kingdom Hearts 2, in the intricate tapestry woven by the higher members of the organization, there are tears. For example, Saïx explains that when the Keyblade releases hearts trapped within Emblem Heartless, they collect to build up the Kingdom Hearts visible in the world that never was. Using Kingdom Hearts, they will all be granted hearts once more and exist as people again.
The rage of the Keyblade releases those hearts. They gather in darkness, masterless and free, until they weave together to make Kingdom Hearts. And when that time comes, we can truly, finally exist. Why? Kingdom Hearts? Where is my heart?
But taking into account the goals and acts of Xehanort's Heartless Ansem from the first game, there's much more at stake than just restoring a handful of absent hearts. Xehanort, as he wrote in Kingdom Hearts 1's reports, desired endless knowledge and wisdom, desired Kingdom Hearts, before becoming a Heartless and nobody to begin with, when he already had a heart. Whatever Xehanort's Heartless and nobody were seeking, whatever they were striving for, began before the organization was even conceived.
All that and more. I'm carrying on what you yourself began, and I'm creating a brand new world, one heart at a time.
While this conspiracy starts at the top of the organization, it trickles down to the lower ranks. In a flashback, around the time that the organization established a base at Castle Oblivion, Xigbar, who's second in command, asks Zexion about Xemnas' secret. And later, at the time of Chain of Memories, Axel kills Zexion because he found out way too much. So what else is brewing so deep within the organization that infighting causes its few members to be further cut down? These are not the actions of an organization that simply desires to be human again. Organization 13 is a league of elite nobodies who, on the surface, have a desire to regain their humanity through the means of Kingdom Hearts. But just as each nobody has a Heartless, each member has their shadow.
Starting with 6 apprentices who betrayed their master, even when they grew to 13, each member still held cards close to their hollow chest, the superior most of all.
Gosh, the organization. These are the bitches that got me into this fucking series, Hannah.
They're so interesting. They're so mysterious. They're so cool. They all got crazy hair. They all got crazy names.
Yeah. You would think with 13 members, there would be one that I wouldn't like, but I really love them all. I really do.
Yeah.
They all good.
Yeah, they really, because they all have to wear the same outfit, they really made up for it with their personality and all their hair choices and their faces. So they're all very distinct and memorable, which is great.
I have, I accidentally closed it down, so let me bring it back up.
Ooh.
So I have tips to remember each of their names. And I was going to include this in the actual presentation, but I think some of them made me laugh and giggle that I was like, well, I might as well do it in the discussion in case Hannah also giggles.
The one line that made me laugh, and you can hear me laugh a little bit in the presentation, is Luxord, who speaks the language of gambling.
I was kind of proud of that line. I was kind of proud of it. Oh, God, he has to bring up cards or dice or chance. Luxord would go 5 minutes without talking about gambling. Challenge. No, he'll die. He'll suffocate. Impossible. Okay, so to remember Xemnas' name, of course you have the anagram of Ansem with the letter X, right? Mm-hmm. Or the iconic, the classic way to remember his name is that it's an anagram of man sex.
I didn't know if you were going to say that or not. I was like, are you going to... Oh my God. I remember seeing that on a YouTube poop so long ago.
Listen, if you're listening and you are brave enough to go on Kingdom Hearts YouTube without fear of spoilers, and you haven't seen the video where someone rearranged Axel spelling out Xemnas' name to spell out man sex, you need to do that right now. You need to do that right now. If you're too worried about spoilers, ask a friend, okay? It's iconic. Okay, it's iconic. So okay. And then my tip to remember Xigbar's name. I don't laugh anymore because I've already laughed about it for 5 minutes, but this fucking killed me, okay? So Xigbar looks like he would drunkenly zigzag out of a bar. And picturing Xigbar just drunk as fuck, not even able to walk in a straight line, that killed me. It absolutely killed me.
He also kind of has the Jack Sparrow kind of movement with his body, you know?
He talks with his hands, you know?
Yeah.
I love Xigbar because he looks like a pirate, but also like a biker. But he also talks like a surfer, but he fights like a cowboy. He's literally everything. He's everything. He's all of Party City all in one, bitch.
Yes.
He's it. Okay. So I tried so hard to think of a tip for Zaldin, which is the guy from Beast Castle. And the only thing I could think of, have you ever seen National Treasure?
Yes.
So at one point in National Treasure, the main girl of that movie, who's the museum curator, I don't remember what the fuck she is. She's a historian.
Yeah.
And she's running from the bad guys' goons. And she jumps over this deli or this bakery counter. And this lady is like, "Can I help you?" And the blonde girl's like, yeah, I'm running from my ex-husband, thinking of a lie.
She's lying,
She looks at this scary bald guy And she's like, okay, you can stay here as long as you like, because if that's your ex-husband, that is scary and I don't blame you, right? But that bald guy is Zaldin's voice actor.
Oh! I didn't know that!
Yes, so the only way I can remember Zaldin's name is if I think of the Baldin guy from that movie, because he's bald in that movie.
Oh my god.
And that's it. That's the best tip I could fucking come up with. So.
Oh my god. That's fucking funny.
Saïx, you gave us the tip for Saïx, because I couldn't think of one at first.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so, yeah. I just said, you know, he's kind of miserable all the time. Not miserable. But I was like, Saïx and sighing. He's probably sighing, you know? Like, he's just kind of, he's got that attitude. I was like, there's got to be something there. Saïx is sighing.
Which gave me the idea of people calling him X behind his back because of the X on his forehead.
Uh-huh.
And people just being like, oh, like X is here. Like, X just walked in. And the idea of people sighing and then going, ugh, X. Like, I think that's so funny.
Yeah.
The idea that, like, people do not like him. Like, probably Demix and Zigbar, like, shit talk him or something. I love it.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, and my tip for Demix was that he would choose perfect songs to make you the mix of all time. I know, stupid.
The mix of all time. Oh my god.
Okay, and then Luke Cerd, I wrote, it might be easier to remember his name as Luxord because he's a gambler, but it's officially pronounced Luke Cerd, which many fans think is an absurd way of pronouncing his name. And that's the only thing I could think of with that fucking bitch.
Yeah, I do still see people upset about that to this day, which is funny.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Which really makes me realize, like, so I think the protagonist of Final Fantasy X, his name is Tidus, but nobody ever pronounces his name because it's like Link, it's a name you can insert yourself. Right. And so nobody says his name aloud in the game. So I always thought it was Titus, and then I found out it was Tidus, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
So anyway, and then of course, the final member is Roxas. And if you can't remember Roxas's name,
then you're on your own for this one.
Yeah, you're on your own. And that's it. That's all the tips I could think of.
Yay!
To remember those three names.
Yay! Those were all great.
Those
were amazing.
Thank you. Okay. The thing about Kingdom Hearts and the fan base is that there are some trivias that everybody knows. But then when you ask for the source, here's what they're going to say. I swear to you, this is what they're going to say. I think Nomura said it once. That's their fucking source, right?
Yeah.
And so I have to go through and actually look and find where the fuck things are said, right? So, the idea that each organization member leads one of the lesser nobodies is one of those kind of Kingdom Hearts trivia things that everybody knows, but nobody really knows where it's from, right? So I looked it up. It's from the Kingdom Hearts 2 Ultimania, and the lesser nobodies are called subordinate nobodies, and that's how we kind of know for a fact that each organization member leads one of those lesser ones. Which, like, you can always take, like, what's the word for when you... I guess environmental storytelling, but maybe that's not quite what I'm trying to go for, but... You know, at the worlds that you go to where organization members are specifically at, you're always going to find their subordinate nobody there. Yeah. So you could kind of piece that together yourself. But, like, I personally would not have gotten that Roxas led the samurai nobodies.
Yeah, for
personally. But that reminds me of how when we were doing Chain of Memories, our Chain of Memories season, people asked us, like, why do all these organization members have different elements? And so I kind of wonder if, like, the members of the organization are, like, evolved versions of their subordinate nobodies. And so a way that I compared it to was, like, Digimon. how Digimon start off being really creature-esque, but as they get more powerful, they kind of start developing more human people traits.
They turn into hot anime women.
Yes. Exactly. The organization members composed of hot anime women.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
that's an interesting thought. I didn't think of it like that, but I'm glad you actually like went and dug up the actual source. That's how you know. That's why you're here. We're here with the real shit, not the theory shit. We're here with the real facts and the figures for everyone to hear. We do the work. We put in the work. Mel puts in the work. I'll say that much. Mel puts in the work.
Well, you put it all together. I would not. Literally, people would have to read everything and not listen to anything if it weren't for you. So there we go. We balance each other out.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why we're here. That's why Shouting Starlight exists. So you're welcome.
Yes. Okay, and then I do think it's a shame, speaking of Chain of Memories, that we didn't get to see, like, Vexen's Subordinate Nobody or Larxine's.
Yeah.
So that's a missed opportunity, unfortunately. And the last thing that I have written is the very popular kind of question that fans might ask is, are the Mushroom Heartless that you find and fight throughout Kingdom Hearts 2, are they the Heartless of the organization members? And the answer is no. And one of the reasons why we know that is because there's 13 Mushroom Heartless, but we have to remember that Roxas's Heartless is Sora's Heartless, and Xemnas' Heartless is Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness. Yeah. And so the Mushroom Heartless would only be 11, not 13. So the fact that there's 13, and they're also really weak Heartless, and you would think that a strong heart creating a strong nobody would also create a strong Heartless. And these little guys, you know, they're cute, you know, but they're, you know, some of them cry and like weep when you defeat them, you know what I mean?
Hey, Demix would cry if you put him in the right situation.
Okay, so Demix's Heartless might be a Mushroom Heartless. Like, he's the only one.
That is so interesting. I never thought of thinking about that as like, because they are wearing little organization coats, aren't they? That's cute and fun.
It is very cute. Maybe they're just admirers. Maybe they're the fan club.
That would be good. I mean, I did bring up a topic at the end that I put at the end where Saïx had a quote. There's a scene where it's between Sora and Donald and Goofy and Saïx and Maleficent, where it's the scene where Maleficent helps Sora get away. Saïx summons Heartless in that scene twice, 2 or 3 times, I think. And it's interesting. And the way he explains it, it says the Heartless ally with whoever is strongest. So that's an interesting thing. It's like, I don't know. I guess that makes sense given like the whole context of Kingdom Hearts 1, where it's like if you submit to darkness then and you're strong enough, then you can control Heartless. But like,
yeah, it's still interesting when Xemnas describes himself as like neither of light or darkness, but the people in between. How the Heartless are still just willing to side with people not technically quote unquote of darkness, but are still just so powerful that they're drawn to them.
It is also interesting because Maleficent summons her own Heartless in that same scene, and they like fight each other. So it's like, what's the truth? So like, some Heartless ally with some people, and then some ally with other people, depending on who they think is strongest. Yeah, that's interesting.
Weird. Yeah,
what's the deal there?
Yeah, you're right. Especially with Pete. I mean, this is in my head because I was writing about this the other day, but this is going to be an episode we're going to talk about eventually, is how Pete was kind of making his own army of Heartless. And but Pete is like a dingus, you know, like
yeah.
I feel like a Jedi mind trick would work on Pete. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't necessarily say that he has a strong heart or like a strong will. So I don't know why they're following him.
That makes me wonder. I don't want to dote on this too long because we'll have an episode about it. But he would probably be like the strongest villain in like the Disney world, like Disney Castle world, I guess. I don't know. I would think of him as like the strongest dark presence.
Okay, that's a good
there.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know. That's a speculation for another episode.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah. So to continue on with my discussion points, we mentioned Namine in the script.
Yes.
And I want to talk about her. And we got at least one question about her in our emails, but we're saving it for another episode because she's gonna have her own episode again because she deserves it.
Of course.
Because she's weird, she's different, she's cool, she's awesome.
Yeah. That's, because like we said, we will talk about them again later, but it is really interesting that Namine and Roxas, we talked about how Ansem the Wise is like, greater nobodies look like their original selves. But Namine does not look like Kairi. She has blonde hair. And Roxas does not look like Sora. Yeah. So there's clearly something else going on, especially because if having memories of your past life is what makes you look like your original self, Namine knows about Kairi, but Namine doesn't talk about Kairi as if like it's her past self.
Right.
She talks about Kairi like it's a different person. And Roxas kind of does the same thing, where Roxas is like another dream about him, not my past life, Yeah.
So they both got main character syndrome happening here.
Yeah, they do.
They're different.
They do. But yeah, it's definitely interesting.
I can't wait to talk about them. I like Roxas and Namine in this game are one of my favorite parts. Them reuniting at the end credit scene always makes me cry. It always makes me cry. It really gets me. I love both of them so much. Another thing I wanted to bring up. I just think it's going to be something that's so interesting about this organization and something that's going to be fun to look forward to is figuring out who the non-original 6 members are. How did they get to where they are? Like, what's their history? We know the Ansem the Wise apprentices. We know how they got here. But like, how did the others get here? What is their history? What promises were they made? Because we also touched on how there's a little bit of deception going on here within this organization. So like, I don't know. Were like individual promises made to each person depending on what they wanted or needed? It's interesting to think about, like, these original 6, like, why do they need more than just the 6 of them?
Yeah.
Like, having Roxas is obviously helpful, but why do you need 13 of you?
Yeah.
Like, why are you recruiting new people? You obviously all have, like, this bond to begin with. So it's like, oh, is it just going to be helpful to have more people?
I'm like, do you really need Demix? Do you really
want to... exactly. Like, why is he here?
I can't remember. Do you remember when Demix is reading cue cards in Olympus Coliseum? I don't remember if this is fact or if it's like implied in the manga or if it's like a fan thing. But there is the idea out there that it was Saïx who had to write him the cue cards. And the idea of Saïx sitting at a desk writing, like, if subject fails to respond, use aggression. Like, it's so fucking funny. Like,
so
why
good.
is this guy in the organization?
Yeah.
Why is he here? Which I'm not complaining because I love him. I love this character. But
yeah, he's great. I remember hating him so much as a child because his fight is so hard.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
His fight is so difficult. And that's why whenever I was editing the presentation, I did not want to use the dance water dance quote because I didn't want to trick everybody.
And I'm so glad. It's like you read my mind.
But yeah, it's interesting to think about, and I won't say too much, but something we're still kind of figuring out in the present day about all of these characters.
Yeah.
Like, in the present day of the series, which is
it's
cool
like
to me.
It's like we said before, I think, the last episode, where Kingdom Hearts 2 and what it reveals and what it shows us is not forgotten. Even with all of these different Kingdom Hearts games out. Like, we still come, like, if, like, we say this, like, every season, but it, like, nothing in Kingdom Hearts is forgotten. Everything kind of keeps building up in its relevancy. Mm-hmm. And so it's such an interesting... It's just good to know. It's good to know that things that you think are interesting, you just have to be patient. You just have to be patient, because it'll all come back. Boomerang, bitch.
Yeah. Truly, yeah.
But speaking of the recruitment process of, like, why bring in more? Like, what is the point? We have some emails on this process as well. So our first question about this recruitment process is from Cole on Patreon.
Woo, Patreon! Yeah! Patreon subscriber. Thanks, Cole.
Thank you, Cole. So Cole commented, something I've always wondered with the organization when I played through Kingdom Hearts 2 was, do they go out looking for new recruits? Or are the full bodies just drawn to organization for some reason?
And then on top of that, Kronzi from our emails asked, are there other nobodies with the same traits but outside the organization? And how do you think their recruitment process goes? Do they have some sort of nobody detection? Is it sheer luck? Maybe some sort of LinkedIn page? Do they interview them and test them? Or are the new recruits welcomed with open arms?
And this is, so there's a flashback in Kingdom Hearts 2 where you see Xigbar. We kind of mentioned this, but we mentioned a flashback of Xigbar talking with Zexion. And this cutscene is really interesting because it kind of reveals, it gives us an inside look onto how the organization expanded. Because at one point, Zexion is like, aren't you supposed to be recruiting new members? Like, can you leave me alone? And Xigbar's like, well, I found one the other day, I'll have you know. And he implies it's Marluxia. Yeah. And so it's not only that, but we also have Ansem the Wise. Let me look and see which report it was.
I also do want to mention that cutscene in particular is in the final mix version. So if you grew up playing vanilla, you will not have seen that cutscene, unfortunately.
I assume everybody is playing like the PS3 onward version.
Yeah,
if
I would hope so.
If you're listening to our podcast and you're playing vanilla Kingdom Hearts 2, what are you doing?
I don't even think you can get your hands on it anymore unless you get it like, you know, second hand from eBay or whatever. Yeah. But I just did want to point that out because again, that is how my knowledge of the series is, or at least this game.
Okay, so the other thing is that in the Kingdom Hearts 2 reports, Ansem the Wise talks about how nobodies are born in Twilight Town. And that's kind of like the game's way of explaining why Roxas showed up there and not like right next to Sora when he stabbed himself with the Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts 1. Which we will dive into that. We're just kind of laying the groundwork for other things first. But I think it's possible that like Xigbar at the time of scoping out nobodies was like located in Twilight Town and like settled there and was probably observing like, oh my god, this person literally just appeared out of nowhere. Like they're probably a nobody. I'm gonna go talk to them. Or like maybe he like observes them for a little bit. The weird thing is with Roxas is that literally right as Roxas is fucking born, Xemnas goes up to him and is like...
Scary.
Yeah, and gives him a new name. So, and especially with Xemnas, like, observing Sora in Hollow Bastion when we fight Xemnas, which, like, oh my god, have we even fucking talked about that yet? How we now know for a fact that Xemnas is who we fight in Kingdom Hearts 1. I don't even think we've talked about that. We should have talked about that last episode.
That's crazy, yeah. It's crazy. He's got lightsabers, and he's in Kingdom Hearts 1. What's he doing?
It goes to show that Xemnas has been keeping an eye on Sora from the shadows for a long time. And so it's possible that, like, right as Sora stabbed himself, Xemnas was like, okay, I gotta go to Twilight Town. Like, I'm gonna nab his nobody, like, as soon as I fucking can. Yeah. My dog is snoring, and it might be over my talking, so if you can hear it, I do apologize. But, my point is, I assume that is where all of the other nobodies appeared. And so they didn't have to like go world to world to search. They just kind of had to remain at most within this Twilight realm. And then at the very least, just in Twilight Town itself and kind of look around for weird people. But yeah, maybe that's their version of LinkedIn.
They log on in 2004 to the World Wide Web.
Can we start saying World Wide Web again, please?
Let's start it, you and me.
Okay.
Bring it back.
Yes. Okay, so the other thing that we got a few emails about is this is a coined term that someone who goes by K in their email coined, and I just thought it was such a funny word that I want to use it. And it's quote unquote duskification, which is like a greater nobody being put in their place.
Duskified.
And like, duskified, becoming a dusk. And so we got a few emails about how does this happen? Has this actually happened? Can they really do this? Is this just a threat?
Because also, before you start answering, that also kind of implies that, like, the organization members are ranked based on their power. And that it's not just an arbitrary numbering process. Right? Like,
well, I would think they got ranked by the time that they joined.
Right, so then does that give them power being higher in the ranking? Because then why wouldn't Axel be able to do it to Xaldin first? You know? Like,
yeah, that's a good question. But yeah, that's a good question. I do know that Xemnas, I wonder if maybe Xaldin, it was an empty threat, but for some reason, I do wonder if Xemnas is capable of this, because we haven't talked about this yet, because I want to address it in the episode about Diz and Ansem the Wise and like what happens to him. But we are eventually going to talk about Xemnas banishing him to a realm of nothing, and how it doesn't really seem like that's something other nobodies are able to do. It's like open a gate to this whole other fucking realm and like put people there. And I personally think that that's where Riku and Sora fight Xemnas at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2 and like that final white void. I could be wrong, but to me, it just matches the description, so I think that's the same place. But, so I wonder if Xemnas able to open like a whole other fucking dimension, it feels like, if he's kind of able to take away people's power. But, let me see, maybe it was you who brought it up, or let me see if it was an email. Okay, so Kay continues and is like, but we never see this punishment carried out, and instead traitors at Castle Oblivion are just killed. They're just straight up killed. And it was Axel who killed them, not Xemnas. But they do bring up an interesting point of how if Xemnas really was fucking tired of people disobeying him, or like if he was suspicious that people would turn traitor, why didn't he just turn them into a dusk where they would have what seems to be much less of like a rebellious will? So I don't know. That's a good question. And I had never really thought of the idea of it being an empty threat or like actually possible. But I almost like don't want to find out. Like it's there's something about like it reminds me of like Angela's grotto. Not Angela. Who's Angela? Ursula. It reminds me of Ursula's grotto.
I was wondering. I was like, what is this media you're referring to?
In The Little Mermaid, when everybody gets turned into like those little weird little fucking I don't even know
deals. Not shrimps, but like the little guys, the bottom feeders. Yeah.
Like that almost like I feel like if that were me, I would just be like, just kill me. Like literally, I'd rather just die. And so I don't know. It's weird.
It's interesting. It's like to me. Another half of this question is that like, does that imply the desks we see in game used to be members of the organization? I don't think so. I don't think so, but that's just me talking. Because there's a lot of desks in this game.
But I mean, like we've talked about before, if, you know, and this isn't a fact, but if the organization members are like evolved versions of different types of nobodies, if maybe like, let's say the previous berserker got fired and then they brought in Sayax and was like, okay, you're going to replace this other guy who was a flop and this is your job now. I don't know if that's the case, but it's interesting to think about.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
That is interesting to think about. It's like, it's kind of a throwaway line, but it has a lot of implications.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It'd be fun if we get to see something like this in the future. Because nobody's haven't gone away. You know, nobody still exists, even like current Kingdom Hearts games. So, yeah, it'd be really interesting.
So, a question that we got from multiple people that we're going to have for our last question of today. People asked us, what would our organization names be? And I have an answer. I've thought about this a lot.
I thought about it today. Surprisingly, it's not really something I've thought about a lot. You'd think for how long I've been a Kingdom Hearts fan that I would think about it more, but I just haven't. But what would yours be? You go first.
So my name is Hannah Full, but for me, that's too many of the same letters to make a good name. So I often also go by Han, just H-A-N, and so I would be Nox, N-A-X-H, I think.
Okay, that is actually... Why would actually we be a really good duo? Because I'm kind of in a similar boat where my name is too long, so I would just go by Mel, and then I think I would be... I'm not really happy with any of them, but I would be satisfied with Zelm, X-E-L-M. And so that. Nox and Zelm, like, I feel like we would be two cunty bitches tearing up the place. I kind of
Here's a different question. So Ansem talks about in his reports that the nobodies have a slight physical change to them. What do you think your physical change would be?
If I don't get Sayax's pointy ears, what's the fucking point? If I don't get pointy ears, what's the point?
That's good.
Or if they made me a little taller, which I think would be so funny. Just make me a little taller, like an inch or two.
I really like Axel's little tears on his cheeks, so I feel like I would have some sort of facial markings like that, because I'm also a big Star Wars fan, and I really like what the fuck are they called, the species that Ahsoka is, Togruta. I really like all their cool little facial markings, so I think maybe not as much as they do, but something similar to like Axel's, like maybe on the cheeks, or like on the forehead.
Would you want it to be symmetrical or not symmetrical?
I think so. I think of it, I'm imagining it. I don't have a specific imagination of anything right now, but yeah, something symmetrical. Okay. Sure. So.
Bitch, where's the fan art? Oh, wait, they don't know what he looks like. Well, yeah, they do. I could Photoshop it on our fucking little animation.
Yes. Us in the organization coats. And our little changes. Yes. Love it.
Speaking of the organization quotes, real quick. This is how fucked up of a fan I am. So, in Kingdom Hearts 2, every organization member, even though they all have the same coat, they all have different body styles and like different silhouettes. And when they're all hooded, I can still tell who's who. I think maybe the two of them that I get mixed up is Lexius and Zaldin, because they're both really burly men. But other than those two, I can literally tell who's who. It's embarrassing.
You're cracked in the head.
I'm fucking
In case y'all didn't know, Mel was one of the most cracked people about this series that you'll ever meet.
It's embarrassing.
No, it's great. It's wonderful.
Well, that's the organization. The best league ever.
Yeah. The most mysterious group of people in black coats that you'll ever meet. that you'll ever see. We love him.
We love him.
And now I need all of you listening to this, go to our YouTube, go to Patreon, wherever. Smash or pass every organization member.
The way I would pass all of them.
You mean smash all of them?
Smash all of them. God.
But also like rank hottest to least hot. Yeah. In your opinion, I need that.
You know what I love? So, Vexen is a character who I've made kind of fun of for a long time. Like, I poke fun at him. He's just so dorky and dweeby, and I love it. But there are people out there dedicated to fucking Vexen. And honestly, respect. Yeah. I love it. Vexen fuckers, they're out there, they're real, and they're amazing.
We're thinking of you.
They're cryptids, but they're
prayers.
amazing.
All right. Well, that's the end of the episode, yeah?
Yes.
So, I just want to make a quick PSA that there's obviously some information in this episode that we talked about that can be linked to future titles. And I want to remind everyone that we are not afraid to delete comments on YouTube. So I would just ask that everyone be incredibly chill about this episode. And if you are one of those people, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So just please be chill. Instead of writing a comment, maybe subscribe and like the video instead. And go to our Patreon and sign up instead of writing that comment.
That is so fucking funny.
Or if you really need to type something out, give us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts.
Yeah.
Put that energy somewhere where it's going to be positive and good.
Yes.
If it's not the organization smash or pass rank from hottest to least hot, then I don't want it in my comments.
Where are my Luxord fuckers at? Where you at?
But that's it. Mel, what are we talking about next episode?
So, let me tell you, I'm really putting all the juicy shit near the end. I know people want to know about Namine and Roxas and all that good stuff, and we will get there. But before we get there, I wanted to piggyback off of the organization and mostly Xemnas and Xehanort, as we talked about in the first episode. And next week, we're going to talk about Radiant Garden and or Hollow Bastion. We're going to talk about kind of its history, and we're also going to talk about all of the different places within that world that are just so mysterious. And we're gonna really dive deep into the locations and the history and of this world, because it's so interesting. It's one of my favorite worlds. I'm so obsessed with how many secrets it has. So
to hype it up, I've read part of the script already, and I'm so excited to talk about some stuff that I feel like not a lot of people ever talk about. Like, there's some stuff we're gonna go over that I haven't seen anyone talk about. Like, not that I've, dived too far into theory videos on YouTube, but still, No, I've said it before and I've said it again. It feels like there are things that I fixate on that nobody else thinks it's important. And I'm just like, you just wait. You roll the day. It's coming back, I swear.
Anyway.
Where can they email their questions, Mel?
You can email your questions at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. And while we're on this topic, Hannah, I hope it's okay if I say this. Yep. So when you email us, don't be afraid to include like an alias you want us to call you by. Because sometimes your email will include like your first and your last name. And you're like, please don't say this online. Please don't say this on the podcast. So don't be afraid to give us like a username or an alias that you often use online. Just a little, like, say your email and then like the dash, yours truly, sincerely, Dragon Slayer. We literally got someone named Dragon Slayer, and I love
Dragon Saver.
Oh my god, forgive me. Dragon Saver. It's so good, though. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good.
It's in our doc. It's written down here.
I can't read. Sorry, I didn't mention that.
We do read. We We get a lot of emails. We get a lot of long emails, and we do read every email bottom to top, or top to bottom, not bottom to top. And I do really enjoy reading those. We both really enjoy reading those. So keep them coming. We love them. Also, you can also send your questions to the comment section on our Patreon, because we post our episodes there a day early. Ooh. So if you're on our Patreon, you're hearing this on Sunday instead of Monday. So exciting. That's a reason why you should sign up. And yeah, like I said before, don't be spoiling stuff in the comments. Instead, leave us a review, like and subscribe to the video. Put that energy, that excited energy somewhere where we'll appreciate it and not spoil it for everybody else. And yeah, I think that's it. Anything else, Mel?
Rate us 5 stars.
5 stars.
About that. No, I think that's it.
Amazing. All right. Well, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the Starlight. Nurtured by the pure water that is the source of life, fragrant flowers bloom in abundance, and the people face each day with hopeful smiles. Before the Heartless, before the experiments, before Xehanort, there was a world, a paradise, worthy of being called Radiant Garden.
In this episode of Shedding Starlight, we are going to discuss how this brilliant world fell into a dark era, and its different facilities that rose up through the shadows. Ansem the Wise ruled Radiant Garden peacefully thanks to his efforts for many years. But his attention turned towards the darkness in people's hearts. He was wary that such darkness would inevitably swallow his citizens. Unlike Xehanort, who was willing to sacrifice countless people to spur darkness into existence, Ansem researched in hopes of preventing it. With Xehanort, Ansem's apprentices tormented and discarded the very people he wanted to protect.
And so, in the original Kingdom Hearts game, we, as Sora, explore an enormous, mystifying castle that is completely devoid of its original occupants. In Kingdom Hearts 2, we revisit the same world, but now we see that surrounding the castle is a town rekindling its own life. A society once in shambles, Leon and his crew helped to rebuild the world into its former glory.
Meet the Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee.
We want to restore Hollow Bastion to what it used to be. Who knows? Maybe even something better.
But while Hollow Bastion is rebuilding itself piece by piece, cracks are still visible between the shards. And with each of these cracks is a crevice to explore.
When playing Kingdom Hearts 1, you're most likely, and understandably, under the impression that the device Xehanort invents to create Emblem Heartless was the room we see during our venture at the end of the world, what Hannah and I refer to as the World Terminus Lab. However, Kingdom Hearts 2 emphasizes that the lab both Xehanort and Ansem the Wise refer to when it comes to their experiments on the darkness of the heart is actually the enormous lab accessible via a secret passage in Ansem the Wise's study. This lab, called the Heartless Manufactory, has hundreds of capsules lined along the walls. With Ansem the Wise writing about how his apprentices collected a large number of subjects, this is where a majority of them met their fate. The Heartless Manufactory is overseen by a single observation room with an advanced computer. The character Tron reveals that Ansem the Wise took this computer and customized it for his own benefit. He also implies Xehanort installed the Master Control Program, which eventually hijacked the system to pump out virtual Heartless in the later part of Kingdom Hearts 2. However, this program was eradicated thanks to the efforts of Hollow Bastion's Restoration Committee. The MCP eradication program was installed onto a compact disk that Aerith inserted into the computer. But this isn't the only CD we see inserted into the computer.
In a flashback, we see a hooded Xemnas insert his own. Then he inputs the username another along with 6 different passwords, opening a huge trapdoor that was seamlessly embedded in the floor of the Heartless Manufactory. He enters, walking down a spiral staircase leading deep beneath the castle. At the bottom is a hall of cells, each locked with chains. This place is most likely the same area Xehanort writes about in Kingdom Hearts 1's second report. I can find those who had completely lost their hearts beneath the castle. Sometime later, I went below and was greeted by the strangest sight, creatures that seemed born of darkness. So when first experimenting on people's hearts, this is most likely where Xehanort and the apprentices discovered their first pureblood Heartless, in one or more of these cells. In the back of this hall is a circular white room, the Chamber of Repose.
If you recall, that's where we spent our time researching the darkness that resides within people's hearts. It's a graveyard that was sealed by order of Ansem the Wise.
The way Xigbar talks about this place makes it sound like the entire Hall of Cells is included in the Chamber of Repose, but usually when fans mention the chamber, more often than not, they're referring specifically to the room in the back, which Xemnas built after banishing Ansem the Wise. We'll talk more about this room in our final episode on Kingdom Hearts 2.
But of course there remains the question. If the Heartless Manufactory and the rooms beneath it are where Xehanort and Ansem the Wise performed experiments on the heart, what was the purpose of the World Terminus Lab? In our Kingdom Hearts 1 episode on Realms, during the discussion, we came to the theory that the reason Sora saw this room at the end of the world was that it was a memory of Hollow Bastion from Kairi's heart, which Sora connected with multiple times throughout Kingdom Hearts 1. In the maze of corridors leading to Ansem the Wise's study, there are multiple halls blocked off from cave-ins. Perhaps one of these paths originally led to this room. Beyond Radiant Garden's castle itself, there are even more crevices to explore. As you progress through the game, you'll eventually unlock a cavity at the base of the castle called the Cavern of Remembrance. This passage begins as a large cave which transitions to an open mine shaft, and then leads to a place with installed pipes and huge conveyor belts called the Engine Chamber. The white doors you pass through in this area all look exactly like the doors in Castle Oblivion. And at the end of this underground passage is a white hallway also modeled after Castle Oblivion, only accented with a wall of rising waterfalls like we see in Kingdom Hearts 1. This leads to a circular room, the one that differs from the Chamber of Repose, called the Garden of Assemblage, with a design scheme not resembling Castle Oblivion nor Hollow Bastion, but the world that never was. In the center is a computer terminal that summons 13 doorways similar to the one seen in the castle that never was, each leading to holograms of different organization members that you can fight. We don't yet know who specifically built this room and for what purpose, but it's important to address this room, as we'll see similar situations in the future story.
In Kingdom Hearts 1, Hollow Bastion is a castle suffocated by foreign pipes. In Kingdom Hearts 2, we see that same castle in restoration, with cranes dismantling those pipes. But in the distance is another grand castle, which had the doomed fate of crumpling to ruins, Villain's Vale. It is the base of the army Pete had been building since before Kingdom Hearts 1, an island in a sea of Heartless that eventually Sora and our heroes fought and dwindled. It's implied that Maleficent resided here before infiltrating Hollow Bastion years ago. Not only is she familiar with the place when she reunites with Pete in flashbacks, but in the Bailey at Radiant Garden, when observing the balcony, the reaction command says, "Villain's Vale, where Maleficent used to reside." Villain's Vale may be confused with the Castle of Hollow Bastion because they share visual similarities. Obviously, these fortresses have a giant Heartless crest embedded in the front, both of which are damaged in similar areas, the left of the face being exposed. These castles are also both overtaken by aforementioned pipes. In Hollow Bastion, it's evident these pipes grew suddenly, piercing through the structure, leaving cracks and rubble. Parts of the castle were completely overtaken, like vines swallowing an abandoned building. In comparison, Villain's Vale looks like a once castle whose structures were lopped off, fallen into a heap of ruins, exposing towers that were also threaded with pipes. One might wonder if Hollow Bastion could have followed Villain's Vale had the Restoration Committee not intervened to restore the castle.
Once there was a world of paradise. But when a certain few became too curious of the darkness in people's hearts, they failed to see the darkness growing within their own. And their whole world suffered for it and became Hollow Bastion, a place now sparse with life. Echoes of silence can be heard through a large lab, numerous halls. Rooms once occupied by shadows became occupied by nobody.
Fortunately, with the help of its surviving residents, the Restoration Committee, and even a program who accessed its system archives, Hollow Bastion is able to recover and again become the paradise it once was. Radiant Garden. So, I know that this stuff that we talked about today has been one of Mel's fixations on in this series for a long time. I think you included it in part of our Kingdom Hearts 1 outline, but then we never really got into it, all of this stuff here. But I literally, before we recorded a couple days ago, I was like, Mel, this discussion is gonna be me giggling and kicking my feet just listening to you talk about this shit because it's so interesting, it's so exciting, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'm so excited. This stuff is so cool. I feel like you are the forefront person to be talking about all of this stuff, because I think I mentioned at the end of last episode that I don't really see other people talking about this shit.
I know.
Nobody talks about it.
I know. It's because they're all obsessed with new characters that we won't get to for fucking decades.
Yeah. And I mean, those we'll get to those characters and they're still good. But we got foundations that we gotta explore the crevices of.
Yes. I fucking love this world. And part of what I think makes it so fun to talk about is the fact that none of these places are I can't say none of them, but little are these places talked about in cutscenes. Yeah. Where characters look around and they discuss the place. Like the Heartless Manufactory, yes. Villain's Vale, a little bit. But nobody addresses the Chamber of... I guess they do talk about the Chamber of Repose. But, not really.
Yeah.
Not really, you know?
Yeah.
Especially because we're not even touching on in this episode what happens in the Chamber of Repose. You know, we can't really dive into why Xemnas even enters that room until the end of this season, you know?
Yeah.
And even then when we touch on it, there's still so much mystery surrounding it. And there's literally no cutscenes talking about the Garden of Assemblage. There's no... at least the World Terminus Lab had a passage that sounded like Xehanort's Heartless wrote it, or Xehanort himself. But the Garden of Assemblage doesn't have anything like that. We have no idea why it was there. God. Fuck, I love this fucking world. Okay, so let me just preface. I have a really bad habit of using Hollow Bastion and Radiant Garden interchangeably.
Yeah.
So don't get confused by that. Don't get confused. You know, maybe when I say Hollow Bastion, I might be referring to Kingdom Hearts 1, but it doesn't matter. It don't matter. Don't think too hard about it.
They're the same. Yeah.
They're the same. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to like echo that. This place is so cool. Like it's like a lot of these games take place in places that are not original. Like they're kind of original in the fact that like the devs built like Atlantica for us to walk around and not walk around and swim around in, and like other places that are like from Disney movies. But this is an original world that we get to explore, and like it's kind of not where it all started, but like kind of where it all started. And like where the most kind of history and mysteries lie. And it's just so cool. It's so cool because it's like 4 different places in one. It
really
crazy.
Is. I think that's one of the things we'll kind of talk about a little bit later with emails that I think is so interesting about Hollow Bastion is that on the surface, it just seems like it's, you know, Hollow Bastion or Radiant Garden, you know, you know by the way it looks and by its aesthetics. But then, like, as you, like, it's almost like, I'm going to sound crazy, it's almost like archaeology, where the deeper you dig, the more you see different structures from different times as you're peeling back the layers of this world.
Yeah.
Because, like, there are places that seem like Castle Oblivion, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then you dig even deeper and it's the world that never was. And you're like, what the fuck? You know? It's so weird. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try and talk about these different places, one place at a time. Okay. Starting with the Heartless Manufactory. So neither of us realized it was called the Heartless Manufactory.
I literally wrote like a comment on our script. I'm like, where is this written down, this name? Because I did not know it was called this.
I had written in the script like Heartless Lab, like 5 different places, until I learned because I was looking at a map of Kingdom Hearts 2's like actual like map of Radiant Garden of like go in this room, turn left, go in this room, you know. And then I saw that this place was listed on the little diagram as Heartless Manufactory. And I was like, and it was in like the logo of the game. And so I was like, is this fucking official? Like, have I been calling it the Heartless Lab incorrectly like for 15 years? And I sure did. Let me tell you. And like, I think that kind of shows, like, okay, if anybody's listening and you're a hardcore Kingdom Hearts 2 fan and you've played Kingdom Hearts 2 a billion times, okay, listen. I can't speak for Hannah, but for me, I genuinely have not played the Kingdom Hearts games a lot because when you are using your hands to do art or to write, you can't use your hands for a controller for a video game.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think people realize that when you want to, I guess, make content of a game that you really like, you're taking away time from replaying that game.
Yeah.
And I've made a lot of shit over the years. So no, I don't have as much time to go back and replay games as much as people think.
Yeah.
And this is a room, the Heartless Manufactory is a room you can go into like once before you open the chest and get the puzzle piece, and then you never have to enter it again, you know? So like, so me.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's really just like, it's really there just to look at. Like we, right before we started the discussion, we were opening my file of the game. And yeah, there's a chest there, but like that's, again, really it. Like you can, there's like a big circle on the ground that you can kind of run around in, but you look up and it feels like you're looking up into space because the room is so big. And yeah, like there's really no reason why the game would like direct you down there other than just exploration.
Yeah. They probably, I was telling Hannah this, that it seemed like maybe fans think that they were planning like a boss battle there And that's why there's like a little circular room you can walk around in. Because usually Kingdom Hearts bosses, the place that you're in is like a circular room, you know? Maybe so that you don't get caught in a corner and die, or I don't know. But I think if they weren't planning on doing that, I don't think they didn't have to let us go down there at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's not really necessary, because in the final game, it really is just one treasure chest and then one puzzle piece, and that's it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. This room is too fucking tall. They really, you did not, the people's taxes went to this. Their taxes went to this.
Yeah.
It's so tall. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It's crazy to look at. It's crazy to look at.
Okay, so one of the scenes that this room is in is a flashback of Xemnas inserting that little CD. And something that's really cool is that when the security camera picks Xemnas up, it says unknown at the bottom, which is a fun little reference to Kingdom Hearts 1, because when you fight Xemnas in Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts 1, the name of him as a boss is unknown, because you don't know what's Xemnas. You don't know who the fuck that guy is. So I think that's such a fun little reference, a fun little detail.
Yeah.
And when he...
No, go for it.
I have to burp and it's not coming out. Okay. So we talked about in our episode on Xehanort, and maybe even the episode on Organization 13 as well. But in our Kingdom Hearts 2 episode on Xehanort, we talked about how Xemnas inserted the CD, and then we said inserted the names of the princesses for the password, right? For DTD.
Yeah.
But As Is a Note on YouTube made a really good point in that it was probably the names of the apprentices and not the princesses. And the reason is because Xemnas inserted a CD, right? Which probably means he was accessing a completely different program to open that bottom door. So if he's accessing a completely different program that's not connected to like Tron, there's no reason he would need to know the names of the princesses.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? And so I think that's a really interesting note. And As Is a Note, did clarify that it's not exact, because one of the usernames that has 5 letters is counted. One of them's like 1 letter off. One of the usernames or password codes is 1 letter off. And I wonder if that is maybe a mistranslation or something to do with the way Japanese can be translated into English. But if that's the case, I don't know which one it is, because I technically know a little bit of Japanese, but in order for me to figure this out, it'd be like I would have to like write everything down and show my work as if I was doing a math problem. And
yeah.
I'm just not doing that. I'm just not doing that. But I did look into it, and I did like write all the names. Hannah saw me writing down all the names, trying to figure it out. But it is interesting.
Is there like implications to that at all? Like, does that change a narrative?
I don't think so. I think if anything, it might be in reference to the fact that the apprentices went down to that room for many years, where they were checking up on the prisoners, pulling them out of the cells and experimenting on them, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't think it changes anything.
Just little details to look at then.
Yeah, I think if anything, it might imply that the apprentices were even more secretive with this whole project. Because I was telling Hannah earlier that to get to this lab, there's like a secret passage of Ansem's study. When you first enter the study, there's this whole empty wall, and it's a fake wall that leads to the lab. And so they knew what they were doing was bad or forbidden, because otherwise why hide it?
Yeah. Exactly.
And so maybe this CD with its own program to open the door and 6 different usernames, which are really bad passwords, because that's like why would you have a
that's
password
the most
be your own
predictable
name?
thing to do.
Like,
yeah.
What?
Oh, 6 spaces. Oh, there's 6 scientists here.
What's your name? Yenzo? Okay, that fits this one. Okay, what's your name? Okay. Oh, goodness.
Which, like...
No wonder they got fucking car or whatever.
Yeah, that brings us around to a point that we'll probably repeat multiple times throughout this discussion is, like, what did they think was gonna happen? What did Ansem think was gonna happen? When he built this giant-ass lab, this evil-looking lab with containers for hearts. Like, bro... Like it literally looks like something out of Star Wars, like on the Death Star, you know? Mm-hmm. Like it's what did you think was gonna happen, my man, when you built this? Like insane.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a Star Wars reference later on. How funny. Okay, so moving on from the Heartless Manufactory, we can branch out from the castle a little and go to the Cavern of Remembrance. So before I actually get to like my bullet point, let me say something else that I didn't write down. I wondered, so in the Cavern of Remembrance, you get to, what was it called? Engine Chamber. And I was like, engine of what? Like, at one point when you're walking through the Cavern of Remembrance, you have like these conveyor belts and all these pipes that looked... Not to be confused with the pipes that we'll discuss in a bit, but they look like normal pipes that you would build and like assemble. And like, I just still don't know what the fuck this place even does and what it's for. And so I wondered if it was like supposed to power up the lab.
Yeah, that would make sense.
It would make sense, but then I feel like that would really imply that they got like a bunch of construction workers to make this lab. Yeah. And like, this is like a little too political. I don't think Kingdom Hearts would like go this way. But like, if people's taxes are paying for this lab and construction workers are making this lab and powering up this lab, like what was even the cover up? Like, what did they even say that this fucking was for?
It like, at the same time, I remember literally just jumping through it a few minutes ago. I was making comments of like, no one's like, how does anyone traverse this except for Sora? Like, if you've been in there,
good point.
Like, you have to basically get abilities that will allow you to jump the fuck around so you can, like, go through the pipes, hang on the ledge so you can jump up under a thing so you can reach up high enough to grab onto the ledge to get to the next room. It's like, how is anyone normal walking through here?
Yeah.
It, like... I know that fucking shit is not up to code, for sure. If they did have a construction crew, like, it's
so true.
So, like, like, that makes me think that it's not, like, they didn't get anyone to do it. They were doing a shoddy job themselves, but then, like, did they build all that themselves? How did they do that? And again, this is a world where people can do magic, so, like, whatever. But it's so weird. Like, how did it get there? How did they put it there? And why is it so why are there puzzles I need to solve in order to get through it? You know? It's like, and I know that's just game design, whatever. But like, this is a game that we dive this deep into. And that there's usually more reasons for this sort of stuff. So like, it's interesting to think about.
And we haven't even gotten what this whole path leads to, which is the Garden of Assemblage, which is its own fucking puzzle.
Yeah.
Which, like, okay. So, with the way the Garden of Assemblage looks, like the actual appearance, and then the room before it, the white room of Castle Oblivion, I describe it as, like, it's very Lugia, it's very Blue Eyes White Dragon, and I live.
It's so cool.
It's very Y2K. It's definitely, like, the Y2K look that people are trying to capture again. I don't know if that's still, like, on trend, but it was, like, at least a few months ago.
Yeah.
But I love it. But once again, it doesn't look anything like Hollow Bastion. In fact, let me see. Let me skip ahead just for a second to an email.
It's like jarring how different it is. Like, it's so, every passage that you take, no matter how you get there, is so worn down, very blue and red and purple. And then all of a sudden you are surrounded by white, pristine, you know, colorless waterfalls going upside down. It's so jarring. And the fact that the Garden of Assemblage, again, we were just running around it a few minutes ago, it's not inside. It's outside. There's no roof to it.
Yeah.
It's like, where is that? Like, anyone could just jump in. It's so, like, they're just hiding it behind the castle but it's not behind the castle. It's next to the castle, because you can see you can see the top of the castle from it. It's weird.
Once again, what were they thinking? What did you think was going to happen? Like, I think the weirdest thing about... Okay. My mind is racing like a million miles an hour, so let me just hit the brakes, okay? So we got an email from Flynn, who's, by the way, says his organization name would be either Zarin or Sharon, which is pretty cool. Or Xarin.
Love it.
But he brought up a really good point in his email where he says of the 13 doors that are each lead to a different member of the organization, it includes Roxas. So this place must have been built or at least updated within the past year of the time Sora finds it, which I think is...
That's such a good point. That's such a great point.
It's such a great point. And that's, again, like, why I bring up, like, archaeology. Like, if we just look at, like, how one... Okay, so flashback to the cutscene of Xigbar and Zexion and how they bring up, like, how Xigbar was like, I recruited someone just the other day, Marluxia or whatever.
Yeah.
And how they're talking about going to Castle Oblivion. Like, I feel like even that is a hint of when when the Garden of Assemblage, all these fucking names, I feel like I'm playing Genshin. It's really bullshit. When the Garden of Assemblage was made and how the hallway leading up to it looks exactly like Castle Oblivion. Like, we even pointed out, you and me off before we started recording, pointed out how the roses in Castle Oblivion are even in this hallway.
Yeah.
And how, like, I feel like because it's based off of Castle Oblivion, it must have been created during the era that Castle Oblivion was really prevalent in the organization's time. And
they hadn't updated their branding yet. That was still their old branding.
When you're redoing the house and you're doing it like one room at a time and you haven't gotten to the bathroom yet and it still looks like it's from the 90s.
Yeah.
And then you get to what seems to be a lot new. I don't know. I just think it's crazy how I want to say how the organization made it during their time at the world that never was. But we don't even know if it was the organization who fucking made this place.
Yeah.
Because there's so little information about it.
Mm-hmm.
And like, so first of all, if you're listening and you're a new listener and you haven't even finished playing the Kingdom Hearts series, let me tell you this. We still, to this day, don't know anything about this room.
No.
So when me and Hannah are theorizing about it right now, it's like true theorizing.
It's for real.
It's for real. And so part of me thinks that, like, if we really don't have confirmation that it was the organization who made this place, if it was not, then that means some fucko is recording data of the Organization 13 members and, like, their fighting techniques and somehow scanned them to be, like, a model to fight with.
Yeah.
And just kept it all on a computer in so close to one of their bases. It's fucking weird. I almost would rather prefer it is the organization, because otherwise the implications are so big and so major that it, like, It's overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god, okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Treasure Planet?
A long time ago, yeah.
There's this fucking robot, and at one point, he always talks a lot. And at one point, he, like, starts talking and panicking so much that he literally breaks down, and that's what I feel like just happened to me.
That's what's gonna start happening once we get to later games. More updated games.
Oh my god. Once again, if you're listening and you have not played all the Kingdom Hearts games, Kingdom Hearts 2 is nothing compared to lore expansion. It's literally like baby mode.
Yeah, this is baby mode.
Oh my god.
Stick with it. It's great. This series is very good.
So moving on to the Villain's Veil.
The second castle that shows up.
We've only talked about one castle. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I, for a long time, thought that Villain's Veil was the castle from Kingdom Hearts 1. And I thought, like, everybody moved miles away to, like, rebuild. But no. It's the same castle. And Villain's Veil was always there, and we just didn't notice until now.
Yeah.
But it's just weird to me how they look similar. And that's why I wonder, why I kind of implied in the script, the theory, which, once again, Villain's Veil is another place that has never been referenced ever again. Literally never. Mm-hmm. So again, and you might be wondering, you might be thinking, why the fuck are you talking about things that are never referenced again? Like, why are you wasting my time? Listen, if you want to catch up to Nomura, you have to pass him. That's the only way. You can't always follow behind him because you're gonna be behind. You gotta think ahead, bitch.
Yeah.
That's what we're fucking doing, okay?
Yeah.
And you know what? That type of thinking has rewarded us in the past.
Yeah.
You don't know it, but it has. Mm-hmm. So you just gotta trust us. You gotta trust us.
It's also just like, it's like there's a full like boss battle in the place where Villain's Veil is like so clearly showed off. Like, it clearly matters. Like, especially with like Maleficent and Pete's story.
Yeah,
that we'll come back to eventually. But like, it's cool and it's weird and it's mysterious.
Isn't that enough for
That's
you
enough.
people?
That's enough for us. Like, I think it's absolutely worth talking about. Because again, it's so weird. Where the fuck did it come from? Where was it before now?
Yeah. I was telling Hannah that I wonder if before Ansem the Wise's time, that was the original town. And maybe, like I said, before Ansem the Wise, this is way before him, that something happened and they had to move. And so that's like, quote unquote, old Radiant Garden. The way people say like old town, whatever.
Yeah. Because if you look at it, there's like still rubble at the bottom that looks like separate buildings to me.
Yeah,
and, like,
looks
bridges and
like
stuff.
a church or like definitely.
So it's like something happened there. We don't know
That's
what.
a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
And that's why, like, okay, I think that is partly why I think Hollow Bastion, the castle that we know, that we explored in Kingdom Hearts 1, I think that's why it being, like, swallowed up by pipes, almost, like, suffocating it. Like, to me, like, I'm gonna sound fucking crazy here, but bear with me. Yeah. You know how this is so crazy. You know how worms eat poop and like poop out mud and you can see it like go through their body. Get it together.
I'm gonna take your word for it on this one.
My point is, it almost feels to me like the pipes are eating the building of Hollow Bastion, which I know sounds fucking crazy. But when we look at Villain's Veil, it looks like it got fucking disintegrated.
Yeah.
And we still see pipes going through those towers.
Yeah.
And so I just can't help but think that whatever happened to Villain's Veil would have been Hollow Bastion's fate. And Hollow Bastion would have ended up just like that fucking place.
Yeah.
Had the restoration committee not stepped in and be like, let's protect our home, and started dismantling the pipes.
Yeah.
That's really what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Because it, like, if you look at Villain's Veil, it really looks like the pipes are like veins in it. In the weird 3 pillars or whatever that castle is.
Which is why I was showing you earlier how, like, the different areas of Hollow Bastion where the pipes pierce the fucking structure of the building.
Yeah.
And so if they're piercing the structure of this building, and they also look like veins piercing the other buildings, like, it's all connected.
Yeah.
I don't know how, but it is. It's gotta be.
No, yeah,
it's gotta
and
be.
that reminds me of the other conversation we were having earlier about the room inside Hollow Bastion from Kingdom Hearts 1. Like, this whole theme of machinery looking like the inside of a person, like looking like an organ.
Yeah. Okay,
like,
so Hannah's talking about the room we fight Riku in.
Yeah.
And he's in his cool little outfit possessed by Ansem. And there's like that big shape of a heart that we have to unlock the keyhole in. That's what she's talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should have been clear.
Well, that's fine. But you're right, Hannah. The pipes and the way they kind of form out of that heart make it look like an organ, like the heart, the arteries and the veins of the different chambers of the heart.
Yeah, and we had a little moment because I said the word organ, and I meant like a human organ, like an organ inside the body, but Mel interpreted that as like a piano organ, and it's like it's
like
both. Which is crazy. And like, that's such a cool theme that keeps repeating here.
Yeah.
Like with the pipes being veins and like part of a bigger body. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's cool.
I swear there is something here. There's something here. And Nomura has been fucking, cause like, especially because, okay, conspiracy time, like, put your foil hats on.
Let's go.
Like,
let's go.
I guess it's not that conspiracy, but so Kingdom Hearts 1, for a long time, over the years, to Kingdom Hearts fans, felt like it was kind of getting forgotten. Like, it didn't really matter that much. And then when the HD collections came out, like 10 years later, suddenly Kingdom Hearts 1 started being referenced more and more in recent games.
Mm-hmm.
And so I theorized that Nomura kind of forgot about Kingdom Hearts 1 for a while. And then when he had to like lead its remastering, he took mental notes of all these different details.
Yeah.
Because there's all these different things that are now coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And so it would not surprise me if he looked at Kingdom Hearts 1 Hollow Bastion and was like, oh yeah, we had some cool ideas with this castle.
Mm-hmm.
We should bring it back. That wouldn't surprise me. Like I just feel it, I feel it.
No,
that makes be wrong, but
yeah, that makes too much sense. Like, honestly.
It's just hard to confirm it because Nomura has a lot of interviews and he's never said anything like that in any of his interviews. But just like the evidence is there. So.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
With Villain's Veil, I was talking about how it seems to be like a ruined version of what Hollow Bastion could have been.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember if I used this exact word in the script, but it really reminds me of when you're lopping off branches off a tree.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the tree itself is still there, and the towers of the castle are still there. But, like, somehow all of the branches and all of the wings of the castle just fucking fell off.
Yeah. Damn,
and
they fell off.
They fell off. And it's just weird.
Yeah.
And I guess that's really all what I wrote about that. But it's just such a weird way to design ruins.
Yeah. It's like, I agree. There's more there. And it does feel like, really, if you go into the game and like go to Villain's Vale, go to that one little area where you fight Sephiroth, look down at the bottom of it, there's like ruins of other buildings down there. It's very weird. And like talking about all this really like, and also as I was running around a little bit, it makes me wish that like this game, this series kind of in general, was just a little bit more open world, because the way you kind of traverse through like between the main Hollow Bastion, like town square, to where Villain's Vale is, you suddenly, if you go to that area, you turn around and like the other castle is like miles and miles and miles in the distance, and it's a tiny little dot that you can barely see. And it's like, I kind of wish it was more connected so I could kind of get a better like visual in my head on like how these places mesh together. And I guess that's kind of the point. Positions. Yeah, that's kind of the point, I guess, of like they're very far away, but like I don't know. It seems like, because like the architecture also of those ruins that are at the bottom of Villain's Vale is pretty similar to everything that's over in Hollow Bastion. Yeah, would you say that? I guess maybe more the castle in general, like when you're walking through the castle.
Yeah, that I can see.
I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion. But, or like, this matches the architecture that we see of the Hollow Bastion Castle in Kingdom Hearts 1. Yeah?
Oh my gosh, here's a great picture somebody posted. Oh my god, I should make out with them. What a great picture.
Oh, hell yeah.
And it kind of compares. Oh, fuck. This is a great... Wow. Okay, interesting. And you know what? This picture... Okay, let me describe to you, the listener, what we're looking at.
I can link it in the show notes so you can see what we're looking at.
Just in case you didn't click the link, we're looking at a picture that compares the castle from the first game to the castle in the second game in very similar positions and angles. And it really helps you understand that, yes, these are the same castles. But what I think is interesting about this is that in the Kingdom Hearts 2 version of Hollow Bastion, you do see the construction rails? What's it called when somebody's like... not necessarily the cranes, but like when someone is like working on a building from the outside and they have to put like all these rails up.
Scaffolding?
Scaffolding!
Yeah.
You can see the scaffolding within the base of the castle of the second version. Do you see that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that was something I never noticed before. And you can really tell that they're not even just removing the pipes. They are like straight up rebuilding the castle. This is a really good image because we got a couple of emails that were like, so what do you guys think of Kingdom Hearts 2's castle looking so different from the first? Like, were you disappointed? Like, because I think that's kind of an overall accepted or agreed upon opinion, is that Kingdom Hearts 2's interpretation of the castle, to me at least, is a little bit more disappointing than it was in the first game, because in the first game it's just so like mysterious, and the execution of like the different like platforms and elevators and the crystals and the glass walls and everything is just so grandiose. And why do I always feel like I'm out of breath? I always feel like I'm out of breath.
You are talking a lot. In a good way.
But it's not in this second game as much, but it's interesting to see these two pictures comparing, because maybe it's not in the second game as much because either if it wasn't already destroyed by the time of the second Kingdom Hearts game, maybe they had to destroy it themselves to rebuild the castle almost, not necessarily from the ground up, but they did a lot of fucking renovations on this castle.
Yeah. You know what I can't get over? This
What?
is kind of steering in a different direction. But, like, the fact that this angle is almost identical, but the Kingdom Hearts 2 one's in the Garden of Assemblage, and the Kingdom Hearts 1 is where all those platforms were. You know, when you're getting into the castle. And they have, like, the same opening.
Hannah! Oh my god, Hannah! The Garden of Assemblage is where the ruins were from the first game. Because it's upside down waterfalls. We're surrounded by upside down waterfalls in both games. And like we said, was it Flynn who pointed out that the Garden of Assemblage had to be made recently because it had Roxas's data?
Bro.
Oh my god! Did we just fucking, like, not crack it, but like, oh my god. Could you imagine if the game actually fucking did that?
Like, what else would it be?
Oh my god.
Like, come on.
Dude, I think that's it.
That has to be, right? Like, where else, what the fuck would that be?
So, who else? Okay, so Danny sent us an email asking, where the fuck are the Rising Falls? Like, where are the upside down waterfalls? And then I was going to say in response to that email that the only place we see the upside down waterfalls is in the Garden of Assemblage and the hallway before it.
Yeah.
So what if they literally built over...
That has to be it.
Oh my god!
That has to be it.
I'm literally losing my mind. Like, I don't think I've ever had an epiphany caught on record before. This is usually a very private process for me where I'm in my room by myself. Oh my god.
We're building the lore as we speak on Shedding Starlight. Like, come on. This is crazy.
Oh my god. Okay. I mean, where do we even go from here?
I don't know. Like,
okay, where are we?
We're literally piecing it together. We've got the fucking conspiracy board. We just connected one string over to another string and we cracked the case. Like,
does this picture that I even got this from even talk about this? Let me see what they wrote. Okay, first of all, no way. They just posted the image by itself. Maybe they got it from somewhere else. Let me search it with Google and see if I can find the source of this image that we're talking about. Because maybe we're not the first people to come to this conclusion. And that was something I always think is interesting, is when Kingdom Hearts fans come to the conclusion or come to theories completely separate from one another. And not like...
not like, after reading from each other.
Yes, exactly. Let me say this. If you are listening and you're like, oh my god, this is my picture. Shout out to fucking you, dude. Shout out to fucking you. Maybe it's from kh2 for the win on Tumblr. But if this is a repost, then shout out to the original fucking poster. Because that is actually fucking coconuts. Okay, I'm normal again. Don't worry about it. I'm normal again. The clickbait title on this episode is gonna be so good.
Let's go.
Okay.
So as I was reading through this script, I was like, part of the restoration committee, something that they, I guess, found was the Heartless defense system. They found it. That's a confirmation. Okay, yes. Interesting. They found the Heartless defense system, which is like, I don't even know if that's what it's called, but the little fucking circles that help you beat Heartless whenever you're there, which is very interesting. If that's something that they found, is that something they can outsource? What do we need to be doing this? Like, you don't even need Sora anymore. Like,
actually, let me make sure, just in case.
Okay.
Because Yuffie does mention it. Okay, so she says, that's the town's defense mechanism. Okay, so at one point, Sid says about the MCP, that evil little computer program. It says, it's been using data in the computer to crank out Heartless. It's also been messing around with the town's control system, too. And I assume control system is the defense system. But I guess they don't actually say, at least in this scene, who found what. Because I thought in my head, they said it in a way that implies that the control system existed for a long time. But I guess that's not the case. And if Sid is working on his little computer and he's smart enough to come up with a program that defeats the MCP, then I assume he's smart enough to come up with a program that also protects the town. And I do apologize if there's very clearly a line where they say it and I'm missing it. I do apologize for that. But I will say that if they found it and they didn't make it themselves, then to me that has a really interesting implication of either Ansem the Wise himself or the apprentices coded a system in case things went out of control and like Heartless got way too populated, where they made a system that would defend against the Heartless. But then once again, that kind of like begs the question, like, then what the fuck? What the fuck were you thinking? What were you thinking? I just want to pull all these men by their ears and sit them down and go,
what are you doing?
Shake my finger at them, you know? But then I also had the point that, you know, we've talked before, especially in season 1, about how Hollow Bastion was overcome with Heartless thanks to these experiments, but Hollow Bastion never fell into the realm of darkness. It always stayed in the realm of light. And so, but we didn't really have an answer as to why. And so I think it would be interesting if this system that they coded was able to hold the Heartless back just enough to keep the world from into the realm of light. And I don't know if that's the case, but it would be interesting if it was.
Yeah.
Flynn brought up a really good point. So Flynn, okay, Flynn and me are Tron buddies. Like, that's how we met. We met through Tron. Okay, so of course Flynn wants to talk about Tron. Okay, and he says, I've been dying to talk about Tron. So Xehanort logged in with Ansem's account, copies over the MCP from another world. Because in the original Tron movies, the MCP is from like a fucking city. It's from like Encom or like Enron. What I forget which is the real company and which is the fake company from the movie. So I do apologize. And then Ansem the Wise copied Tron and the whole system from that world too. And so, like, how did they copy this computer system from what is essentially, like, another Disney world? Because Tron is a Disney movie. So, it is very weird how they were able to get this computer system from, supposedly, as far as we know, a completely other fucking world. And I feel like maybe the reason I thought that was interesting is because of... This is so random. Of the photograph from Deep Jungle. Do you remember the photograph of Hollow Bastion's castle?
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of weird that we have all these characters who seemingly can't get off their planet.
Yeah.
But somehow pieces of Hollow Bastion end up elsewhere and vice versa. I don't really know why.
That's so cool to think about.
But it is weird to think about. Especially if Tron 3 comes out and they, like, want to make a Tron 3 world or something. Like, that would be fucking crazy. But.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Yeah.
Someone mailed him a copy of the CD. Just through snail mail.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all I have in my brain, dude. That fucking realization, like, took everything out of me.
We have explored so much in this episode. This is why I was so excited for this episode. We're literally breaking new ground here. Like, how insane. So yeah, it's cool. It's awesome. I love this place. I think it's crazy.
One of the coolest worlds in all of Kingdom Hearts, in my opinion. It's just so cool. There's so much to it. There's so much history in it. Yeah. When you come here, you know you're gonna get good shit. Like, it's so good.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Mel, what's our next episode going to be about?
So, next episode, we're talking about Ansem the Wise becoming Diz, and we're also talking about Riku and how these two characters kind of worked together in Kingdom Hearts 2, and the kind of weird things they have in common, like their relationship to Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, Xehanort's Heartless, and how both these two guys kind of looked like him at one point in their lives, and their relationship to darkness, and basically how Riku kind of changed Diz's heart and kind of made him realize, we're diving into that whole relationship. Them working together and then the things they have in common. So that'll be the next episode.
Amazing. Well, you can send your questions to sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. So, if you're listening to this on Patreon, thank you for being a patron. You're listening to this one day early on Sunday instead of Monday. So, patron perks for being part of our Patreon. And the link to that is in the description of both the audio and the video. If you're listening on YouTube, like the video, subscribe, share with a friend. You know the fucking deal at this point. If you're listening on audio, leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify. And I think that's it. Anything else, Mel?
No, but I had a lot of fun today.
I did too, bitch. I'm going to be thinking about this one for a while.
Thank you so much for listening, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the Starlight.
Near the beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2, we see two men working together in Twilight Town. Men who both have the face of Xehanort's Heartless, Ansem the Seeker of Darkness, but for different reasons. Diz, a man who has dedicated himself towards revenge, and the other, really just a boy, Riku, who has dedicated himself to protecting his friend during his long sleep.
Welcome to Shedding Starlight. This episode, let's discuss Diz and Riku, their acceptance of the darkness, their maintenance of humanity, and their different ties to Xehanort. To start, we return to the era before Kingdom Hearts 1. Xemnas, just recently created from Xehanort, banished Ansem the Wise to a realm of nothingness. If Ansem the Wise finally escaped that realm during Kingdom Hearts 1, that means he was stuck in that realm for years.
You erased me from the world.
With only his anger and a journal to accompany him, Ansem the Wise sunk deeper into resentment for his previous apprentices. He writes in his 5th report, "It is only by relying upon my anger and hatred that I have been able to retain my sense of self here, where all existence is nullified."
Driven to the brink of insanity within the realm of nothingness, Ansem swore to take revenge, and darkness grew in his heart. "I shall henceforth walk with darkness as a friend, here in the realm of nothingness to which I have been relegated. Darkness in the midst of nothing. Darkness in zero." This act of accepting darkness, neither rejecting darkness nor fearing it, and having no intention of allowing his heart to be devoured, granted him power without losing his humanity. And so he discarded his name and took on the alias Diz. With this new power, Diz did two things. First, instead of wearing the black coat he later gives to Riku and Mickey in Castle Oblivion, Diz changes his features to match the Heartless who stole his name, Ansem the Seeker of Darkness. Next, he used a corridor of darkness to leave the realm of nothing. These dark corridors are pathways that enter from one world or realm and exit to another, and can only be summoned by those with dark powers.
When Diz re-entered the realm of light, he set base at Twilight Town's haunted mansion, and finally learned what his enemies were doing all this time. They founded Organization 13, and split half their members to Castle Oblivion. Following this half is when he met Mickey again. Even though Diz was in disguise, Mickey still found him familiar. Of course, this is also when Diz met Riku.
Diz must have observed that Xehanort's Heartless was haunting Riku, and took advantage of this. Thinking the enemy of his enemy is his friend, Diz disguises himself even further, using the voice and imagery of Xehanort's Heartless to spur Riku forward.
I finally understand. You're the one who guided me when it started.
At first, Riku rejected Diz, continuing alongside Mickey instead. But in Kingdom Hearts 2, Mickey reveals that eventually Riku parted, still troubled by Xehanort. Diz, again seeing opportunity in Riku, brought him under his wing. But Riku was not enough. Diz wanted Sora, who defeated Xehanort's Heartless, to defeat his Nobody as well. So Diz asked Riku to bring him Roxas.
When I told him it would help Sora awaken from his slumber, Riku left without a word.
However, Roxas was a formidable opponent. Kingdom Hearts 2's translation makes it sound like Riku and Roxas fought twice, but in actuality, they had one fight with 2 rounds, Roxas beating Riku on the first go.
I lost, but the next time we met, I made sure I was the stronger one. I have to release the power in my heart, the dark power that I've been holding back, even if it changes me forever.
Riku, desperate to win against Roxas to help Sora, finally accepted the darkness within his heart, accepted Xehanort, and transformed. Defeating Roxas with this new power, Riku brought him to Diz's base, now using another familiar name, Ansem. Diz saw this change in Riku and realized it was collateral damage of his own agenda. Riku was his unintended victim.
Oh, how my heart ached. I could only laugh to hide my shame.
The following week before Sora awoke, Riku found Mickey again and showed him his new form. He asked Mickey to never reveal to Sora what happened to him.
I didn't want to be found. Not like this.
During this conversation, Riku gives Mickey something to forward to Sora: the orange pouch from the virtual Twilight Town and the blue marble Roxas received from the struggle trophy. This is but one of the acts Riku does out of sympathy towards Roxas.
Riku continues to give sentimental items of Roxas to Sora, like the Twilight Town gang's photograph and a bar of sea salt ice cream. And earlier, when Diz is about to send Roxas to the virtual Twilight Town, recoding his memories, Riku says with pity,
"Poor thing."
Riku also tries to help others behind this new mask. When Diz directs Riku to take care of Namine because she could no longer serve his agenda, Riku secretly sets her free instead, along with Axel. Riku later tries to save Kairi from Axel, delivering her to Twilight Town. Compassion isn't the only thing Riku's matured in since Chain of Memories. Another thing is the advice Namine, using Kairi's voice, gave to him.
The darkness inside your heart, it's vast and it's deep. But if you can, truly stare into it and never try to look away. You won't be afraid of anything again. Know that the darkness is there and don't give in. If you do that, you will gain strength, the kind that's unlike any other.
This wisdom is very similar to how Diz described obtaining his own dark powers, neither rejecting darkness nor fearing it, yet having no intention of allowing your heart to be devoured. But while Riku and Diz gained their dark powers through similar methods, and both at one point appear as Xehanort's Heartless, that's where their similarities end. For Diz is not as compassionate as Riku. After Diz is ashamed of Riku's transformation, he's still apathetic to Namine and Roxas.
First, we must dispose of Namine. She did a splendid job with Sora, but it's high time she disappeared. Roxas isn't the only one who was never meant to exist.
It's only long after, when he returns as Ansem the Wise, just before he's about to disappear from an explosion, that he finally apologizes to Roxas.
And Roxas, I doubt you can hear me, but I am sorry.
This is why Riku is so beloved. Ansem the Wise, Diz, is a tragic character who let the quiet rage of revenge freeze his heart and blind him from compassion until it was too late. But Riku, who we all know has his own struggles and regrets, still saw humanity in those who were deemed subhuman.
Both characters looked straight into the abyss of darkness and accepted the power it gave them, but only one remained. The boy who helped his friends from the shadows, and in return, those friends pulled him from the shadows.
I have so much to say about this. I really do. You can speak to this.
Oh, yeah.
Of how much I worked on this script. I worked on it a lot. And it's because I was so close. I was so close to splitting this into 2 different episodes. But Riku and Diz's story in Kingdom Hearts 2 is so intertwined that there's almost like no point in splitting it up because I would just be saying the same things in both episodes. But together, there's just so much. Even though, which is so funny because like Diz drops off the fucking radar for most of Kingdom Hearts 2. He doesn't really resurface until the end of the game. So you would think that I wouldn't have that much to say, but I do.
Yeah. There's a lot going on behind the scenes for all this stuff. And I'm glad that we decided to do this because it's very helpful having all of this laid out start to finish, because I feel like there's stuff that gets a little left behind. Like, I don't think I realized that, like, Riku was giving stuff to Sora to be nice to Roxas. I don't think I realized that before. Which
that might be, like,
so nice.
Me projecting or, like, my own interpretation. But Donald fully does say at one point, like, oh my gosh, it was Riku who's been helping us all this time, Sora. And by helping, it's like the different breadcrumbs of Roxas's life. You know? So, yeah. I fucking love Riku. He's so good.
Me too. Me fucking too, dude. We all know how many times I've said I fucking love Riku. I do. I love him. This is why Riku is so beloved. Quote unquote. This is
why he's so beloved. Okay, well, we have to go to the other guy first. Okay, so
best for last.
Okay. So with Diz, I have a few things that I wanted to bring up. Okay, so the first thing that I wanted to bring up, I don't think is a fact, but it's something I personally believe or have always kind of come to the conclusion to. And it's that the place where Sora and Riku fight Xemnas at the very end, Zebra Xemnas, when he's in his black and white outfit.
Yeah.
To me, that place that they fight Xemnas is where Ansem the Wise, or Diz, whatever, was stuck at for all those years. Because it's a place that Xemnas can access. There's nothing fucking there. It looks cool, but it's still blank and empty, you know?
Yeah.
And it's kind of connected to the Realm of Darkness. For some reason, Sora and Riku, like, reach the Realm of Darkness from that area. And that comes into play in future games, kind of. I won't really dive too much into it, and it's not really spoilery. It's just not really relevant, I would say. But to me, those are one and the same.
I think I never really thought of the Realm of Nothingness and Darkness being 2 different places. It makes sense, though. I think everything you're saying makes sense. Because we do see Diz in the Realm of Darkness later in a cutscene.
Yeah. It's weird. But, like, I could see them being the same places, but I would think, that if they were one and the same, then Diz would have written about, like, the Heartless are numerous in this place.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
But, it is weird that he's in a realm where time doesn't pass and he's in there for fucking years,
Yeah.
There's a reason why I included that. But, okay. So the other thing I wanted to say, one thing I focused on a lot in this presentation is how Diz just does not fucking like nobodies.
Yeah.
He just doesn't fucking like them. Mm-hmm. And so when I was writing this, I was like, okay, why? Why is that? Like, what the fuck does Namine have to do against you? She's wonderful and she's perfect and she's everything in the world. Like, how could you not like her?
Yeah.
And I think that Diz is taking out his resentment of Xemnas against other nobodies who don't deserve it. So I think he's just being prejudiced based off of his own experience with one fucking person. Yeah. And I could be wrong, but that's just what it seems like to me. Like one nobody, I mean, I guess 6 nobodies or whatever wronged him. But like in a way, one nobody wronged him and now he doesn't like nobodies until he fucking dies.
Yeah.
Except, I guess, until the very end when he apologizes to Roxas. But he didn't apologize to Namine, so I don't care.
I think that's probably also, like, very much his, like, scientist brain coming into it. Being like, they are nothing. They are literally nothing. They have nothing inside them. It doesn't matter if I'm mean to them. It doesn't matter, like,
I guess that kind of, this is so not Kingdom Hearts. Like, whatever I'm about to say, like, don't worry about it. Like, it's not Kingdom Hearts. But it does kind of remind me of, like, the idea of androids or, like, robots being so human. It's like, can you actually hurt a robot's feelings? Or can you call Siri a stupid bitch? And even though Siri responds with, that hurt my feelings. Yeah. Like, no, it didn't. You literally can't feel anything.
Right.
So I never thought about that. Maybe that is what he thinks at that moment.
Yeah.
I never thought about that. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Which I think would maybe he would learn that that's not true, because when he's about to die and his machine is about to explode and he's talking to Mickey, he talks about how people exceed his expectations and how he wasn't prepared for that. So maybe you're right, Hannah.
Yeah. And it's just like, that's in and of itself a stupid thought, because like clearly, like, Roxas doesn't look like Sora, and Namine is also, an anomaly. So it's like, clearly this isn't just the empty shell of the person that it came from, right? There's something else going on. So maybe your stupid little scientist brain is stupid and dumb and you shouldn't be mean.
I don't care how fucking smart you are. If you're not nice, then you're nothing, bitch.
Exactly.
Something else I've always thought was really interesting about Diz, maybe this is just another one of my fixations that I can't get over, is the fact that he chose to look like Ansem the Seeker of Darkness, which to me paints like a very eerie picture of like when Xemnas is banishing him to the realm of nothing. Was Ansem standing behind Xemnas? Like, I just picture them like both being so shady in like the lab while they're about to banish Ansem, because how would Diz, I'm sorry, there's so many Ansems. How would Diz know what Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, Xehanort's Heartless, look like in order to transform like him?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But I feel like I wrote down here that I feel like him doing that feels like part of the revenge scheme. Like, you impersonated me in those reports, so now I'm gonna impersonate you back. I don't know if that's part of it, but
have you ever read The Count of Monte Cristo?
No, I haven't.
It feels very Count of Monte Cristo. It's just this book about these rich guys who framed this poor guy for a crime he didn't do. And then like 14 years later, he comes back and he takes revenge on all of them. It's a really good book. But that's kind of, you're right. I can absolutely see that intention of like, if Diz is going to take his revenge on Xemnas, I could absolutely imagine him going up to, like, I'm sure this is what he was picturing.
Yeah.
Him walking all slyly up to Xemnas as he's dying, as he's fading away, and then he's like, ooh, look, I'm you. Like, suck it, bitch. Like, you took me, now I take you, now die.
Exactly. Yeah. I also think it's funny, like, during his reports, he's like, I'm going to walk with darkness as a friend, but then he literally calls himself darkness. That's not you walking with darkness as a friend. That's you also taking the identity of darkness, which is fun and wild.
This girl needs to sort out her priorities.
Yeah, she hasn't found her true self yet. You need to just have fun and be yourself, girl.
Support her journey. Support her journey. Okay, fuck that guy. Let's talk about Riku.
Riku, yay, Riku, yay!
Which, like, let me say, I know a lot of people straight up do not like Ansem the Wise. They call him Ansem trigger warning because they don't fucking like him. And I think he's interesting. Obviously, I'm excited to talk about Riku more because it's fucking Riku.
Yeah.
But I think Ansem the Wise is an interesting character device, excuse me.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's no Riku, so let's talk about Riku. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is how it is weird to think about Riku literally looking like Xehanort's Heartless. Like, that's fucking weird. But then it's more interesting to think about when you remember in Kingdom Hearts 1, at the end of the game, when Sora, Donald, and Goofy are at Destiny Islands that's just being, like, corroded in darkness, you see Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, but he looks like Riku at the edge of the island. And when he gives his little speech about this boy wanting to escape from his prison, it's weird. Like, he looks like Riku there. And so there's just this tie between the two that is more, gosh, I don't have a big enough vocabulary to properly explain what I want to convey. It's more equal, I guess, more reciprocal.
Yeah.
Than, like, not to say that I don't think Ansem doesn't have, like, a power dynamic over Riku, because that's clearly the case.
Yeah.
But I just think that it's interesting that the reverse happened in Kingdom Hearts 1. Even if maybe Ansem did purposely look like Riku to, like, deceive Sora or something. But the fact that the opposite happened to me is interesting.
Yeah. It's interesting thinking about, like, the story parallels where it's like Ansem is trying to manipulate Sora in Kingdom Hearts 1 by looking like Riku. And then in Kingdom Hearts 2, Riku is trying to save him while looking like Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness. It's very poetic. It's very...
Yeah.
It's a poem, it rhymes, you know? It's cool
so
to think
true.
about.
So true.
Yeah. It's interesting.
It really, there's, I rewatched the scene where, well, most of it. I rewatched most of the scene where Sora meets Riku as Ansem for the first time. And Sora's like, Ansem, I don't fucking like you, but I appreciate that you saved Kairi. Thank you.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but okay.
It's interesting how he was willing to say that to him. A guy who in Kingdom Hearts 1 was so evil, scary, bad man that, you know. Just goes to show you that all the teenagers in this game series are amazing. And all the adults
it's
are
Sora.
awful.
Are we shocked? Are we shocked that Sora would be nice to someone? Yeah.
If you haven't gotten that message by now, you will. Something that I think is so funny, and I was so tempted to write this in the script, but I didn't, is at one point, Ansem the Wise is talking to Mickey at the castle that never was at the end of Kingdom Hearts, and they're talking about Riku. And Ansem, I'll just call him Diz so it's not fucking confusing, but Diz is like, you know, I wanted revenge. I wanted to get back at them for what they did to me. And Mickey's like, I can't help you with revenge.
Yeah.
And it's so cute because Ansem the Wise says, I know, Riku's told me 1,000 times. And the idea of Diz being like, Riku, kill him. And Riku's like, okay, but Mickey's not going to approve of this. Is so fucking funny. Like, I'm obsessed. Especially if it happens, like, all the time. Like, okay, but Mickey won't like this. Okay, but Mickey would not approve of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like, it's so funny.
Riku, kill.
Riku, kill. Extremely disrespectful. Riku, kill him.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. And that's like, that's interesting to think about. Like, Diz asking that of Riku and how many times Riku followed through and if sometimes he didn't follow through. And it just paints their relationship a little brighter, which is fun and interesting.
Yeah. I'd like to talk about it a little bit more when we get to an email that we got. But yeah, I do think their relationship is very interesting and
not super like, healthy and good and not manipulative at all.
So something that I was kind of confused about when revisiting Kingdom Hearts 2 for this episode was when Riku returns to looking like himself. He tries opening a corridor of darkness and he can't open it. And Mickey goes, "You don't belong in the dark realm anymore, Riku." And I was like, what the fuck? Like, why would Riku belong to the realm of darkness? Like, I didn't really understand that. And this is something that I didn't really get, that didn't click with me until now, was that I think, I could be wrong, but I think Riku has always been able, maybe ever since, people might disagree with me on this, but I'm just going to say it, is that, do you remember in Chain of Memories, I guess we did talk about it, when Namine gives Riku the advice of like, if you don't back down from darkness, you don't have to embrace it, but just don't back down from it. You'll be able to use it for yourself. And then Riku defeats, I believe, if I recall correctly, it was Lexaeus that he was able to fight off after that advice. I think that I might be mixing it up with Zexians, because at one point Ansem the Wise, or not Ansem the Wise, Ansem the Seeker of Darkness interrupts a battle, and then another time it's Namine, but whatever. My point is I think since Chain of Memories, Riku has been able to open these dark corridors and to walk through them to go to different places. And I think that is when Riku kind of splits from Mickey. He's like, look, Xehanort's still inside my heart. I gotta fucking deal with this my own way. Because when Ansem the Wise is talking to Mickey, he says he found Riku walking in the darkness, wandering in the darkness.
Right.
And so I think maybe Diz found Riku inside those corridors. Because we kind of learn a little bit more about corridors in the future, but that's like the way, way, way fucking future. But like right now, I will say, because I don't think it's a spoiler, I think it'll be helpful to understand this, that the corridors are not like wormholes where you are immediately from the first area to the next. Yeah. It's not like a portal. I would say it's more like a pathway. Yeah. So you still walk through it and walk around in it. And it's weird because, like, at first I assumed that the ones that the organization makes all looked like the area that Axel died in with, like, nobody symbols wandering around. But Riku is clear, he's not a nobody, like, at all. Right, yeah. And so I would think that his might look a little different. And then this reminded me, unfortunately, I don't remember who sent this email. I want to say it was Flynn, but don't quote me on that. But somebody was like, okay, in Hollow Bastion, when Sora, Donald, and Goofy find the box that Riku left for them that had the ice cream bar in it and the photograph, why are they just, like, in a dark area? And why does Sora call it the Realm of Darkness? They're not in the Realm of Darkness. Or else they wouldn't be able to leave it so easily. So what is this area? And now I'm wondering if this is what it looked like when Riku was inside those dark corridors. And they happened to be in one at that time. I could be wrong, but I wonder if that's what's going on. And my point is is I think that's what they mean when they say Riku, quote unquote, belongs to the Dark Realm. It just means he's accepted darkness to the point where he can make those corridors to wander around.
Yeah. Remind me, that scene where Sora, Donald, and Goofy are in the darkness, is it just blackness around them?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just completely black. Yeah, there's no detail.
Okay, that's what I was imagining in my head. Yeah, that's interesting. I think you're probably right. This is also like goes back to our discussion of like where in like what is the layout of the realm of light versus the realm of darkness? Like where are they in relation to each other? And I think that calls like people being able to literally fast travel through them like complicates things a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely weird. Even now, I still have a hard time wrapping my brain around it because there will be certain scenes that imply the world works one way, and then there are other scenes that imply that it works another way. And so I feel like it's kind of one of those things where the writers are going to write whatever's most convenient for that moment. But it's hard because I like consistency,
Yeah.
So whatever.
That's good for us. That's what we want.
Okay, so when Diz found Riku wandering the darkness, which is what I assume is they mean the corridors of darkness, is at one point in the mansion, Diz asks Riku, like, do you remember now? Like, do you remember Sora? And so we gotta remember, we haven't really dived into this, and we're not going to until our Namine episode, but people forgot Sora existed for, like, I don't know, like a year maybe more or less, I mean, I guess it would have to be less, but still, like a long period of time.
Right.
And so it's kind of sad to think about this idea that Riku broke away from Mickey, isolated himself, is thinking about how Xehanort is in his heart, he won't leave him alone, he's just wandering the fucking pitch blackness, and then Diz finds him, takes him under his wing. He doesn't have a purpose because he doesn't remember that his friend is asleep. He doesn't remember that he has to protect him while he's asleep. So he's probably just like, yeah, okay, like, I'll just go with you. Like, it doesn't matter. What do I got to lose? What do I have to live for,
Yeah.
And that's sad.
It's sad.
Which might be, as we kind of go further into why Riku was even working with Diz, maybe him remembering Sora was like, okay, well, now I have to make sure he's awake in the future. I don't want to forget him again. I don't want to lose, like, a purpose of, like, why am I even wandering around?
Yeah.
So.
It's so tragic. It
really is.
It's like the power of their friendship, relationship, however you want to look at it.
It's cute.
It's crazy.
Yes.
It's like they've literally both gone through hell for each other, even now, even just in like by the time Kingdom Hearts 2 rolled around. And it's very tragic, very, I don't know, like.
Which is why I think it's so cute that Riku was so ashamed of how he looked that even when he knew that Sora was awake and walking around, he was like, okay, but I can't talk to him. I can't let him see me like this. But he still tries to like help him out and like nudge him in the right direction.
Yeah.
It's cute. It's cute. It's cute. It's cute. I can't deny
it's powerful.
It's powerful.
Powerful.
The impact. Okay, now let's talk about shit I don't fucking get. Let's talk about shit I don't fucking understand.
Yeah.
Okay? And this is something Adrian has also asked us, so thank you, Adrian, for the email. At one point, after Riku delivered Roxas to Diz, and they're about to digitize him, or maybe they had just digitized him, and Diz turns to Riku and says, like, by the way, what's your true name? And then Riku goes, it's Ansem. But I don't fucking understand why Diz phrases it like that. What's your true name? Because, like, It seems to be mirroring another cutscene when Xemnas asks Roxas, what's your true name?
Mm-hmm.
But that's because he's asking, like, what's your somebody name? Do you remember Sora? Do you remember Sora's name? You know?
Yeah.
Maybe, you know?
Yeah.
But, I just don't get it.
What point in the timeline does that happen? Do we know? Because that kind of, in my mind, ties to the Diz finding Riku having forgot Sora. If he doesn't remember Sora, I feel like, and doesn't know what the fuck to do or where to go, I don't know. Maybe that's like, my name is Ansem because that's all I am.
That's interesting. Thank you, Hannah. I hadn't thought of it like that. For your insight. That's very interesting. Which, once again, is fucking sad. Especially because you're right. So it's after Riku says, it's Ansem. Like, it's a whole other scene. So it might be like the next day.
Right.
That Diz is like, are you remembering? And Riku's like, the haze is clearing.
Right.
So yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought about it like that. Yeah. Which is just even fucking more sad for Riku.
Yeah.
That he's forgetting so much that he doesn't even remember who he is.
Yeah. It's also, I could see it being that. And then I think, like, my first instinct is to, like, him saying it out of a sort of self-deprecation, even though that's kind of antithetical to everything he's trying to do. Like, oh, I'm Ansem because I'm walking with darkness, and that has consumed me at this point. So yeah, that's my first thought. But like, yeah, I'm thinking now, I think it ties to the memory loss, in my opinion.
Well, that's really interesting. It's really, and I hadn't thought of it like that. So also, there you go, Adrian. Another thing I don't fucking get, and I've never gotten this. I don't fucking get it. It's the blindfold.
Yeah.
It's the blindfold. It's the Mickey, when Mickey says his eyes couldn't lie. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Fucking get it.
Yeah. I wrote down here, realize. So yeah, one of my guesses here is that maybe his eyes changed color because of his interaction with the darkness, which is something that happened with Xehanort. And
I didn't think about that either.
Yeah,
So maybe when Mickey said his eyes couldn't lie, maybe it's not about lying to himself. Maybe it's about lying to other people.
Yeah.
Where, very interesting.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, that's another good way to phrase it. Damn, Hannah. Where the fuck have you been for the past 10 years of me being a Kingdom Hearts fan?
I haven't been playing all the games. Now I've played all the games. So something that I don't get, like, I get it in the context of, like, making a game and telling a story. But my thing is that we talked about this scene earlier when Sora, like, quote unquote, sees Riku for the first time in Ansem's The Seeker of Darkness. The voice actor changes from Ansem's voice actor to Riku's voice actor. And, like, I wonder, like, I really question if that's something that Sora is experiencing for real, or if that's something that's just to help us, the viewer. And, like, if so, what are the implications of that? Like, if his voice does change in Sora's eyes, and I think I would like to interpret it to where, like, yeah, it does change. Because that's the sort of thing that would happen in Kingdom Hearts. But after thinking about it a little bit, I decided as a storyteller that I don't really like that decision, because I feel like it kind of, like, how do I explain this? I feel like it takes away just a little bit from the gravity of the situation. Like, if he hears Riku's voice, like, oh, that's a constant reminder, like, yeah, Riku's in there. But, like, I feel like it would have been a stronger choice to keep that voice. So, like, it would be tougher for Sora to still see Riku in there despite seeing this villain that, like, wanted to destroy everything, you know? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
And it makes the transformation later have a little less weight.
Less impactful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see that. I can absolutely
just
see that.
a little. Yeah. Like, I'm nitpicking so much here, but like, yeah, I don't know. That's just my thought. You know.
I think the voice actor who voices Ansem in this game does such a good job of sounding evil. There are some lines, I don't remember what lines he was saying, but when we do this podcast, we find resources of the lines without any music or any sound effects, whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I was listening to I was trying to find some of Ansem's lines, and it was showing me flashbacks of what he says in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Mm-hmm.
And this actor really does do a great job of sounding so evil. I can't remember some of the lines he says, but there were some lines when I was combing through, I was like, damn, he sounds like this guy is a thespian. Like, you can tell he's like really fucking getting into the evil, like, ooh.
Yeah.
And yet, as apprentice Xehanort, he sounds Mr. Handsome, like such a fucking dork.
Yeah.
And then as Riku, he sounds so humble and so gentle, like, poor thing,
Yeah.
So I do think that I agree with your point, and in addition, I think that the actor could have continued to deliver as a humble Riku rather than we hear David Gallagher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. That's just my nitpick.
Okay, so we've got some email. Well, we've got one email.
We got one email.
Which, honestly, I was telling Hannah, maybe that's okay, because now that I've said it all aloud, it doesn't feel like a lot.
Yeah.
But when I was writing this, I was like, damn, I have so much to say. How the fuck are we not going to make this script like 7 pages long? Lord help me.
Yeah.
But I'm really good at editing down, and I'm really good at summarizing,
Yes,
so you're welcome.
Yes, you are. I, like, for real, Mel slaved over this script for, like, days. And it ended up being one of the shorter ones of the season so far.
Which is crazy.
But it turned out so good. Like, this is one of my favorite scripts so far. Like, I really enjoyed reading it.
Thank you.
But Adrian asks, do you think Riku and Namine work together after leaving Diz? We don't really know what either is doing for most of the time of Kingdom Hearts 2, and in the light novel, they stuck together.
So, okay. I still haven't read the novels. That's between you and me, listener. But I also think that they probably, if they didn't stick together the whole time, because there's like a scene where Riku is at the Land of Dragons and he, like there are scenes where we see Riku and he's not with Namine. They're not hip to hip. But I do think that they must have like kept in contact with each other, because in the world that never was, when Namine rescued Kairi and they're running together and then they run into Ansem they run into Riku as Ansem, the way Riku talks to Namine and the way Namine talks to Riku, in fact, Riku might not have a line. It might be Namine talking to Riku. But either way, they talk to each other as if it hasn't been a whole game since they've last seen each other.
Yeah.
They talk to each other like you go to work and you see someone the next day and you're like, hey, Bill,
Yeah.
So to me, I would not be surprised if they stuck together.
Yeah.
Or
I feel that way too. Yeah. I would agree with that.
Especially because, Riku let Namine go. Riku rescued Kairi, so he clearly was keeping an eye on Kairi, making sure she was okay. It sounds very much in character to me for Riku to keep an eye on Namine because he likes her and he wants her to be safe, So, okay, the second question, which is kind of the fourth question.
Yeah.
Because, well, I guess they're technically different questions, but I have the same answer to both. So Adrian continues to ask, why do you think Riku let Diz treat Namine so poorly? I honestly find it odd he'd let Namine be treated as if she were an object or tool, seeing he freed her once he was ordered to destroy her. Adrian also asks, who do you think set the transactional tone of their relationship? Riku didn't really seem to trust him at the end of Chain of Memories, and Diz seems to be treating everyone like pawns. So I think that Riku, in this time of his life, has maybe two objectives, which I guess really just one objective, is to keep his friends safe. So he, like I said, he's probably keeping an eye on Kairi, making sure she's safe at Destiny Islands and nothing fucking happens to her. Mm-hmm. But also, he wants to wake Sora up. He wants to keep Sora safe. And so, if working for this shady guy named Diz, if it's... Namine is the only person who can wake Sora up.
Yeah.
And so, he has to kind of let Namine do her thing, which unfortunately also includes Diz treating her like shit.
Yeah.
He's just like, whatever, man, I gotta wake my boy up. Yeah. I gotta wake him up.
Yeah.
This is awful and I'm miserable, but I gotta wake him up. You know?
Yeah.
That's what it seems to me.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Which, I mean, as we've been talking about this whole episode, I think it really just shows how much Riku has grown since the first game. Because the first game, he was in it for himself. He got jealous of Donald and Goofy because because Sora made new friends. How dare he?
Yeah.
He acted out because he wanted to save Kairi. And he was like, you know what, Sora? Fuck you. I'm going to save her myself. And I'm going to follow the baddest bitch in town in order to do it. And that is Maleficent. Yeah. You know? He's super sassy in Chain of Memories. He doesn't really... He keeps his cards close to his chest. He's super sassy. And I think Riku is not that sassy in Kingdom Hearts 2. Almost because... He's like, I don't have time to be sassy. Like, there are real things at stake here, and I want to protect the things that I care about.
Yeah. And he probably feels like he needs to atone for everything that he did.
So true. So true.
He's just willing to do whatever to make it, to fix it. I love Riku. I love Riku, man. Riku's great. This is why Riku is so beloved.
We have a friend who's playing through the whole series right now. Jimmy Wetzel, go check out his Twitch. And he didn't like Riku at first, which is like, clockwork, right?
Yeah.
People don't like Riku at first. And then he becomes one of their favorite fucking characters.
Yeah.
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 So,
good
for him.
Yay.
Good for him. Yay, Riku.
Yay, Riku.
Yay, Riku.
All right.
Okay.
Well, that's it, right?
I think so. I don't have... Once again, I'm kind of shocked that we were able to go through this so smoothly because, damn, it really took me for fucking ever to get a grasp on this.
Well, I think it turned out great.
Thank you.
What's our next episode about, Mel?
Our next episode is on Roxas.
Roxas! Let's fucking go!
So you can talk about his 7 days. You can talk about after those 7 days. Talk about him as a character. Talk about him from a practical, logistical standpoint. We got it all, okay? We got it all.
It's the Roxas super episode.
Yes. We're finally going to give... this was the episode, this one about Riku and Diz, I guess, but mostly Riku. This was the start where I was like, okay, we're getting to the emotional juice now. Enough of the logic, enough of like the backstory. Let's get to the characters that we hold so dear. And Roxas is a continuation of that.
Let's go.
And you can email us at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com.
Yes.
No spaces, no characters, no numbers, no nothing. Just sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. And...
Or where else can they send their comments?
Patreon! Oh my god, Patreon!
And if you're listening to this on Sunday instead of Monday, that means you're a Patreon subscriber, so thank you. Hello. Mwah. We love you. Mwah. And Patreon gets episodes ad-free and a day early, so go check it out. What else should they do, Mel?
You should rate us on Apple Podcasts. Give us those 5 stars.
Those 5 little stars.
If you're listening to us on YouTube, you should hit the thumbs up. You should comment. Comment anything. Comment. Why? What could Ansem the Wise learn from Riku? What could that bitch learn from him? Write it down.
Or if you can't think of anything, just say you love Riku.
That's all.
You love Riku. That's all you need.
That's so true. With a heart. Put your favorite heart emoji with it.
That's how we know you're a real one. That stays till the end. If it's a different color heart emoji.
Yeah.
And subscribe if you haven't on YouTube. Duh. And that's it.
And that's it. Okay, well, thanks for listening, everybody.
Thanks for listening. And we'll see you in the Starlight. In Chain of Memories, Twilight Town was a mysterious world simulated out of data from supposedly the other side of Sora's heart. Thanks to Kingdom Hearts 2, we now understand how this world is connected to Sora. It's the birthplace of his nobody, Roxas.
In today's Shedding Starlight episode, we're going to discuss Roxas, the meaning behind his creation, his time in the organization, and his return to Sora. Roxas was born during the later part of Kingdom Hearts 1, when Sora stabbed himself with a Keyblade to release Kairi's heart from himself. This act, in turn, released his own heart, creating a Heartless as a result. As for Sora's leftover body, it did exactly what Ansem the Wise described in his 7th report. When a Heartless is born, the body and soul left behind are reborn into Twilight Town as a different being. Later in his 12th report, Ansem the Wise writes, Roxas is Sora's nobody, but was left behind because Sora's Heartless regained human form using Kairi's heart instead of his own.
So in a way, Sora's original body was reborn as Roxas. And shortly after, in Hollow Bastion, Kairi restored Sora herself, in a way creating a new body for Sora. This is why Roxas was able to continue existing independently from Sora. We've talked before about how the organization kept an eye on both Sora and Twilight Town. Sora to make sure he's not ruining their plans, and Twilight Town to recruit desirable members. So Roxas, the Keyblade wielder's nobody, is, of course, someone worth recruiting. Xemnas immediately visits Roxas upon his creation and gives him his new name, securing him as the 13th member of the organization.
I can give you purpose, the new you.
Twilight Town being Roxas's birthplace would explain why it's remembered by the other side of Sora's heart. The credits of Chain of Memories shows Axel walking Roxas through Twilight Town. This is implied to be the same day, as Roxas isn't wearing a black coat yet. Axel gets Roxas sea salt ice cream, and the two sit atop the tower.
The day we met, and you got your new name, you and I sat right here and watched the sunset.
This first day would start the long friendship between Axel and Roxas. Even during Castle Oblivion, as Axel spoke to Sora, he already knew he was friends with his nobody. But what purpose would Roxas serve in the organization? The organization's main goal was to be recompleted, obtaining hearts granted by Kingdom Hearts, a moon composed of other hearts released by Emblem Heartless, and those could only be released by a Keyblade wielder. So it would make sense if the organization used Roxas to help build Kingdom Hearts by fighting Heartless.
But a purpose in the organization is not the same as a purpose in life. Roxas hungered for more answers than what he was given, and left the organization to find them.
Why did the Keyblade choose me? I have to know.
This made Axel worry for Roxas, and he pleaded with him to stay.
You can't turn on the organization. You get on their bad side and they'll destroy you.
Axel couldn't sway Roxas, however. and Riku found the opportune moment to approach Roxas alone and bring him to Diz. This leads to the fight we discussed last episode, first seen in the Kingdom Hearts 1 secret ending. Riku won this fight after he accepted the darkness, and Roxas was placed within the virtual Twilight Town. The organization then tasked Axel with retrieving Roxas. He failed the first attempt, and his superior said that he must either bring back Roxas or destroy him. For if Roxas refuses to comply with the organization, they cannot afford him to be used to wake Sora up. However, this is exactly what happened. Axel retreated after being defeated by Roxas in a fight, allowing Diz and Namine to complete the process of returning Roxas to Sora.
Looks like my summer vacation is over.
I owe you both. Castle Oblivion, you helped us.
After Roxas went to sleep within Sora, Riku let not only Namine go free, but Axel as well. However, Axel was still determined to retrieve his friend, if not for the organization, then for himself. In hopes that an emotional reaction by Sora would awaken Roxas from within, Axel attempts to kidnap Kairi, but is first disrupted by Riku, and again later by Saïx. But Axel later makes up for this by helping Sora reach where Kairi is, the world that never was. When they're surrounded by dusks, Axel unleashes a powerful attack that costs him his life. While Axel fades away, thinking his efforts were for naught, his plan of rousing Roxas within Sora actually succeeded to a certain extent. After Axel's sacrifice, the organization members are seen in the Round Room of Thrones, in which Xemnas implies that Axel touching Sora's heart may have awoken Roxas from within him.
It is clear that through his actions, Axel has touched Sora's heart. Perhaps he will soon awaken.
And this leads to two emotional scenes that ride the line between literal and abstract. The first is when Sora and Roxas fight at the Station of Awakening. At the start of this fight, Roxas is frustrated that Sora is the one who got to live on. But by the end of the fight, he accepts that he is Sora's other half.
You make a good other.
During this fight, there's the second dreamlike scene of Axel and Roxas meeting atop Twilight Town's station tower.
Look who's finally awake. Or maybe I have it wrong. Might be time to sleep. Soon we won't be able to talk like this anymore.
This could be interpreted as Axel and Roxas saying goodbye before they both fall asleep in their own ways.
Another scene where Roxas wakes is at the world that never was, when, through Sora and Kairi, Roxas and Namine's heart connect again.
I see myself the way you remember me, and you see yourself the way I remember you.
This is another interesting line connecting memories and appearance. The way Roxas phrases this, it's as if not your own memories that dictate how you look, but someone else's memories of you. We can explore this idea further when considering that Roxas is, in a way, Sora's original body. Ansem the Wise writes in his 7th report, "Yet the nobody born of someone with a strong heart retains its shape, but with the faintest visible changes." Xemnas may have said to Roxas about Sora,
"He looks a lot like you."
But there's still the glaring difference of hair. Perhaps this is related to the fact that Roxas did not seem to have memories of his past life before Namine's interference. If Roxas, during his time in the organization, remembered himself as Sora, he wouldn't have left to find out why the Keyblade chose him. A dissonance between Roxas and Sora's identities would explain Riku's thought.
I think he left the organization because he really wanted to meet you.
Roxas may have been born from our main hero, but he fought for his own self. 2 separate times Roxas experienced this cycle, Waking up in Twilight Town, he was placed into a situation he had no cognizance of, only to learn more about himself and his connection to a boy named Sora. He fought tooth and nail to escape this comparison, only to end up as Sora's alternative.
But Roxas's friends, his own connections he made himself, gave him a positive outlook for his future within Sora. Namine once told him they would meet again, and they did with their original selves. And now, on Destiny Islands, they can be together again.
Ooh, Roxas.
Roxas.
Okay, so I'm kind of recovering from a cold / still kind of have a cold. So I'm going to do my best to hold through because we have a lot of interesting stuff to talk about this boy. This little boy
who lives on my mind constantly.
He's
this anomaly of a man.
Yeah. This is like, so I didn't write this down, but I'll try to make this quick. There's a game that's kind of like a prequel to Kingdom Hearts 2 that I'm always in debate about, like whether fans should play that game first or this game first. But something that is just so interesting about Roxas is that no matter which one you play, you always end up coming around really liking Roxas. Roxas is definitely a fan favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. He's so, I don't know, he's just a victim of circumstance.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like, you feel for the guy.
And
you feel for this little boy.
Not even like in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like, no, he's doomed by the fucking narrative from the very beginning.
Yeah.
That poor guy.
Exactly. Well, we have a lot to talk about. Today. And like one of the big kind of ideas I just wanted to like start off with, it's like this was what I was thinking when I was like reading over everything else. It's just like this whole process of like making nobodies and heartless bodies, hearts, minds, whatever the fuck. It all feels like so scientific. It feels like there's a clear formula, and then Sora comes along and knocks an extra chemical into the flask or turns the temperature up too high or something, because his result turns out differently than the rest of the class.
Yeah.
Like everyone else's, as far as we know, like everyone's nobodies are somewhat carbon copy of themselves.
Yeah.
But like this big motherfucking elephant in the room, who is Roxas? This person that doesn't look like Sora.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like Sora. Doesn't feel like Sora.
Yeah.
And it's just like different voice actor. And like so clear, like so insistent throughout this whole game that like I'm not him, he's not me.
Yeah.
And it's just like, is Sora's, I wrote down here, heart/light/existence just so strong that he is able to create an entire new person from like this one facet of himself, his body, which like we don't know right now, but like what's going on here? Like there's a glitch in the matrix. There's a change in the formula. And it's so interesting.
Something that makes it even weirder, which we can't really dive into until next episode, is the fact that Sora didn't do it with one person. He did it with fucking two, because Namine is also so different from Kairi. And the way Diz talks about it, he's like, well, I don't know if that's like Kairi's problem. I think it's because of Sora, you know? So it's like, what is up with this fucking guy creating new people?
Yeah, these four people who are so hopelessly entangled in each other.
Mm-hmm.
Two halves of each other in every which way.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. And, like, that kind of brings me to, like, my first kind of specific bullet point. That brings me to this phrase that I am still so intrigued by, which is, like, the other side of Sora's heart. What does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Like, it's to me, that phrase implies that they are, like, that Roxas and Sora are two halves of the same heart, which is, like, so not the messaging we get for nobodies through the rest of this game at all. Like, it's so, like, what's going on? What's going on here? What's happening with these two? It's so crazy.
The most I could, like, think was that, like, at first my thought process was when Namine, and this is something we'll get to with emails if we get to the emails. We have a lot to say, so we don't know if we'll have the time.
To say.
But it's the idea of, like, when Namine connected Roxas to Sora, it was reciprocal. It was a two-way street. So they're connected together. But even then, the other side of Sora's heart is a phrase used before Sora even falls asleep to reconnect with Roxas in the first place. And so, Roxas is Sora's nobody. So you could obviously be like, yeah, well, the other side of Sora's heart, like, it's Roxas, like, they're connected, they're one and the same. But they're also different, and that's the fucking point.
Yeah, like, they're the same, but they're not.
Yeah.
And they're different, but they're not.
Because, like, in any other series or franchise, the other side of your heart would almost be like if you had, like, two different personalities within you. But that's not what Roxas is. He's not another personality for Sora. He's, like, a different person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's weird.
It's... I'm so interested in this phrase because it's also, like, I don't know. It's not implied on... Like, it's not really talked about.
Yeah.
Past this. Right, Mel? Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely weird.
So... Yeah, I want to keep calling attention to it because it's so different.
I almost feel like it makes a full circle in later games where it's like, where it's like we kind of come back to this phrase, but it's not really this phrase that they use. It's like a different phrase. So yeah, it's definitely weird.
Yeah. And just to kind of get into the nitty-gritty here, something that I really never thought about during this whole like during my experience playing through these games is the fact that now Sora has two bodies. There's two of them now. So I guess my question here, like, is Sora made up of two bodies? Just did one of them just disappear? Is that why he gets taller in this game?
That's so stupid to say. It is definitely weird. It kind of, to me, it kind of goes back to the idea that Sora doesn't have, like, two personalities, you know? I feel like in any other franchise, if someone is made up of two people, they, like, switch in and out and, like, ooh, I'm the happy one. Ooh, I'm the grumpy one, you know? But, like, it's weird. I don't even know. Maybe this is just because maybe I don't understand it. And, like, Albert Einstein, what did he say? If you don't understand something completely, then you can't explain it simply or something. Or maybe it was vice versa. But, like, it is kind of, it almost makes me feel like, okay, so I'm a pixel artist, right? And when you need to shade two different colors together, you'll kind of make a checkered pattern out of the two colors, where it'll be like red on top of white on top of red on top of white to make pink, instead of just actually making pink, right? And so I almost wonder if maybe that is how Sora's body is now, where it's not that Roxas's body, like, evaporated, but maybe they just, like, combined. But I don't know. What do I know?
I did see, and we can cut this out if you think this is stupid. I have been seeing on Twitter people talking about this, that, like, I think some Ultimania said Sora's hair gets lighter because of the influence of Roxas in this game. Like, the asset of his hair actually gets lighter or something like that.
Yeah, I've heard of that. And this is something I feel like we can include in. Like, I'm not really saying anything weird. But I such a bitch where I'm the type of person. This is literally why I'm not valid as a Kingdom Hearts fan. Is where I honestly think to myself, like, I don't care if it's in the Ultimania. Is it in the game? If the game doesn't say it, then I don't care. Which is like, nobody else thinks that way. And I don't even know if I even encourage people to think that way. But that's just how I think. If it's not in the Ultimania, I don't care. Or if it's not in the video game. If it's not in the game itself, I don't care.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the fact of the matter is, in Kingdom Hearts 2, Sora's hair is a little bit lighter than in Kingdom Hearts 1. Especially vanilla Kingdom Hearts 1. I think people kind of forget how Sora looked literally in 2002. Because in 2002, his hair was so dark. It was so dark. And so, I don't know, maybe people are, I don't know, maybe there's something to it.
Come to your own conclusion, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Do your own research. Think what you want.
Another thing that kind of like, I didn't really understand this, because I remember being like, okay, well, if Roxas is now inside Sora, how come Roxas doesn't like come to him in visions like Kairi did in Kingdom Hearts 1? And then I was like, well, maybe it's because he's a nobody, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it just works differently. And he can't do that because he's a nobody. And then I was like, wait a fucking second. He literally does that. He literally does.
Yeah.
And so I don't know why I think it's just because it takes like the whole game before Roxas actually does it. While in Kingdom Hearts 1, Kairi does it like throughout the fucking game, you know? She even does it at like Disney Worlds, like Deep Jungle. And so,
I think to me, that speaks to like, because, you know, nobodies are supposed to be just like empty shells of just bodies, right? I feel like this kind of implies that there's maybe a bit more to it than just that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because, like, Kairi was a heart, and, like, that's, you know, a heart of a princess of light at the same time. Like, that's a strong presence, but, like, you know, a nobody that's supposed to be nothing.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, I don't know, maybe there's something else going on here.
And again, I think Diz's prejudice against nobodies, you kind of have to wonder, like, okay, Diz, you don't like this person. So I have to ask myself, are they actually a bad person, or are you just somebody who holds a grudge?
Are you just an old man?
Yeah. Are you just cranky?
Yeah. So something that I really liked getting clarification on during this whole script, I remember when I was playing through Kingdom Hearts 2 again for this season, I remember writing down in my notes, like, what is the order of events here? Because you know, there's the whole, like, looks like my summer vacation is over scene. And then there's this scene of Axel and Roxas meeting on top of the Twilight Town Station Tower.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so Roxas disappears twice? What's happening here?
Yeah.
So you put it in the script of, like, this is them trying to talk to each other, like, in present time. This is not a flashback. Like most likely it's not a flashback. This is them trying to talk to each other.
Yeah.
Which is so interesting. And it's good to get clarification, because it's like, it clearly, like, why did Roxas disappear twice? What's the order of events here?
Yeah.
So yeah, it just, like, it's good to get clarification.
And I too, for years, was also confused about this. Because I remember being like, well, why is he in his black coat again? He's in his black coat when he fights Sora at the Station of Awakening, but, like, why is he suddenly at Twilight Town Tower? Like, I don't fucking get it. And then I think it was a Tumblr user, where they responded to me and they were like, Mel, you're being too literal. Like, calm down. It's literally, like, abstract. Like, it's just like an abstract scene. And I was like, oh, okay. But anyway, yes. So if you were listening and you were also confused about that, I think that interpretation is one that will bring you kind of far and will kind of help you understand like what's actually.
It makes sense.
Which reminds me, in like before this game came out in English, or like this version of the game came out in English, for a long time it was Japanese exclusive. I remember watching this scene in like 240p on YouTube and not even realizing that Axel was crying because the quality was so low. It's crazy. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, speaking of Kingdom Hearts 1 or Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix and like whatever. So in Kingdom Hearts 1's secret ending, which we had like a whole episode about where we talked about all these different things and like, what does it mean, you know? Mm-hmm. So we're going to come back to a couple of those things because now we understand that Kingdom Hearts 1's secret ending was the fight between Riku and Roxas. Mm-hmm. And I was debating on whether I should talk about this episode or the episode we had on Riku and Diz. But it's just such like a weird thing to talk about that I'm just going to bring it up here. Okay, so there are a couple of things that I want to say, like, didn't make the cut. Like, she was in the prototype, she's not in the final version, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, Riku doesn't trap Roxas in this, like, circle of fire, you know? In, like, or in, like, a heart shape. You know how Riku has, like, that dark mode, and then he has, like, that little heart shape on his chest? Yeah. That's the shape that he summons around Roxas to trap him in. Obviously, that's not there.
Right.
And then there's no meteor shower. There was like a meteor shower in the background. That's not fucking there. And then one thing I do think is interesting is the skyscraper screens, like the big monitors at the top of the building. I don't know what it's called. I think it has a name, but I don't remember the name. Sorry, don't come for me. I don't remember the skyscraper name. It does show in the secret ending, it shows very vague images of Kairi, which I don't think make it in the Kingdom Hearts 2 cutscene. I do think it's very similar to how Roxas tries to remember Kairi when he has those flashbacks of Sora. Because, like, in those flashbacks, whenever Kairi comes up or they try to say her name, it's almost like the word photos, where, like, she gets cut out or, like, she gets cut away or something. And so I feel like that's, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 trying to reinforce that Sora is trying to remember Kairi and therefore Roxas is trying to remember Kairi. Okay. And then the last thing, which is kind of like, well, okay, so I'll say at the beginning of this fight, we now see Roxas telling Riku in the Kingdom Hearts 1 secret ending, "Where's Sora?" But it's kind of hard to, you know, that kind of makes it seem like Roxas went out looking for Sora. Right. And I personally wouldn't really say that's the case in the final Kingdom Hearts 2 version. It seems like Riku was like, "You're going to Sora," and Roxas is like, "Fuck you, I'm not." And then he did, of course.
Yeah.
But after that fight, the secret ending kind of implies that Roxas would get yellow eyes, and obviously he has blue eyes. So whatever they were planning with that, which we can talk more about that later, I think. I don't know. You'll see Kingdom Hearts fans talk about yellow eyes and what it means, but I personally don't really want to dive into that into a future title. And then another very small detail was that when Roxas makes a corridor of darkness to, like, open it, the emblem Heartless appears. But obviously he's a nobody. So he wouldn't make an emblem Heartless kind of thing.
Right.
So
yeah.
So yeah, those
it's
are
good to have the nitty-gritty breakdown of this to see, like, what changed over these few years.
Yeah, which I think is something that can be helpful in the future, is that sometimes the secret endings, not that you take them with a grain of salt, because overall they're going to be the same.
Yeah.
But just don't take the nitty gritty details as, like, absolute law, because you never know what might change and shift in the future of the series. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was how Roxas's story really gives us insight into the Station of Awakening, which is that place with all of those glass platforms. And the reason why Kingdom Hearts 2 really makes this place interesting is because in Kingdom Hearts 1, it was just a place that Sora dreamed about. He dreamed about it while he was on Destiny Islands, and then Kairi woke him up, and he was like, "That was a weird dream. Where was I?" You know?
Yeah.
And then in Kingdom Hearts 2, both with Roxas and Sora, it seems like an actual, like, visiting place.
Yeah.
Because when Roxas visited it in Twilight Town, it seemed like he visited it in like an instant, you know? But then I also got to remember that he's in a data world, a digital world. And so I'm sure that they just like, everything just like paused. Because people pause a lot in that fucking world for no goddamn reason, you know?
Can you imagine your world just fucking pauses around you?
That would be so scary. So scary.
That would be so wild. I don't know what I would be like. I don't know what I would do.
I would do either. I think I would expect someone to like pop out and start talking to me like, Namine.
Namine, where are you? And so I wanted to ask, this is the first time we see Sora on the stained glass, right? Is in this game.
Which I think is something really interesting is how, you know, we talked about how in Kingdom Hearts 1, we theorized, I mean, it's not confirmed, but you and I talked about how maybe the reason Sora had dreams about the Princesses of Heart is that, like, somehow the princesses were reaching out to Sora. Yeah. But we don't really know if that's the case in Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, maybe Namine connected Roxas to Sora. Because the thing about Kingdom Hearts 2, I don't know if this is ever said in the game, but I think it'll help you, a new fan, really understand, is that the more we see of the Station of Awakening, the more you're supposed to kind of get that it's a visual representation of a heart, of your heart, or someone else's heart.
Which is so cool, by the way. What a cool storytelling device that they decided to use.
It looks so cool. There's literally, I've never seen anything like it before in any video game before or since.
And like it is like it has you on it, and then it has like the people that matter most to you on it. I love it. It's so good.
It's very, very cool. And the last thing that I think is really interesting about it that I just want to mention is that when Sora fights Roxas in it, Sora's body disappears because Donald and Goofy are like, dude, where did you go? Like, you left and we had to fight nobodies, which I think is like such a throwaway line that really has major implications about what that place is.
Yeah. And like, did Roxas drag him there unwillingly? That's kind of crazy to think about.
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a few emails, and I kind of grouped them up into, because, you know, sometimes when people send us emails, they send us multiple emails at once.
Multiple questions at once.
Multiple questions at once, thank you.
Yeah.
And so we'll kind of like be like, okay, this person's third question was similar to this person's second question, you know, so we'll group them up like that. But Danny and Dixo kind of asked something a little similar.
So Danny asks, Roxas starts the game in Digital Twilight Town, right? And he does believe he lives there. And also that he goes to school there because they're doing homework and stuff. But also he has an apartment. Who does he think he lives with? It just doesn't make sense for him to believe he actually lives there without these answers. This made me laugh because it's like Kingdom Hearts lives outside of the realm of capitalism in the real world that we are subject to in everyday life.
I want to move to Twilight Town.
Yeah, me too. And then Dixo asks a similar question. Like, how long has Roxas really been there? Are these fake memories invented by Diz, or was he really here for the entire summer?
Okay, so I would say... So when... I can't remember if he kind of says this in the reports or if he says this to Riku. But Diz is always kind of implying, like, okay, we got Roxas in the datascape, we gotta hurry. We don't have much time. We gotta fucking go before they find us, right? And so I don't feel like they would have time to have Roxas there for a whole cycle or a whole summer.
Mm-hmm.
I think that his first day in Twilight Town is literally his first day in Twilight Town.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. Like, if the first through fifth days are like real time.
That's what I think. And they probably, I assume, just got Namine to like make him forget that he used to be in like a cult or like whatever. You know?
Yeah.
And then when you can easily, you can easily code the memories of these individuals. They probably coded all of Roxas's quote unquote friends to pretend like they always knew him, even though they did not. Which is something I want to have a whole episode on. I would love to have a whole episode on Twilight Town and like the weird fucking shenanigans that goes on. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Whee!
Whee! So, moving on to another topic, we got a question from Adrian asking, we see Roxas getting flashes of Sora's memories in his dreams. Why do you think that is? Namine's resorting the memories to Sora, and in this game we are told that Roxas didn't get Sora's memories, so why does he dream of Sora's memory restoration?
So we mentioned earlier, how Namine connecting Roxas to Sora made it reciprocal. And so I think even though technically Namine was like, quote unquote, putting Roxas in Sora over like the process of these 6 days, I still think, which like you might think to yourself, how was Roxas able to like go around if part of him was slowly becoming into Sora? I don't really know if I can explain why he was able to do that, but we do know that Sora was slowly waking up because of the robot going restoration at 97%, you know?
Yeah.
And so that restoration was about Sora. So we know that during these 5 days, is it 5 or 7? 7? 6 days? I should know this, but I don't. I'm so sorry.
I want to say it's 5. I don't, because I think I'm basing that off of the resource folder I have downloaded for the voice lines, and I think it's 5 days.
Well, whatever. I'll just say the week. The week that I don't even remember what I was saying. I'm losing it. I'm going back into my somebody, and I'm forgetting my memories.
Oh my god.
Anyway, I think either the connection between Roxas and Sora was reciprocal, or it's possible, which Diz himself does not talk about this, so maybe it's like technically not canon or wrong or whatever. But I would say it's possible that Roxas did always have Sora's memories inside him, and they were just buried really, really deep. Because, I don't know if you remember this, Hannah, but in Chain of Memories, when we were talking about Chain of Memories, we had an analogy, and it was like, the links of the chain are so long that they eventually, like, go into the subconscious, you know, if you picture, like, an actual chain.
Right.
And so, I think it's possible that that was the case with Roxas, and connecting him to Sora kind of brought them up to the surface.
Yeah. I think it's just so inevitable that these two are so intertwined in everything that they are. They are the same person, but they're not. Like, I just feel like they're always going to break the mold in some way when it comes to their connection. That's my opinion, at least.
So true, bestie.
My non-expert opinion. So under the same topic, kind of, Dixo asks, finally, why would Roxas wield Oathkeeper and Oblivion? Aren't those Keyblades tied to Kairi and Riku respectively? Do they take up a new meaning with him?
Once again, I wonder if this is, like, evidence that Sora and Roxas are back and forth. Because if Oathkeeper and Oblivion are from Sora, but Roxas inherits them, and there's, like, okay, so something you'll hear Kingdom Hearts fans say a lot is that what changes is not the sword itself, but the little keychain at the end. And so you like take off the keychain and you put on a new one and the Keyblade changes form. And like, maybe that's literally canon, but you just never see it happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even in Kingdom Hearts 3, you never fucking see anybody change keychains, right?
Yeah.
And so I would say not that like Roxas like found the keychains to these two, but that somehow his connection with Sora And in extension, Riku and Kairi, which is what Namine's all about. Like, Namine is like, okay, well, Sora, the people connected to you are connected to others by extension or whatever, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I don't know. Like, to me, it just makes sense. Like, it's kind of like Kingdom Hearts logic. Like, they're just connected. And that is the logic. The logic is that they're connected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then for our next question comes from Shard of Truth. Since Roxas had to give up his body for Sora to recomplete his memories, what do you think were the repercussions of Sora not having his original body during the end of Kingdom Hearts and all of Chain of Memories? The heart of the matter is that basically Roxas and Namine lose their bodies in the process. Do you think they both had to give up these bodies at all?
So Namine we can talk about more next episode, because I do think Namine had to join with Kairi. I think Namine was like losing her existence, and that's why at the end of The World That Never Was, she was like semi-transparent.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Namine had to join in with Kairi, and we'll get to more detail into that in the next episode. And then as for the repercussions of Sora not having like his original body, quote unquote, I didn't really feel like there were any repercussions, because Sora didn't seem to be like acting funny or like misremembering things or being a little weird.
That would be so interesting. That would have been an interesting turn that they could have taken with this game. It feels like if like Sora encountered some enemy that he hadn't seen but Roxas had, and he just like instinctively knew how to fight it. That would be cool. That would be amazing.
And
we should write this damn game.
Yeah, we should. But I think Sora not having any repercussions, to me, tells like how strong Kairi's power was, that she restored Sora so completely. Like when she restored him, they were hugging. Mm-hmm. So it's like a physical body you can touch, you know? Yeah. And so I wrote here, damn, Kairi, you did a good job.
Yeah. Kairi OP, Princess of Light OP, Princess of Heart. I think I called it a Princess of Light earlier.
It's the same fucking shit.
Whatever.
If you have the audacity to correct, like, who give a fuck? Who give a fuck?
You know what I mean. And then our last question for the day from Adrian. Do you think Roxas has all of Sora's memories at the end of summer vacation, or did he just get glimpses of it during his dreams?
Okay, so I would love to know what you think first. Do you think he, like, got all of Sora's memories? Because, like, to me, I would say no, because he, like, still acted like Roxas. He didn't be like, my other life. He said Sora as if he was, like, the other. And not himself.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that, even if you have those memories, that wouldn't necessarily, like, make you think you're that other person still.
Really? I disagree. How funny.
I don't know. I guess, like, memories, like, I'm just thinking very realistically. I guess memories really are a different monster in the game and are something very powerful. I don't know. Like, I feel like you can have all the, I don't know. That's just how I feel. And it's just, I think so. Like, that's what I feel. I think that, yeah, he would. Because I go back to the restoration at 97% or whatever. Mm-hmm. And, like, all the memories coming to him in dreams. I feel like
that's true. Yeah, you're right. 97's a big ass fucking number. That's a lot of memories to go back into him.
Yeah.
So, okay, I can see what you mean.
We can agree to disagree.
No, because, like, my only thought process was, like, those people who, like, when they talk about their past lives, they'll say things like, which I don't know if you believe in past lives, and I don't know if I believe in past lives. I'm just saying people who talk about it, they'll say things like, I was a widow, and I remember my old cottage, you know, like, they'll say shit like that, you know, in a very personal way. So that's what came to my mind.
Right.
But I guess I can see your point where just because, like, you remember, you know what I also think of? Me and my twin, we have this memory where I swear it happened to me and she swears it happened to her. And when we were younger, we would get in fights over who it actually happened to. And to this day, we don't remember. So fucking stupid.
That's insane. That's some weird twin shit.
We're not even identical. We're fraternal. Anyway.
Well, that was our last question. So, Mel.
Yes.
What are we talking about next episode?
Do I mention a special something, or do I
think we mention a special something. I don't think we say who it is, but I think we mention that there might be a special someone on our next episode.
Ooh, a guest. Dare I say? And we'll be talking about Namine and Kairi, and we're gonna. There were some questions we got this episode about comparing Namine to Roxas because, you know, like we talked about, they're both really anomalous nobodies who, even though like they're the ones we're most familiar with, they are the exceptions. They break the rule. And so we couldn't really talk about why they're similar in that way because we haven't discussed Namine yet. But next episode, we will be able to dive deeper into why Roxas and Namine together are fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be a good episode. I'm happy with it.
It'll be a great episode. I'm excited for everyone to hear it. I'm excited for us to record it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can send your questions about Kairi and Namine and give us your speculations on who the special someone is going to be in our email, shuttingstarlight@gmail.com. Please be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, give us that little 5-star review that we love to see so much. So tasty, so yummy.
Every 5-star review will heal me from my sickness.
Yeah. 4-star review charges 5-star review casts. Yeah, that's all we got for today. So, as always, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the Starlight.
Namine and Kairi are two girls who live lonely lives for different reasons. Kairi can do nothing but wait while her two best friends make their long journeys back home.
Namine puts together memories of a sleeping boy, stuck always in dull white rooms reminiscent of her original prison, looking in on colorful memories she wasn't a part of. But these two girls find their way to each other, reach out to one another, and in the end, join to become one.
Today in Shedding Starlight, let's talk about Kairi and her relation to Namine. To begin, let's rewind to Namine's creation and how Kairi's circumstances at the time influenced the way Namine exists. The way Ansem the Wise writes about Namine in his 9th and 10th reports might make it confusing on when exactly she was born, since these reports switch back and forth between two different times Kairi loses her heart. The first time at Destiny Islands, when her heart takes refuge within Sora.
Sora.
And the second time at Hollow Bastion, when Sora releases both his and Kairi's hearts.
I won't let him go!
It might help if you stop thinking about reports 9 and 10 as being written right after both of these events. Instead, think of them as a single entry of reflection written during Chain of Memories that got interrupted halfway through. Together, this is what they explain. After Kairi's heart enters Sora, her body remains in the realm of light, instead of being reborn as a nobody in Twilight Town. This affected how Namine was created later during Hollow Bastion because she is not Kairi's original body like she is supposed to be, as with most nobody's creations. Namine was born when Sora released Kairi's heart from within him. Because Kairi's heart was released from within his body this time, not her own, the physical aspect Namine has as a nobody belongs to his body, Sora's. Not only does Namine not have Kairi's memories, she doesn't have Sora's either, as she can only be composed of a small portion of him since Roxas is his original body. Another thing that sets Namine apart is where she was born. Roxas was born in Twilight Town, which Sora had never been to, but it is where all nobodies are supposed to be born. Namine, however, was born at Castle Oblivion, a place deeper into the precipice of the in-between. A place neither Sora nor Kairi had been before. So Namine is the nobody of someone who isn't part of her makeup in any way, and the person who is part of her makeup is so just barely. Because of this, Namine's existence can be thought of as a mold of ice, so thin and fragile that even a single touch can begin to melt it. No wonder Ansem the Wise describes her as a non-being, in the truest sense of the word, the most fleeting of shadows. But Namine's creation and constitution isn't the only thing Ansem the Wise, Diz, studied about her.
I'm a witch, with power over Sora's memories and those around him.
A witch?
That's what Diz called me. But I don't know why I have this power. I just do. I'm not even sure there's a right way for me to use it.
While Namine struggles with the morality of her abilities, she does her best to make up for her mistakes by reconstructing Sora's memory after she dismantled it in Castle Oblivion. Namine not only has power over Sora's own memories, but also over other people's memories that involve Sora. Ansem the Wise suspects this is because Kairi's heart migrated deep within Sora's heart. Namine is an alter ego of the Kairi who has directly interfered with Sora's heart. Could this be why Sora and those hearts who are connected to him were able to have their memories controlled? This is why, in Castle Oblivion, Namine was able to manipulate Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy to make them forget things like Hollow Bastion's name. While Sora was asleep at Castle Oblivion, Namine had to gather all the memories involving Sora so everyone who knew him began to forget him. But as Namine neared the completion on her reconstructing Sora's memories, everyone's memories of Sora returned to them.
A while back, everyone suddenly remembered you guys, all at the same time.
You remembered? Wait, does that mean you forgot about us?
One of the people who once forgot Sora and slowly began to remember him as he inched closer to waking was Kairi.
After Kingdom Hearts 1, while Sora and Riku were stuck in strange places, eventually finding their way to Castle Oblivion, Kairi was always at Destiny Islands. The island we're most familiar with is the small island where kids go to play, the one we explored in the original game. But Kingdom Hearts 2 gives us a much better look at the main island, where everyone actually lives. Since the world's restoration, Kairi has been going back to school and living a regular life, forgetting Sora. Soon after Namine begins her work on Roxas in Twilight Town, Kairi decides to write a letter to the boy she now barely remembers.
His voice always used to be there, and now it's gone. I can't think of his face or his name. I feel awful about it.
The following day, Namine unintentionally puts Kairi in telepathic contact with Roxas and adjacently with Sora.
You don't remember my name? Thanks a lot, Kairi. Okay, I guess I can give you a hint. Starts with an S.
Suddenly, Kairi remembers Sora's name, and she drifts the bottled letter to Destiny Island's shoreline, the very letter Riku will later forward to Sora at the end of the game. Sometime later, after Roxas was joined with Sora, Kairi is visited by Axel, who, as we discussed last episode, tries to take her hostage. However, Riku, along with Pluto, lets Kairi escape to Twilight Town, where she befriends Xehanort, Pence, and Olette. Axel finds her again, however, and tries to take her a second time. We learn that Sykes intercepted this and imprisoned Kairi at the world that never was. But it wasn't Riku who saves her this time, or even Sora. It's Kairi's nobody herself, Namine, who reaches for Kairi's hand and pulls her out of the prison.
Believe in yourself. Come on, hurry!
When the two girls hold hands, a light emanates so bright that it's visible from the outside of the enormous castle. This touch was, unfortunately, the warmth that melts Namine's fragile shell of existence. Holding hands, Namine starts to visibly fuzz. The two girls escape together with the help of Riku. When Kairi sees Sora, she's attacked by Shadow Heartless. They disappear with a flash of light, and Riku hands Kairi her very own Keyblade, adorned with flowers embracing a destiny etched many years ago. Defeating the rest of the nearby Heartless, the two finally reunite with Sora, the three of them together for the first time in over a year. When things settle down at the world that never was, Namine appears and opens a dark corridor for everyone to return home through. Though now, she is only partly visible, as her existence thins further, not even perceivable to Mickey, Donald, and Goofy, those who do not have some sort of spiritual connection to her. She has one final moment with Roxas before grabbing hands with Kairi again, completing the union and disappearing within Kairi.
After Kairi walks through the door, she's once again separated from Sora and Riku. Little does she know, the letter she wrote before would find its way to Sora and Riku and lead them back to her.
At Destiny Islands, Kairi sees 2 falling stars. Her boys have made it back home. And as for Namine, she finally gets closure, as she finally isn't alone. After over a year of lonely existence, she's finally on that colorful island with her friends, like she always sketched.
So today, in celebration of talking about 2 very lovely girls in Kingdom Hearts, Kairi and Namine, we have a special guest who...
Let's freaking go.
Let's freaking go. Who
Let's freaking go.
absolutely loves these characters.
Oh my god.
Welcome, Ava.
Hello.
Yay!
Hi, everyone. Yes, I love my girls. Do not say anything bad about them. I am within striking distance.
So
she's out to fucking get you.
Thank you so much for coming on, Ava. You were like one of the first people we thought of, if not the first. We were like, we gotta get Ava on. We gotta.
Honored. Absolutely honored to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Jump right in.
Woo.
And one of the things about Namine, let's start with Namine, is the fact that she doesn't look like Kairi. And Roxas doesn't look like Sora. And
yes.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on?
It's weird how in Kingdom Hearts, with like the Ansem reports, Ansem the Wise is trying to give us like all these rules for nobodies. But then he has to go out of his way to clarify that but the protagonists are weird. They're, they break the rules. They're not the rule, they break the rules.
Syndrome.
Exactly. And so it's just like, it's weird when all the nobodies that we know are either the Organization 13, where we don't know what their original selves looked like, or there are people who are supposed to like break the rules, which is Roxas and Namine, and they look fucking different.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if you'll permit me to like go full picture or big picture here, when it comes to like writing narratives and stuff, there's like the basic writing rule of stories are only ever ordinary stories about exceptional people or exceptional circumstances, or ordinary people in exceptional circumstances. Sorry.
That's so real. That's so
real.
Yeah.
That's so true.
So it's so fun when you have like a story like this that has all of this like deep world building stuff that's all in it, and you set up all of your rules. And of course, Kingdom Hearts fans, we love to, hello, give me the rules. I would love to learn some more rules. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And it's more important when those rules get broken. And that's like big flashing neon lights to tell you, like, hey, this is something important. You need to pay attention to this. Why? Maybe because it might come back a little bit later.
Yeah.
Stay tuned in the series. Please keep buying them.
I was talking last episode about like how Ansem the Wise, like you just said, Mel, like all this nobody formula heartless stuff, it feels so scientific, and then Sora and Kairi show up and it's like, oh, they put a little bit too much of one chemical in and their result shows up different from the rest of the class. Like they're doing something different here. Either they are different or something special happened. You're exactly right with the special circumstances or special people. It's just like, what's going on? And I wrote down here, just to be a little bit of a fan for a second, it's just like Kairi and Sora and their interactions and them being so strong as two people. They have one interaction that makes a new person, a completely new person that is not like anything else we've ever seen before. And it's just like, it's so special. And it's so like, what's going on? And it's so like, these two are everything to me.
Yes.
And
yeah, and
that's how I feel.
Yeah, specifically at the point that Roxas and Namine are born, I think maybe that's almost even a callback of just how special of a moment it is as, you know, a fan when you get to that point in Kingdom Hearts 1 where it is such a big reveal that Kairi is a princess of heart. She is this like omega special person in the universe, and like how that kind of rocks your world a little bit. And then it's followed up with like the 1-2 punch of not only is she this super special person, she's also been in your heart the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's kind of this foundational moment in the series where so much stuff happens, that 1-2 punch that's so important to the story of Kingdom Hearts 1 in and of itself, but then everything just keeps calling back to them with the creation of Roxas, with the creation of Namine, and their special circumstances when they get born.
Yeah. Excellently said.
I wanted to say, like everything you just said, I wanted to also add, like, Kairi haters love to call her pointless, right? But I so appreciate how Namine's existence and birth really kind of elevate that, you know, they really, what's the word? Punctuate that point of her being such a strong, like being like Princess of Heart. Like she is the catalyst for so much of the events that take place in this series.
Yes. Yeah.
Like Namine is the one behind all of Chain of Memories, right?
Yes.
So like she's so important and Kairi's not pointless.
Yeah.
And like it's so cool how these two have been built together to really like move forward a lot of the story.
Yeah.
Written here. Even if it's not like being the main focus of being Sora and cutting down Heartless, you know? It's very in the back, but it's so important. It's so important.
That is what I think is such a shame about people who don't see the prominence that Kairi has, because it's like, because she's not like the main character that you run around in. You know, Roxas had like his whole tutorial of 7 days that you really got to know him, that people think that she doesn't have this rippling effect on the series, but she does. And she does through like multiple titles, but because it's not as prominent in the front of the plot, I'm sure there's such a better way to say that, but people kind of miss it. I don't know if they ignore it, but they miss it. And I think a lot hinges on her and who she is and what she is.
Exactly. Like,
absolutely.
I think it plays a lot into her identity as a nobody, right? You were just talking about Namine, not Kairi, right?
I was talking about, I was talking about Kyrie, but it works for Namine too.
Okay, yes, sorry. Because, like, you had started talking about, like, Roxas in the prologue, and, like...
You're so right. I understand how I was misleading, but I was meaning Kyrie, but it works for Namine as well.
Yes. So they do kind of have this, like, tandem energy, this symbiotic relationship between the two of them, obviously, right? Because they're essentially the same person. And they move in tandem on these separate fields where they both move a lot more in the shadows, behind the scenes, not prominently on screen, but they are still making major moves.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then all we see is Axel grabbing Kyrie by the wrist and being like, well, you're coming with me now. And, you know, it's fodder for the haters.
Is such a good transition onto my next point, which is if my two best friends were on adventures and, like, experiencing crazy shit like the other side of the galaxy, and I was stuck at home having to go to school, I'd be fucking pissed. I'd be so mad. And I'm someone who dropped out. Like, I do not like school. So that's how mad I would be.
Yeah.
No, I was the kid daydreaming about going on adventures in school. Like, absolutely.
Yeah, stinky. And at a time before cell phones and screen times.
You have to communicate telepathically with your boyfriend's nobody in order to even talk to them.
Which honestly, maybe. So later, I'll say this because it's not like a plot spoiler, but like way down the series in the Kingdom, way down the Kingdom Hearts series, they come up with like a version of social media, and I would be so mad if Sora and Riku started posting about their adventures, and I was still stuck at home.
God. Yeah. Anyway, to kind of hard pivot to my next point, as I was reading the script, I was like, man, if the devs weren't cowards and this wasn't made in the early 2000s, Namine would be trans with the heart of a girl and the body of a boy. Like, the LGBT representation is everywhere with those for eyes to see.
Which is so funny because I read it the other way where I was like, oh my gosh, Namine is a girl and she's born from Sora, a boy. Like, come on, trans femme. Which I think is just so... Kingdom Hearts is so gender. And it's gender in every way.
Absolutely.
It's like Link. Like, Link is like gender in any way you want to interpret it. And if people don't get it, then you don't get it. But if you get it, you do. You know what I mean?
If you get it, you do.
Yeah. I have this, like, this incessant need to always, like, categorize the organization as, like, a greater metaphor for the LGBT community.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Where it's and I always say this all the time, they're very much like the X-Men in that they are this just this force that has been othered in a
so true
very intentional way, right? And the almost bigotry that comes from I hate to put this on him, but like you know what? I'm gonna put it on Yin Sid because Sora got his anti-nobody bigotry from Yin Sid because he's the one who taught him about it.
I thought you were gonna say Ansem the Wise, the twist, but you're right. God. They're both
Ansem Wise is there too, but he wasn't teaching
both
people.
Both crusty old men. What do they know?
All crusty old men keep telling us to other this other group, but even though, you know, there's not there. Hey, listen, individuals are flawed. All right. not everybody is gonna. Not every gay is gonna be also like a great person. All right. And that's I don't know. Should I talk? Because I've talked about this before in one of my videos where I feel very, very connected to another character that we are not going to talk about right now.
Right.
Also having very big trans coding on them, and how the organization at large can kind of sometimes be how there is specifically like within the greater LGBT community, there's still like biphobia from gay men. There's still transphobia from lesbians. You know, not everybody's perfect, and we're always working towards that. And how there is so many layers to these characters. You know, anybody who can be othered, it's the gays will flock to these people. These characters, fictional characters. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're just, I love them.
That's why, like, speaking of, like, Namine, I am going to segue into my next point, but before I do, I want to say this. Namine in particular is so interesting to me because she is so nice. She just wants to help other people and undo her mistakes, which she was manipulated into doing.
Yes. Yeah, they're not her mistakes.
She literally has so much power. She's so powerful.
She's so powerful.
And yet people, everyone around her just kind of agrees like, oh, but she's nothing. You know, she's nothing. Even though she literally, the only reason she doesn't fucking mind control everybody is because she doesn't realize she has that power. I think that's something we talked about in Chain of Memories is how, like the quote, the way you lose your power is believing you don't have any or whatever.
Absolutely.
And so it's like, you know, she is absolutely someone who's told that she's nothing, even though she has the ability to change the world.
Yes.
Okay, so anyway, I just had to get that out. Something that I think is really interesting about Namine, because in Kingdom Hearts 2, she has like we said, she plays a big role and her actions create a ripple that literally wakes up like our main protagonist. But she doesn't have a lot of scenes in Kingdom Hearts 2. And one of the scenes that she does have that I think is so revealing about her current mindset is when she says to Roxas, like, I'm a witch. That's what Diz called me. I have this power, I don't know why, and I don't even know if there's a right way for me to use it. And I just love that scene where she's talking to Roxas, because even though she's trying to tell Roxas, like, hey, you're a nobody, you don't really exist, it also just shows so much about the insight of her mind and what she thinks about herself. And she's like trying to make up for Castle Oblivion, but she doesn't really know if she's going the right way. And I just love that scene. Yeah. I love that scene for her. And then the other thing I have to say about this scene is at one point she goes like, I don't know why I have this power. And I'm like, Diz literally writes why you have that power. So did Diz not even fucking tell her? Did he not even tell her, like, the circumstances of her birth, even though she knows she was Kairi's nobody? Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's what it sounds like to me.
Crusty old man at it again, just being worthless.
You are a tool at best.
No wonder people call him Ansem trigger warning.
Yeah, and I have such similar feelings. I think we talked about this. Well, first of all, I want to say, like, I feel like this is such, like, a cool representation of someone having, like, newfound powers that are, like, not well researched because it's not something anyone has seen before. I think it's very cool. I feel like usually that's not how things are portrayed. I feel like people usually have, like, this innate sense of, like, oh, I need to use my powers for good and this is how I'm gonna do that, or blah, blah, blah. But this is clearly, like, so different from that, which is cool. But also, you know, going into Diz, I think we talked about this on our last Namine episode, but the fact that she calls herself a witch and that, like, other people call her a witch, I think it's Ansem the Wise, right? Such a wild word to use. Like, feels like almost out of place for this series.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's so weird. It's like, I don't know what the other word is used like across other translations, but like the word witch has such a heavy implication in America because of our history around that word.
Yep.
And the witch trials and everything. Like, such like a heavy, like negative, you know, connotation to this word that is being used for a girl that is so small and so pure. And just having these men around her just kind of dictate what she's doing.
Yeah.
Like
her purity is almost always like exemplified in that she's like all white everywhere. Every room that she's in needs to be all white. You know, her outfit.
Yeah.
That is specifically her singular and only outfit that is so understated for Nomura's particular fashion style.
So true.
It's which I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if like this has ever been brought up. Like I don't want to pretend like I'm making a huge discovery or anything. I'm sure this has been discussed somewhere, but like that's such a like cool representation of like Kairi's, you know, being a princess of heart, being a very pure being. I feel like that has to like kind of stem from that a little bit.
Absolutely,
Yeah. What were you else were you saying, Ava?
So, yeah, sorry, did I cut you off a little bit?
We just like me and my friends, we have like a joke about where it's like by Nomura's standard, he's basically put her in like what do you call it? It's like a
To me, it looks like a washcloth.
I've forgotten the gosh dang. What is it? It's a bag, but what kind of bag? A bag like
a glad?
A potato sack.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes. She needs like a new getup.
Yes, and we complain about that constantly. So, like with Namine's like special powers that she has, I just find it to be like so. There's a couple of different questions that are a little bit left open because it's presented in a very ambiguous way, but it's when the major memory loss of the series happens at the end of Chain of Memories, and everyone, both Sora's memories are like kind of wiped back to square one, but also everyone who is connected with him also gets their memories wiped specifically of him. What would that be like to be on the receiving end of the memory wipe? Because there is the Chain of Memories credit scene of Kairi where she does kind of like look off into the distance almost kind of suddenly, like she just forgot something. So is it all of the memories just got sucked right out of everybody instantaneously, or was it just like a slow drip of just losing this person that we had in our lives?
Wait, I don't know. I can't even think of what you're saying. I'm going to look it up right now. Shadow, get out of here. I got an ad. Not yet. That's not your time. Oh my god. Okay, selfie.
Yeah, they're playing and she's just like, what just happened here?
Yeah, weird.
Wow.
Okay, this I have seen. Okay. I guess I just forgot about that Kairi one. Very interesting.
You know me, encyclopedic knowledge if it means that Kairi's on the screen.
Very interesting. Okay, so keep going with your thought now that I can visualize what you're talking about.
Yeah, so I don't know which of these like two scenarios would be like sadder. Is it like slowly losing things so much so that you don't notice it going away, or is it just the all of a sudden I'm missing something, I'm missing someone, where are they, who are they?
Oh
yeah,
well, just the idea of forgetting someone important to you.
Yeah,
exactly.
So scary. So sad. It just makes me like feel like just me trying to imagine that sort of thing. I feel like all of those memories that people would have had with Sora would kind of turn into those type of memories where you don't remember if they really happened or if they happened in a dream. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's, like, at least to me, I feel like that's how it would feel, especially if there's such a huge part of them missing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially, like, a childhood friend. Like, if I were to think about, like, someone who comes to my mind when I think about, like, my childhood, who was always there, I think of my twin, who's alive and well. But I think of the idea of, like, me forgetting my twin and, like, certain scenes that happened with just the two of us no longer really make sense. Like, say, like, an argument. If I'm remembering an argument, but I don't remember who I was arguing with, like, would that eat at me? Oh,
that would be wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I would go crazy trying to remember.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And like,
thank God I live in real life.
Thank goodness. Yeah. Well, and like, I think it's especially like, this isn't about him right now, but especially for, I bumped my table. With Riku being like in the midst of like all of this stuff that's still happening, but still also not having his own memories of Sora. So like he's like, I know I'm doing this for like a friend and like Sora's a friend, but I don't know who Sora is.
Yeah.
I think we talked about that. We had a couple episodes ago, we had an episode on Riku and what he was kind of doing between Chain of Memories and Kingdom Hearts 2. And it is really weird to think about how, I guess, like, if Riku forgot about Sora and wasn't taken under Diz's wing yet, then, like, he really was just, like, thinking about himself and thinking about Xehanort's Heartless still troubling him. And, like, how lonely. Like, it would almost be, like, a relief to remember, like, oh my God, I have a friend and he needs me. Like, I am not just by myself. Like, I do have a purpose. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. He would have been cut loose if he had no other, like, tie to him right at that moment.
Yeah.
So, yes. Yeah, totally. Thank God for fucking Mickey. I can't believe I said that. But really, thank God.
Well, and Namine was there too. She was making sure that Riku was staying in line.
You're absolutely right. I couldn't remember if Namine was only reunited with Riku after Diz connected with Riku, but I forgot that obviously Riku meets Namine herself and not just with Diz.
Right.
So, okay. No, you're right.
Hey, you're that pig pocket.
I was literally thinking about that line the other day because I have to gather, I like to gather the MP, the character quotes, like saying things that we write in the scripts, and I hand those over to Hannah to like lift off some weight from her. And I heard that line, and that line with no context is just so funny. It's so good.
Just so much of, God, I love Kingdom Hearts. Because they have, back in the older games when they had to, like, I guess the computer had to, like, think about putting the characters in the next action or whatever, there's just such a stiltedness about everything. So it's like, hey, you're that pig pocket. Long pause. Shoving you through the door. Yeah.
Characters
just the timing.
Who interrupt each other. Yeah. There's fully like 2 seconds before the interruption. It's like,
oh my God. Yeah.
Oh dear.
It's cinema.
I think that's one of the things, you know, we won't get into specifics, but I think that's one of the things that made Kingdom Hearts 3 so funny to me is like interruptions were on time.
Exactly.
And like dialogue was on time. And I was like, oh my God, it feels so natural.
Yeah,
like,
dialogue could be spoken on top of each other.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
God.
As I just did when I cut you off right then.
But baby, that's natural.
It's not,
that's
baby.
natural.
Baby, it's called conversation. Look into it.
It's real life.
Yeah, look into it.
And like another point that I always like come back to when it comes to like, especially the super special relationship between the super special nobodies of Roxas and Namine and their counterpart Sora and Kairi is how like the nobodies are a reflection of their somebodies, fandom term, and how the way that they both try to help each other, they both try to care for each other, is kind of metaphorically a way of like saying this should be self-care, right? You should love yourself. You should give yourself some grace.
Yeah.
Some you can help get yourself out of very, very hard circumstances, like Namine's isolation, the isolation that she was born into, which must have been, just absolutely
awful. Yeah. Oh my God.
Awful. Imagine being born and you are completely alone for even just like a couple of days.
Yeah.
What that could possibly do to you, and then, why she does the thing that she does in Chain of Memories is completely understandable.
Oh,
yes.
God, yeah.
And again, like you were saying, with Kairi being so isolated on the islands during Kingdom Hearts 2, when everybody else is off having fun adventures and you just get to be stuck doing the hard stuff, how Namine can recognize the loneliness in Kairi, like when she saves her from the prison in the world that never was. And Kairi also recognizes the loneliness in Namine when, she like finally accepts her back into her heart at the end. In this title, at least, at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2, when they hold hands and they meld together, it's a period there at that point. And it's about, just like hug yourself and give yourself the time that you need to just like, to be a person, and like your feelings are valid.
Yes.
Absolutely.
One of my favorite lines Namine says ever throughout the whole series is when she's pulling Kairi out of the prison and she says, "Believe in yourself."
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like, that's so fucking cute. You guys, believe in yourself.
And that also, I feel, is punctuated with Sora and Roxas, when Roxas is talking about or when he's on the tower with Axel and he's like, Sora will find the answer. I know he will because he's me. It's like,
yeah.
Fuck. This is something that, once again, not getting into any specifics, that I think some modern Kingdom Hearts games miss. Because I think as they get more complex, because if you don't know by now, Kingdom Hearts is known for getting really complicated.
Yeah.
I think that the main writer, Nomura, tends to focus on the complicated plot.
Yeah.
And not enough about the character and the emotional people that drive it. Because this is, like, when I became a Kingdom Hearts fan, this is what got me into it, was the different relationships and the emotions that come with it. And this makes me a type of excited and giddy that, like, I know I'm known for lore, but the lore doesn't get me like this because it's not what got me into the series. The lore was just kind of like, well, I guess I have to know this now.
Yeah.
Like, but you're right. Like, the relationship Namine and Kairi have, and the relationship Roxas and Sora has, especially as it develops, because it doesn't start the same way that it ends.
Yeah.
Like, that really is what makes this game so fucking good, in my opinion. In my onion.
Yes. Yeah.
This game is great.
And I think that's what's so special about Kingdom Hearts 2 in particular, is that there is this major pause, this major breath that we get in this series that lets Roxas and Namine kind of just sit for a second and just be like, be held, and their entire lives they have been given no gentleness. And and Sora and Kairi are so special. Oh my god, Sora and Kairi are such special people, and they finally give that to them. And being nice and kind to yourself and others is just kind of like cool.
So true. So true. So with Namine and Kairi joining and accepting each other, following that path, something I never really realized, which maybe everybody else kind of knew this and I'm just the odd one out, but I didn't realize until writing this script
that the reason Namine starts to fade away and is because she already started the union with Kairi when they held hands and when Namine pulled her out of the prison. And there was that big light. Like, I'm looking back at myself, like, Mel, every time you played Kingdom Hearts 2, what were you even thinking? Like, what was going through your head?
Ooh,
and I
shiny colors.
Because, like, I wonder if it's because, like, between every Kairi and Namine scene, there's, like, a bunch of other shit. You know, you've got, like, Xemnas and Saïx and Ansem always talking to Mickey. So maybe I just never put 2 and 2 together.
There is a lot happening.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. There's a lot happening.
Yeah.
So I never picked up on this until literally, like, 2 weeks ago.
But
so, my
like,
bad.
once again, like, the through line of, like, Kairi and Namine is that a lot of some of their best moments in the series kind of happen off screen and not focused on.
Yeah.
And that's what's so frustrating about it is that, like, so, like, just put them on screen just a little bit more, show me their emotions, show me their reactions. It's, you just give me some character interaction, please.
There's too many boys. Give us the girls.
Too many boys, exactly.
It's so weird because there are other girl characters that get a lot of screen time. Maybe not a lot, but more than Kairi and Namine.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I'm just like, you do it for them.
Yeah.
Why are you not doing it for these 2 girls who have been here forever? Like, I don't know.
In a sense that, like, makes me so excited whenever they do show up on screen. I'm like, yes, stuff's happening. I love to see them. There they are. They're here. Finally.
They're very special.
Very special.
Okay, so something that we also got some emails on is... It's so weird when is Riku handing Kairi a Keyblade and he's just like, here, take this. I'm like,
where were you keeping that, sir?
So it's my thought. I don't know if people would agree with this because maybe it's talked about in an Ultimania. I don't remember. If it is, it was in Japanese exclusive for like years, so I don't really blame myself for not knowing. But it seems to me that, okay, so in Kingdom Hearts 1, way back in Kingdom Hearts 1, when Sora was about to be engulfed in darkness, when Destiny Islands was falling to darkness and Sora was about to be engulfed right next to Riku, the Keyblade saved him. It was like this big flash of light, and then the Keyblade appeared, and he was safe from the darkness. So I'm wondering if, like, something similar happened where Kairi was about to get, you know, beat up by all these Shadow Heartless, and then her Keyblade appeared, and maybe it appeared on the ground and Riku picked it up, but I don't really know. Like, what do you guys make of that scene?
It's strange because it's an oddball out. It's the Keyblade is never treated like this for anyone else before. It's never treated like this for anyone else after.
Yeah.
It's
it's never referenced.
It's never referenced. Yeah, and like the thing is supposedly, like, there's a lot of back and forth about. I mean, I kind of value the way that originally, when it was just Kingdom Hearts 1, during the fall of Destiny Islands, I kind of like to have this immaculate conception of the Keyblade kind of happening for Sora. But in subsequent interviews and subsequent titles, Nomura's kind of confirmed that that was specifically Riku losing the ability to get the Keyblade. The Keyblade chose Sora in that moment rather than Riku because Riku was being, like, weak. And with this, that could almost be Riku also doing, like, handing a Keyblade to Kairi in the same sense of, like, an inheritance almost.
I'd never thought of it like that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's, but again, it's not like a big flash and suddenly it appears in her hand. Maybe she, like, Butterfingers dropped it, and he was like, what is this?
I found this in the closet over there. Maybe you could use it.
It looks like you. I mean, you know.
It's got your vibes.
Oh my god, you should totally get it. It's totally your vibes.
It's definitely weird. In fact, let me just see if there are any... What does any emails dip into this? Let me see. Adrian did send an email with featuring a question of evolving that. But, I mean, it's hard to say because, like Ava said, it's literally never talked about again. So, it's just... and it kind of annoys me when... Because we've talked before about how there are certain things that we mention because it doesn't seem important now, but it's a surprise tool that'll help us later. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, it's gonna come back.
Yeah.
And so, but this, like, if this is one of those times, bitch, the seed has still not been sown.
Yeah,
like, she's still planted in the
exactly.
dirt. Even for us who've played all the games, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's fucking annoying, and I want it back.
Exactly. And I think, unfortunately, in a metatextual sense, almost anything that has to do with Kyrie is so glossed over. I don't think it will come back. I think it was just a choice that happened. What led to that choice? We're gonna just have to, I guess, wait until Nomura addresses it in an interview. Maybe.
When we're all 80.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's
Alas,
just,
I do agree.
it stinks, but the biggest answer we can have for you is just, it was a choice.
Yeah. It happened. Somehow. Somehow Palpatine returned.
Exactly. Very that.
God.
So whenever I was recording this script, at the very end, I texted Mel and I was like, the last line of the script made me cry.
Yeah.
It's just that line of she's finally on that colorful island with her friends like she always sketched. Ah! It's too much. It's too much. And we love Namine. We love having her friends that she wanted to be her friends the whole time, and now they really are her friends.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
That's why I'm really glad Namine and Roxas were able to have that moment at The World That Never Was, where they were like, okay, I had to make sure I didn't say the world ends with you. Sorry. I had to stop for a second there.
No, yeah.
But when she's like, we'll be together, or I guess Kyrie says, we'll be together every day.
Yeah.
And like, thank fucking God that Namine and Roxas get to like breathe.
Yeah.
They get to like sit down. You know what I mean? After standing, doing bullshit jobs.
Being paid $7.50 an hour, fielding complaints, being yelled at by all kinds of Karens.
In a customer service representative job. Jeez.
No pee breaks.
No pee breaks.
They're finally off. Their job's done. Thank God.
Again, like Kingdom Hearts 2 really does give that really big punctuation to their story. For at least the time being. And it's such a beautiful way to just give them what they needed.
Yeah. Especially on fucking Paradise, dude. Like,
What
you
a great-
couldn't retire anywhere better.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, do they have any vacancies in Destiny Island?
I would live there.
I've been really feeling the vibe here.
We gotta record a VOD for AMV or Airbnb. AMV.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So Adrian sent us a lot of questions.
Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you, Adrian. A few of them rolled over from the last episode. We didn't forget. We promise. So the first one we're going to talk about right now. Why do you think Roxas and Namine ended up spawning in two different worlds? After all, their original selves and the Heartless that created them were in the same location, and I assume they were spawned at the same time, but not in the same place.
Yeah, we wanted to point out that Namine was born in Castle Oblivion and not Twilight Town, which is just like yet another thing that makes her extraordinary. Especially because, Aba, you were really good at pointing this out. how Castle Oblivion is like, how did you describe it?
It's so like, with all of the, even like the more special worlds, it's like with Twilight Town, with the world that never was, they exist in this realm in between, right? Not quite light, not quite darkness. And Castle Oblivion is one of those, but it's like it's on the precipice of something even a little bit more mysterious than the others, almost.
Yeah.
So
it really is.
Yeah, it's
especially because like, well, I'll let you finish.
No, it's like it's a super special surprise for later.
yeah. But I think it only fits with Namine's theme even more of how Namine is like not that she doesn't exist, because like you literally can like see her, you know, but like
sometimes
the way she exists less than everybody else and exists even less than your standard nobody. And so it's like, I almost feel like it's fitting for her to be born in such an ominous kind of, I don't know if depraved is the right word, but it's like, in my opinion, Castle Oblivion is the most empty place you could be without it literally being barren. You know, It's not a desert, it's a castle, but it's a castle stripped of any personality on the inside. And on the outside, it looks like a complete labyrinth of sideways wings. And it's like in the scariest little like hell-looking kind of crusty sort of pathway. I don't even know how to describe it.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like fitting that she would be born there because she's just so nothing. Even though she's everything.
Don't
but,
say
like,
that.
She's
She's not nothing. She's everything.
I just mean like
she's everything.
Her existence is so like diluted. I don't even know the correct terminology for how to describe her.
Fleeting,
you know, the most fleeting, fleeting shadows.
Yeah, you described her as a thin piece of ice, and like what an apt like visual metaphor for her. I think that's a great way to look at it.
Oh, the glass menagerie. Just a little tchotchke on the shelf.
Yeah, I was thinking she is the definition of a glass cannon, actually. She's so powerful. She's quite literally made of glass.
God.
Yeah.
I'll still hold her hand, though. She might melt, but I'll hold her hand.
Absolutely. She deserves it.
Yeah.
And then, this next question, Aba really wanted to talk about. Also from Adrian, do you think Namine got her affection for drawing because that is something that Sora and Kairi used to do together? Which is such a cute thought to start.
It is. Yeah. Well, of course, you know, children like to do drawing and stuff, but I have always kind of had this interpretation of like, again, Kairi and Namine are reflections of each other, and we've seen Kairi be, she likes her writing, right? She writes her letters all of the time, both with the one that's here in this title that we're mainly talking about, with her message in a bottle to Sora by the end. And then later on in the series, she's also seen writing a lot. So that is her like creative pursuit. And it's like, I feel like I've always like seen like writing and like drawing as like the opposite sides of a coin.
Of course, yeah.
You know, so it's just like, it's just ways that these girls can like creatively express themselves, and like it that symbiosis between them keeps them linked in their expression.
That is so cute.
It's so good.
I just want to see them like sitting next to each other. You know how people will be like working on their projects in the same room, even though they're not talking to each other. Like, I need to see that with them.
They need to write a children's book together.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
What's that thing called though? It's called like concurrent play or something.
Oh, I don't know.
No, it's like
parallel something play. I don't know.
Parallel play. Yes, yeah. It's like a real like childhood development thing. So yes, Mel, you were talking about like a real science thing.
Oh my god, I'm so smart and I don't even know it.
It's almost like you're powerful.
Oh my god, I'm so powerful.
Don't ever let anyone take your power.
Thank you. Believe in yourself.
Especially not the fucking YouTube comments.
No, I sniped those bitches like Namine should. Anyway.
Yeah. She could brain break a person.
Yeah. And she will.
And she will. She has. And she'll do it again.
And then she'll draw about it. She'll draw it.
Just decompressing with my little sketchbook.
Okay, so Adrian's fifth question, which kind of piggybacks, I should have reordered this, my bad. That kind of piggybacks off of Kairi's Keyblade, is how she didn't keep it. It disappeared. And so I guess I always kind of thought that, like, you know, Sora doesn't have his Keyblade on his back all the time.
Yeah.
You know, he summons it. Unless, oh my god, I forgot about the manga. That is so cute. I think that's such a cute thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay, but in the video games, he like summons it at will, and then it like goes away when he doesn't need it anymore.
Yeah.
And I guess I just kind of figured that was the way it was for Kairi.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to say because she's not really in danger after, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know, it's kind of weird.
Again, it might just be like the limitations of the hardware that we were in at the time, and like
true.
She just in many places it's so specifically we just so happened to lose both Kairi and Mickey here. Oh, they're just they just got tossed just 2 more feet outside of the ring.
Someone put up an invisible wall. Yeah,
exactly. So it's just like, they can't be here right now. You know, so it's kind of like
so funny.
Kairi is there in spirit, right? Even though she's not on screen doing stuff, you can kind of fill in the blanks in the background of, she's still there. She might take out a couple nobodies here and there, you know. She goes to the same place where whoever is not in your 2 extra party members is at the time. You know, the one that's not chosen. That space.
That's so funny. That's such a fun... Like, of course Mulan doesn't actually switch out with Donald. Like, of course they're quote-unquote both there.
Yeah.
You just can't... That's so fucking funny. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah.
That imagery in my head.
Yeah. Sora just said, like, okay, like, you just move in the back. Just...
You're in the camera. The camera can see you. Go back further.
Yeah. So it's like you can say that she is there. She is doing stuff, but it's just not a part of the game. Unless you wanted to do like a mod or whatever. There are mods that now lets you even play as Kairi during those sections. So, or they're in the process, you know.
Currently downloading that as we speak.
Oh my god, it's girl. They are so freaking fun. I love playable Kairi mods. I love playable Kairi mods.
All right, well, that is the last of the questions we're going to address for today. So, Aba, we've come to the end of the episode. I would like you to plug anything and everything you ever want and dreamed and whatever.
Oh, wow. Anything I want in dreams? Well, I would like a house for my dogs and a nice car.
We're manifesting. Everyone hold hands. We're manifesting this for Aba today.
Yes. Universal health care. How's that?
We're going to need more hands. Everybody come in.
More hands. It's universal for a reason. Hurry. Yeah, so I run a YouTube channel called Absolutely Everything About. That's kind of where I get the acronym. It's an acronym if you squint, ABA. I think it's either ABA Absolutely or Absolutely ABA on most social media websites. Sorry, I can't remember which ones I've put.
You'll find her.
Where.
Just type it in. You'll find her.
Yeah, particularly follow me on Blue Sky. I'm trying that out, and it's being nice to me so far. So I enjoy that.
Hell yeah.
I will say that if you're playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time and you haven't finished everything...
Oh, so true.
Be aware of spoilers, just in case Ava does post spoilers, because Ava is a current fan who has experienced the story up to date.
Yes.
But also, if you are like looking forward to someone to watch whose opinions and like Ava just has great videos.
Yeah.
Like, yes, it is with spoiler material, but like look forward to her stuff because they're so good. I'm like, if there's one YouTuber who should at least have 100,000, it's Ava. Like, her shit is that funny, that well thought out, that long. We all love YouTubers who post super long video essays.
Hell yeah.
Like, she's that bitch. She's that bitch.
Oh gosh.
I loved your video on the Kingdom Hearts fashion. Loved that. Ate up every second of that.
Hey, and you know what? That's also, that's one thing I should plug. That was a part of last year's March Caprice. Follow March Caprice. It's a annual March Caprice digital convention. So everyone's welcome to attend from all over the world. And we're going to have it this year, the last week of March. That's the 24th through the 30th. And if you want to sign up to be a participant in March Caprice, actually, because it's we show people's videos, we show people's art, cosplay, basically anything that you have made as a creator, and you can showcase about Kingdom Hearts. We can host you, and signups to actually participate in it close on January 15th. So
hell yeah,
absolutely participate if you want to. We would love to have you.
Amazing. Mel, what is our episode for next week?
Our episode for next week... Okay, actually, I might have to look.
Yeah, do we even know?
So, next episode is gonna be about the virtual... Oh my god, did you hear that voice?
Yeah,
crack?
I did.
It's gonna be about the virtual Twilight Town. So, you know... It's got a lot of weird glitches. How does it work? How the fuck was Roxas put in a computer? We're gonna cover it all, okay?
He
We're
got
gonna cover
uploaded.
it all. He got uploaded.
His ass got uploaded. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm absolutely tuning into that.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
So if you have questions, be sure to email sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. If you enjoyed Aba on today's episode, be sure to like the video and subscribe and leave a comment saying how much you loved her and everything she had to say. And yeah, I think that's it. Anything else, Mel and or Aba, for today?
Just not for me.
Thank you so much for having me, though. I've just had such a great time here on Shedding Starlight.
Of course.
I'm so excited. Even though it's literally like over, we're at the end, I'm still so excited.
Well, thank you for watching, everybody,
and we'll see you in the Starlight.
The beginning of Kingdom Hearts 2 takes place in a seemingly pleasant town full of character. But as Roxas lives day to day, odd and unexplainable things happen. This is, of course, because Roxas is a real boy stuck inside a simulation. His bedroom is fake, his friends are fake, his goals and accomplishments are all fake. All constructed by an outside engineer, Diz, to keep Roxas in line until he has fulfilled his purpose.
This world of data is referred to by the fanbase as Virtual Twilight Town Simulation, or Data Twilight Town. During our season on Chain of Memories, the word data referred to recorded information. But from Kingdom Hearts 2 onward, when we use the term data, we're referring specifically to the type associated with technology, digital material.
Twilight Town differs from the other data world in Kingdom Hearts 2, Space Paranoids, the computer world with Tron. You can compare virtual Twilight Town to, say, the world you walk around in exploring a video game. Space Paranoids, on the other hand, is a visual representation of sifting through a computer's code or files. The way Roxas and later Sora had a device transport them into the virtual Twilight Town makes it seem like it's located within Diz's computer. But on the other hand, nearing the climax of the game, Chip and Dale point out seeing 2 Twilight Towns. Whether they mean see optically or see on a scanner, either way, this should be impossible if the virtual Twilight Town was completely encased within the computer. Somehow, this virtual simulation seemed to have reached the outside world. This isn't ever explicitly said in Kingdom Hearts 2 itself, but it is corroborated by a few things.
First, Sora and company were able to leave the virtual Twilight Town via a corridor portal that leads to the world that never was. They never used the computer to undigitize them. And Axel could enter the virtual Twilight Town without being digitized at all. Contrary to natural assumption, maybe Roxas and Sora were never digitized with that device, only transported. Second, various items from this virtual Twilight Town made their way to the real world thanks to Riku. The photograph of Roxas with his friends, Olette's money bag she made herself, and the blue crystal marble from the one-of-a-kind struggle trophy.
There's gotta be another town out there like this one. That would explain how the king got that pouch in the crystal.
While various characters were able to touch and hold these digital items, they may not be completely stable or safe, based on the caution Diz had.
Objects from that town must be kept out of the real world.
But digital items having actual mass, and characters from the real world entering the data without being converted into data, implies that perhaps, some way, somehow, the virtual Twilight Town actually takes up real space. While this idea makes this simulated world sound sophisticated and convincing, it's not without its fair share of glitches and oddities.
Diz had to take fast actions to keep Roxas within the bounds of the world he created. For instance, Diz made Riku take Roxas's money, his only means of visiting the virtual beach with his friends.
Is it really that hard to make a beach?
We'd be giving the enemy another entry point.
And Diz later prevents Roxas from boarding a train since its destination, Yenzid's Tower, was never included in the simulation's coding. We can assume that Digital Xehanort was executing a command when he pulled Roxas back with the excuse of,
"You'll get hurt."
There are also quite a number of glitches and other activity due to outside interference, like Axel, who seemed to pause the Struggle Tournament's audience. But Dusks especially caused a great number of glitches and strange instances in their attempts to contact Roxas. There's the iconic situation of them stealing not only photos of Roxas, but the word photo from the Data's vocabulary pool. Dusks are also the cause for over half of the rumors featured in the 7 Wonders of Twilight Town. But Axel and the Dusks under his command are not the only nobodies responsible for tweaking the system.
Namine has her own reasons for manipulating this data world. While Namine's main goal is waking Sora up, like Riku, she also has sympathy for Roxas, seeing herself in him. Because of this, she tries multiple times to meet with him and explain why things are the way they are. On the 3rd day, Namine pauses Pence and Olette so she can meet Roxas uninterrupted. Later that day, after Roxas fights the giant nobody in the Station of Awakening, Namine pulls him into a strange room we only ever see once. A place that could be interpreted as a room Namine herself coded into existence, since it's not copied from any real place we've seen. Rather, seems inspired by Namine's past in Castle Oblivion. It's a minimalist void, but has large blocks resembling the crown-shaped cards. This is the first time she tries to explain everything to Roxas, but is stopped by Riku.
Was that Namine made of data?
No. Namine hijacked the data herself. Look what she's done now. She's totally beyond my control.
The next time she speaks to Roxas is inside the mansion's white room with her drawings. This time, she does use an avatar of herself made of data. However, partway through Namine and Roxas's conversation, her avatar dissolves into pixels. Her real self appears against Diz's wishes, where she tries to relieve Roxas with hope that they'll meet again. It turns out this visit to the mansion was planned to be Roxas's last. Too many nobodies had wiggled their way into the data world, and Diz was out of time. So he lured Roxas to the mansion, and in a twist of the knife, Diz used his own data avatar to taunt Roxas before he slept so Sora would awaken. Even though most of Sora's visits to Twilight Town are in the real world, his experiences still give us insight into how the virtual version works.
At the end of Sora's first experience with Twilight Town, before he gets on the train to the mysterious tower, Xehanort and Sora have this exchange.
Hey, Sora? You sure we haven't met before?
Positive. Why do you ask?
I don't know.
This is when Sora cries a tear, our first sign that Roxas still exists within Sora. But Roxas is not the only one in the scene who shows how powerful the connections between people are. For this could also imply the real Xehanort is sensing Roxas, someone only his digital counterpart was friends with. This scene might be hinting that Xehanort and the others are connected to their virtual versions. And this may be part of what Ansem the Wise was telling Mickey when thinking back to his creation of the virtual Twilight Town.
The inhabitants of my Twilight Town were data created from real hearts. I was convinced that they would think and behave the way I had envisioned, but I couldn't have been more wrong. A heart is so much more than any system.
We're talking about one of my favorite topics in the whole fucking world, which is
Twilight Town 2.
The fucking Matrix. Wonderful. Roxas took I don't know if Roxas took any pill. I don't know if anybody gave him that option, but he would have taken the red pill.
Yeah, he would have. Because then he could figure out what the fuck's going on to him. So I want to start out with my kind of stupid, kind of not stupid question.
Okay.
So my question is, what is all this for? Like, why don't they just tie up Roxas and put him under anesthesia and be like, you're gonna see Sora now when he's ready? Why did they have to put him in this?
Why were they being too much?
Yeah, why were they being too much? Why did they put them in this fucking, what's his name? Bill Cipher, Mabel, prison trap.
Oh my god, I forgot about that. Well, I'd have to say it's for the same reason that they had to trap Mabel. And it's because, I feel like it's because Roxas is just too fucking powerful. Roxas is so strong. It's crazy to think about because he's literally like only a year old. He's a baby.
He's a baby.
But he's so powerful. His boss is fucking hard. And Riku got his ass whooped. Eventually, he summons 2 Keyblades, which I don't even know if Diz fucking knew he could do that.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, so to me, I assume they probably had to, like, one, brainwash him using Namine, and then make a world that would go along with his brainwashing. That's what I think, personally.
Okay.
Personally.
Okay. That makes sense. That was one of my own thoughts is like, oh, is it just so like Namine could get to him and do what she needed to do? But they still could have just tied him up for that.
The anesthesia is a good fucking point. Okay, so I love Kingdom Hearts 2 because it really points Kingdom Hearts in a new direction that I feel like Kingdom Hearts 1 and even Chain of Memories didn't really like dive into, which is like sci-fi. Like Kingdom Hearts 2 is very sci-fi. Not even just Data Twilight Town, but also like the world that never was and like the weird futuristic rooms you find in Radiant Garden, you know? But especially this virtual simulated Twilight Town is very sci-fi. And I think future Kingdom Hearts games kind of follow through with this kind of theme. And I like it. I like it.
It's very, you always beg the Kingdom Hearts series to go back to the Y2K aesthetic.
I miss it. Kingdom Hearts is at its best when it's either emo or Y2K. It's
so true.
Gotta be one of those.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a little bit of a hater of the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer that came out a couple years ago because I'm like, where's the flavor? Where's the spice? Where's the flavor? But that's not relevant.
I agree.
What is
Mel, don't you know all games have to be realistic now?
Why can't they make Sora dress like a clown again? I miss that. Okay.
Listen, Astrobot just won Game of the Year, so there is hope in this world, I think.
That's so great. I never played that game, but anytime I ever hear about it, it's always how it's incredible. So honestly, they better work. Good for them.
Yeah, good for them.
Good for that little bitch, that little robot.
Mr. Astro.
Okay. So something that I think is so interesting, and it's another one of those things that it feels like nobody else cares about but me. And it's the fact that items and objects that were created in data left the fucking computer and are just in the real world now. Like Pixel Perfect, that one fucking movie with Phil of the Future. Have you seen that?
So true. No.
Well,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like this hologram girl, and she like wants to be a pop star or something. I don't remember. But
good for her.
The thing is I don't think that girl could like hold anything or like touch anything. I think she would phase through stuff. But these are real objects that characters hold in their hands, which I think is just fucking crazy.
Yeah. I am glad that we had a big discussion on what data meant in Chain of Memories, because now we're kind of shifting into something like new and unexplored. Like data is obviously something that does not kind of mean the same thing we know it to be in real life.
It's data is almost like a material. It's like, oh, something's made of wood. In Kingdom Hearts, it's made of data. You know, it's weird.
Yeah.
Another thing I love is Diz is like, objects from that world must be kept out of the real one. You need to delete that. And Riku's fully just like, I don't think I will. What if I not only don't delete it, but give it to Sora, who should not know about Roxas? It's so fucking funny.
What are you gonna do, fire me?
You need me. You can't do anything without me.
Oh, I love Riku. I will say it every episode that we ever do. I love him.
Okay. The last thing I want to say about these data items is, so in a future game, at one point, people are like, without any context of what's going on, at one point, characters are like, but we can't create someone out of data. If we try to create a person out of data, they'll be stuck in the computer. They won't be able to leave it. And I remember thinking, watching that's literally not fucking true, because we have proof with these objects. Like, and now I'm thinking of like the hypothetical scenario of like, could a computer character go evil and like want to leave the computer and like cause mayhem in the real world? you know? I feel like it's possible.
Yeah, and I think that starts to kind of shed light on the whole like connection that the people in the data world have with their real selves. Like,
yeah,
it's so, like, we pointed out this connection that like real Xehanort is sensing Roxas, and I wrote down my point down here. I said, imagine someone makes an avatar of you in VR chat and then you remember being friends with whoever they hung out with the most. That's crazy.
What is that? Tiny little Knuckles, the little meme. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the Uganda Knuckles.
The Uganda Knuckles. Imagine being like, oh, my dear friend. Oh. Like, what the fuck?
It's so, yeah, it's like, it's clear that like, again, data is not, it works differently than how we know it to be in the real world. And it's got this magical, mystical element to it that Kingdom Hearts adds to everything that it touches.
So true.
It's interesting to look at and to study, especially going forward, like you said.
Yeah. Okay, so with the photo of Roxas with the Twilight Town gang trio, I know that we've gotten questions before about, like, was Roxas, how long was Roxas in this data world? Mm-hmm. And I personally like to think that Roxas, like, the first day we see Roxas in Twilight Town is the first day he was in that world, and he wasn't in that world beforehand. So, of course, that begs the question, like, well, then what about all those photos with Roxas in it? If he didn't live all those moments, why the fuck are there photos of him? And I personally think that Diz took photos taken from the real Twilight Town, the real place, and like almost like photoshopped or digitally encoded Roxas onto the picture. That's what I think.
I think, yeah, I mean, that makes the most sense. He made a whole world. He can Photoshop a picture. He can use a blend mode in Photoshop.
And then he probably recoded all of the digital people's memories to like remember, quote unquote, taking the photo with Roxas. And that's something I think is important to remember, is that other than Roxas, everybody else in this world, except for maybe like Namine and Axel or Riku or whatever, everybody else are like being manipulated in real time because they're not real. And so that's kind of why, like, at some point, Pence is like, there's supposedly a girl in the window of the mansion. And Roxas literally sees Namine, but Pence is like, it's probably just the curtains. Like, he's coded to not see her, to not recognize her. Mm-hmm. At least in my opinion, that's how I interpret it. But, okay, carrying on this thought, okay, so one of my favorite things in the world is to watch Kingdom Hearts theory videos that have like almost no views. They're so small. I love them. So one of them I watched years ago, and it was a little theory video that pointed out how usually in Twilight Town, all the characters who get paused are digital characters. They're not real. Mm-hmm. But at one point, Axel is talking to Roxas, and he's like, what's our boss's name? You don't remember? Too bad, I have to kill you. And right before he attacks, he gets paused. Axel gets paused.
Oh, so true. I never thought about that.
And so I remember this little YouTube video being like, there's a second Axel, like 2 Axels. And I just think that's such an interesting idea. So part of me wonders, like, was it just an inconsistency? Or was the world of Twilight Town scanned so recently that... Ooh, 2 things. Oh my gosh. Okay, first of all, even was scanned so recently that even Axel, with his new objective given by Xemnas or Zaldan or whoever, was like, you need to go get Roxas right now. You fucked up and you gotta get him back, right?
Yeah.
Was Twilight Town scanned so recently that they were able to scan Axel with that objective in mind? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting. Because, you know, he does get paused, and that's weird. So either it was an accident and they didn't really realize that they, as in, like, the game devs of Kingdom Hearts 2, didn't realize the implication of that. Or it was, like, a digital Axel who was trying to retrieve Roxas in that moment, ironically, while the real one was also trying to retrieve Roxas. So
yeah, that makes me think, though, that, like, Diz would just delete him if that were the case.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, that, like...
I don't really know what to make of it.
That really does call into question what sort of power Diz has over, like, non-digital people in his digital world.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I can pause him, but only for a few minutes or something like that.
That's interesting.
Because, yeah, like, I feel like I'm not someone who knows anything about coding, but I feel like it would make sense to me that, like, you would be able to do that. But, like, I mean, I don't need to know anything about coding in order to speculate on the fantasy series Kingdom Hearts. But still, I don't know, like... I don't know how I feel.
I almost wonder if he could manipulate... Because I would think with coding, I mean, really all I know is HTML and CSS, and then I watched Mr. Robot, and that's really all I know about coding. But I would wonder if they're able to code around Axel to prevent him from doing things. So
yeah,
maybe
that's
by
kind of
like
what I was thinking.
Coding time in the world, they were able to lock him out. I don't know. That's a good point. Really weird, really interesting. But before I forget, something else that I kind of, you know, I talked about how Twilight Town was probably scanned really recently, you know? I think that might even explain the scene of Roxas opening up the egg lotus capsule and seeing Sora in there, even though he's still in the data world.
Right,
so, like,
right.
I wonder if Diz scanned Twilight Town after Sora had been transported from Castle Oblivion to Twilight Town. After he hit fucking puberty and grew super tall and outgrew his clothes. And he was still kind of like sleeping there. And then his little data version was captured in the world. That's, you know, I think that's kind of interesting and fun and weird to think about.
Yeah, those are both strong pieces of evidence to Twilight Town being scanned recently or created recently, I think.
Okay, at one point in this presentation, we talk about the possibility, because I don't want to say it's confirmed. It's important that I don't mislead people into thinking what's fact and what's not fact. But the idea of Twilight Town not just being like stuck in the computer, but somehow it having like reach or like fingertips in the real world.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? So at one point, I also mentioned how Chip and Dale are like, we're seeing 2 Twilight Towns. What in the world is going on? So during that, it kind of depends. The length of when you can see this kind of depends on the order of like second episodes you play throughout Kingdom Hearts 2 when you're revisiting all these different worlds. Because, like, for me, when I played through it, it did not last very long, what I'm about to talk about. But I think, depending on the order you play the worlds, it can last longer. Because I don't really know, like, how the game decides to add new scenarios to worlds where you can revisit them. I don't really know what decides that. I'm sure somebody else would be like, well, it's blah, 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 but I'm not the person for that. My knowledge is only with the story and with the lore. Sorry. But my point is, for a short time on the world map with all the gummy worlds, if you look at Twilight Town, it's very fuzzy. And it's like kind of like
I don't want to say glitching, because I think that implies like computer fuzz or like pixelations. And that's not really what you see, but you do see Twilight Town being really fuzzy and kind of jittery. And to me, that's further evidence that this data Twilight Town is like, oh God, okay. I don't want to say like another dimension because that's such heavy terminology that has so much implications. And I'm not trying to imply all of that. That's like, that almost dives like into like the paranormal. And I'm not trying to go that far. Yeah. But I still think that it might exist in terms of dimensions, as in like 3D space, 3-dimensional space. Mm-hmm. But also not, because it's not like when you're walking through Twilight Town, you accidentally find yourself in a data world, you know? Mm-hmm. But at the same time, which is something that I want to get into a little bit later with an email, is how Axel is able to open corridors and enter this data world. Yeah. So it's just so weird. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, that segues into my thing where it's like, I think the idea of Diz being like, we will give them another entry point if we make a beach. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's like, you've made a whole world. What is adding a beach gonna do? Like, it's like I'm having trouble wrapping my head around like what like it could be. Like, I like, because you brought up all these points, I definitely now do think of it as like a separate physical thing in the real world. But also at the same time, I'm like, hey Diz, why did you not password protect your own digital data town? Like, how are people getting into this place that you created?
Two-author identification? What's it called?
Two-factor identification.
Two-factor identification, Diz. It's the modern world.
Have it text you a passcode when someone tries to get in, and then hit deny.
Beginner's mistake. My data world would never.
I don't even know if two-factor authentication fucking existed back when this game
Probably
was made.
not. Not only that, but his stupid password was what? Sea salt ice cream? I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. Ice cream?
Idiot. Lowercase, uppercase.
No numbers.
Numbers and special symbol. At least, Diz. Come on.
His password strength was 1 star.
Yeah, exactly. And then before we get to emails, I just want to say, let's go Namine. Let's fucking go. Let's in that man's world. Hack into the mainframe.
Seriously. And that's another thing that I feel like is an action she took. But because it wasn't really expanded on, people don't realize that she did this. But she fucking did. Especially because that's why I wanted to point out that little world. That weird little room. Do you remember what I'm talking about when I talk about that room?
I've been meaning to look it up, and I keep forgetting. I'm going to pull up the cutscenes right now. Man, yeah, this room's fucking weird.
Yeah.
She's just sitting on a block.
It's literally so weird. Which, like, because it's so minimalist, that's another thing that makes me wonder if she coded it herself, is because it's not complicated. It's a very simple, like, there's each little weird block in this room probably has like, what, 5 polygons, you know? And so it's like baby's first Blender model. Like, I wonder if she made this world herself.
That's so interesting.
Yeah. Especially with how some of the blocks look like the cards from Chain of Memories.
Yeah.
So to me, this really feels like a world she made herself with her own experience and kind of knowledge of the world.
Yeah. No, that seems right to me. Very much like, this is the only thing I know in my life. So
totally.
This is how I have to, this is what rooms look like. This is what furniture looks like.
What do you mean the inside of houses aren't all super white? Yellow. What is that? What is yellow? God. Oh, Namine.
Oh, Namine. We love her.
We love her.
Queen. All right, should we move on to emails? We got a lot of emails this time.
I
got
know.
a lot of questions.
Okay, yes.
So our first kind of group of questions we got was about how this Data Twilight Town was made. So we got questions from Peach and from Johan asking, how was it made? Was there some sort of like scanner that Diz used to sneak around and scan the whole thing? Was Evan involved in this kind of creation with his like kind of digital technological abilities and know-how? How did he do it, Mel? Tell us how he did it.
I don't know. I almost wonder if he used... Okay, do you remember at the end of The World That Never Was, Ansem the Wise like whipped out that weird fucking machine? And he... I think he like tried to encode Kingdom Hearts with it.
Yeah.
I don't really know what... Girl, what did you think was going to happen? I don't know what he was trying to accomplish during then. But I almost wonder if he whipped that thing out in the middle of like the fucking sand lot in Twilight Town or something.
Yeah.
And somehow scanned the world. And maybe did it like how Peach asks. Maybe doing it like area by area. And maybe that's why the beach wasn't made. You know? He didn't go to the beach. He didn't scan it.
Right.
But it's really weird. There are some things in Kingdom Hearts where it's talked about, and then you kind of sit there, controller in hand, and you realize, how come we don't see this on fucking screen? How come we do not see it on screen? It's weird, and this is just one of those things. And I don't know if it's because it's like so awkward that maybe the devs like had to dance around it.
It also, like, it very much plays into the whole mystery at the beginning of this game. Like, you are dropped in just like Roxas is. Especially if you didn't play Chain of Memories, which I think a lot of people do that. A lot of people go straight from Kingdom Hearts 1 to Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
So that, like, I'm sure that plays a lot into it of like figuring out what the fuck's going on, just like Roxas.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's weird. I can't get over how weird that little machine is. I've always thought to myself, that little machine, because like, you know, we mentioned earlier how Kingdom Hearts 2 is a bit more sci-fi. But that little weird fucking machine is supposed to be like a data encoder, and it is the least sci-fi science fiction looking device I've ever seen.
Then it blows up and turns Riku into a new outfit.
Oh god, I don't even know what to do with it. It has like a little galaxy inside. I'm like, what is the deal with that? So, I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. But yeah, I wish I could say more specifically how Data Twilight Town was created. But
they just don't fucking talk about it.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Let me even fucking see if he mentions it in an Ansem report. I don't think he does.
I don't think so either.
Let me just look, just in case. Just in case. First, I shall convert all of Twilight Town into data and construct a world duplicate. And that's all he fucking says. Okay, thanks for the specifics.
Aren't you supposed to be a fucking scientist, my man?
I mean, maybe Peach is onto something here, because Peach says, I've always imagined Diz was able to create the Data Twilight Town because of his past experience with space paranoids as Radiant Garden's computer system, which I think is a very interesting point. And then Peach also says, I'd like to think Data Town was as glitchy as it is because Evan was probably the data guy out of the apprentices. And I think that is so funny, the idea of Diz being like, God, my life would be so much easier if Vexen was here. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Like, I almost wonder if Riku, as sassy as he is, was like, you know, like, is it that hard to make a beach, you know?
Yeah. And he doesn't fucking know anything about computers.
I know. I would love it if Diz was like, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how it's done.
Evan, Coda Beach for me. Or you're getting fired.
Evan Coda Beach sounds like a name. Sounds like an actor name. Okay.
So next question from Johan, which I think is a very interesting question because of what we were talking about earlier with people having like ramifications of having a digital version of themselves existing somewhere else. So Johan asks, like, what eventually becomes of virtual Twilight Town? Are the inhabitants still there? Do they remember Roxas? Did Roxas just disappear to them?
Yeah, it's weird. It's especially because Johan points out a good point of like everybody wanting to like come together and like investigating like, hey, things have been weirder than normal. Like, let's all go figure out why. And then Johan's point is like, and then Roxas disappears, and then people are like, well, fuck, like, what do we do now? I almost wonder. So when we revisit Twilight Town, the digital version of Twilight Town, again, as Sora, at the end of the game, we can't, like, leave the mansion, right? We can only go into, like, 2 rooms, and then that's kind of it, right? Yeah, because I remember Jimmy being like, I can't explore? Like, okay, but, so we don't know if people are still kind of walking around in that digital version, but I almost feel, to me, it would make sense if after Roxas disappeared into Sora, if Diz was like, okay, pause this. Like, let's just hit pause. I don't give a fuck about any of these little digital characters. They're literally like fucking Neopets to me. Like, I might as well just press pause and like, I don't have to worry about them anymore.
Yeah.
But I also think the thing about the digital Twilight Town characters is that they didn't give a fuck. They literally, like, the weirdest shit could happen and they just don't fucking care.
They were unable to physically say a word, and they're like, well, just another day in Twilight Town. Just another day in Ohio.
Yeah, so even if Diz didn't pause them, I just think that they just, like, maybe they would be confused of why Roxas is suddenly missing. I don't know. But because Roxas was never supposed to be there in the first place, part of me even wonders if, like, they are okay with Roxas not being there because they're, like, returning to their original programming.
Yeah, like factory reset type shit.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It is weird to think about.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Like, man, like, I'll cut me saying this out, but, like, the fact that we never really talk about this sort of thing again, I just want to, like, talk about, I don't know. They almost feel like nobodies to me. Because they're, like, not real versions of someone, you know, like, I don't know.
I think we can keep it in because, especially because it almost feels like, you know, Yensid and Sayax are like, nobodies don't feel anything. And then Roxas is literally like, fuck you! Fuck you! It almost feels like the data versions of the Twilight Town characters are what nobodies should be. How people describe nobodies. So that's a really good point, Hannah.
Yeah, just the fact that they have, like, real world consequences to their actions is what's tripping me up a lot.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Not tripping me up, but, like, just making my wheels turn in my head a lot. Like, there's something more to it than just them being Data. But
oh, I see what you mean. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
like, that's why I'm thinking about them.
That's such a good point. Because, like, okay, so for example, Nick sends the email. Nick sent an email bringing up the scene with Xehanort and being like, you sure we haven't met before? And is the reason why I wanted to bring this up is because Nick also brings this up, but I can't talk about it because it's from a future game. But in a future game, we have this digital character remembering something that they literally should not be remembering because it did not happen to them.
Yeah.
And so that is why, like, you know, we don't know what, like, Roxas did throughout his whole year of being alive. So I don't know, like, especially, you know, there's going back to, like, Chain of Memories, what we talked about in Chain of Memories, how Roxas saw Xehanort, Pence, and Olette eating ice cream. You know, so Roxas was clearly around in Twilight Town. So we don't know if they, like, ever bumped into each other or what. They clearly don't fucking remember him because they're like, Roxas, who's that? Like, they don't fucking know him. Mm-hmm. But it's still just... My point is, like, maybe there's another reason why Xehanort was like, you sure we haven't met before, Sora? But I feel like his connection, his data, his digital version's connection to Roxas has got to be a huge candidate for why this scene even fucking happens.
Yeah, and, like, that's obviously what they're implying with like, the way that scene is composed, I feel.
Yeah. It's just, it, like, literally makes me so insane. I don't know what it is. There's something about... You are so right when you compare digital characters to nobodies. You're so right, because we're told that both these versions of people don't matter, that they don't feel, that they're nothing. And I feel like I'm having the same fucking epiphany that Ansem the Wise had, where he's like, no, there's more to this. It can't be encapsulated by data. Everything I thought I knew I was wrong about. There's more going on, and you should love everybody and treat everybody with compassion.
Of course. Of course. Poor people.
It's just fucking weird, dude.
Yeah. I will be thinking about this for a long time, is what I'm taking away from this.
Yeah. And this, I'll carry it on to the next one, because
go for it.
This also reminds me of something that Peachy also asked, was like, how was Axel able to enter this Twilight Town without Diz or Riku noticing? And Peach has had an interesting thought where maybe there was like a terminal in the world that never was that people were able to use to hack into Diz's system. But I don't know if that's the case, because there is that portal that leads to the world that never was. And, like, I guess it's not confirmed, but it's like, I guess I just assumed that that portal was made by Axel, because he was always trying to enter Twilight Town. As soon as Sora goes in there, Axel is in there as well, you know? Mm-hmm. Like, it just makes sense to me that those two are connected. But my point is, so I don't know if they had to hack Axel in. I think he was able to enter this world with a normal portal, and it brings back to the thing about the digital characters and how maybe they're like, I don't know if I'll go so far as to say they're real, but they have to be real-ish, and then the world has to be real-ish by extension, which is how Axel is able to enter it, and it's just like this big web of confusion.
Yeah, and that, like, brings into question, like, where is it in relation to, like, the realm of darkness? Because they're using corridors of darkness to fucking get there.
Yeah. This shit don't make no fucking sense.
This doesn't make any fucking sense. Wait, like, yeah, It's so odd.
It's so odd. But also, the reason why I wanted to talk about this world as a topic of a whole episode is because there are things even going on like in recent Kingdom Hearts that you can use Twilight Town to understand it. And so that's why I wanted to emphasize, like, we don't know if the virtual Twilight Town is somehow outside of the computer. We don't know that. But I think thinking about it like that might help you understand future scenarios that are like games in the future. Like, I love planting things to be sown in like 10 years. I love it.
We're laying foundations. Never forget this. We're laying foundations always.
Always. It's just so interesting. I love this world. I love looking at it and talking about it and thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too.
Okay, well, great.
Amazing. So that's all we got. Mel, what's our next episode on?
Our next episode, we are returning to the overall picture of Kingdom Hearts, and we're gonna go back and talk about the world building again and how Kingdom Hearts 2 expands on it from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Hell yeah.
So, like, for example, we're gonna talk about what the fuck is Sora doing when a little item floats up and he shoots it with his Keyblade? What is going on there? Why does that let him go to new worlds? You know, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
That's something I want to talk about. I want to talk about, you know, again, these corridors of darkness and how they work. And then I also wanted to talk about Kingdom Hearts itself. And, like, it's a moon. And how does it work? And, you know, it's made of hearts and all these kind of things. And this is something we kind of talked about before, but this will allow us to talk about it in other ways. Oh, I also wanted to talk about how Sora opens, like, that door of light in the realm of darkness. I'm like, what the fuck was up with that? So, anyway, those are all these little different things that can be encapsulated with the world building of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. Amazing. Well, if you have any questions about those things, you can email shuttingstarlight@gmail.com or message us on Patreon or put questions in the YouTube comments. Any of those things work. Yeah. If you enjoyed this episode, be sure to like the video, subscribe, share it with a friend, give us those 5 little stars on your favorite podcast platform. We just recently hit 75 5-star reviews on Spotify, which is amazing.
Oh my god! I didn't know that.
Yeah. So thank you to everyone who's already done that.
Thank you.
And yeah, we got anything else, Mel?
I don't think so. Do you think if water spilled in digital Twilight Town, it would have ruined it? It would have, like, do you think Diz was eating sea salt ice cream over his computer and it melted on the keyboard and it, like, fucked it up?
I didn't know what you meant at first. I thought you just meant, like, if Roxas, like, spilled a cup of water, like, in his bedroom or something. Like, do you think it would melt? What are you talking about? No,
water ruining digital world. I don't know. That's all I got. That's all I got. I don't have anything else to say.
I mean, Roxas did beat up the one computer that in Data Twilight Town. So who fucking knows?
Remember when that was a meme? Can that be a meme again? I miss that. Anyway,
I need an edit. This probably exists somewhere of Roxas beating up that computer to some like fucking dance song or something. With like a fast beat anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all we got for this week. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you in the Starlight.
Throughout this season of Shedding Starlight, we have already discussed many ways in which Kingdom Hearts 2 expands upon the world of Kingdom Hearts. We've covered Twilight Town, a world in between light and darkness where the bodies of people who've become heartless are reborn as nobodies. And we've discussed Corridors of Darkness, a network of dark pathways that reach almost anywhere you can think of in the Kingdom Hearts universe.
But Kingdom Hearts 2 also expands upon a web of connection between all the worlds in the galaxy, and this, in turn, can lead us to other aspects that are possibly related. In the original Kingdom Hearts game, Sora defeating Xehanort's Heartless and restoring the worlds also restores the walls that separated these worlds. Kingdom Hearts 2 further emphasizes how these worlds are again isolated.
Because of your previous endeavors, the worlds have returned to their original states. That means the pathways between them have disappeared.
However, Yen Sid adds on something very interesting. He says the worlds prepared new pathways for travel. This is the first time we hear of the idea that the worlds themselves have a will in some sense. When it comes to how the gates of these pathways are opened, Yen Sid is unfortunately ignorant.
However, the Keyblade will serve as your guide. When a beam of light radiates from the Keyblade, return to the gummy ship.
And it's not until Hollow Bastion that we understand what he's referring to. These gates are, for some reason, opened by using specific objects associated with individual worlds. Some examples are the rose that belongs to the beast, Captain Jack Sparrow's compass, or the blue marble from the struggle trophy.
Hollow Bastion strangely had two different instances of items opening gates. The first was with the Restoration Committee card, and the second time was with the sea salt ice cream Riku left in a box. No other worlds have a second gate opened during Sora's revisits, so perhaps this second gate was to lead Sora, Donald, and Goofy out of the dark realm they were trapped in at that moment. That said, Hollow Bastion might have another contender for an object that would open a gate, as Merlin described the Winnie the Pooh book as being one of the world's most cherished elements. Why objects are used for world exploration isn't really ever explained in Kingdom Hearts 2, but it is another showcase of the power that object sentimentality can have in Kingdom Hearts. But how is the object actually used to open gates? First, the object emits bright particles of light, and then, most of the time, it floats into the air. As Sora readies his Keyblade, a crown emblem blazes embedded into the floor, and around Sora appears clouds, as if he were in a different dimension. The object then shoots a beam of light into the sky, summoning a large keyhole, the gate. Sora then uses his Keyblade to activate that gate, unlocking a new path in which he can travel with the gummy ship. These are the same keyhole gates that the gummy ship flies through at the end of the rail shooting minigames.
We pointed out Yen Sid seems to imply that the worlds themselves provided these new pathways for interstellar travel. Likewise, when Xemnas disappears after worshipping Kingdom Hearts, a giant door appears before our heroes.
Kingdom Hearts! The worlds gave us this doorway. They want us to be the guardians of their destiny.
This door, while still having a design scheme that overall matches the castle that never was, it also has stained glass at the top that matches the door to darkness in Kingdom Hearts 1. The way that Mickey talks about this door, he could be implying two things. Like Yen Sid, Mickey might believe the worlds themselves have a will, that they intend to help Sora and the other heroes protect the Realm of Light. However, Mickey could also be implying that it was specifically Kingdom Hearts that summoned this door, since he mentioned it by name. Because this door has visual similarities to the Door to Darkness, the other door connected to another Kingdom Hearts, one might wonder if this door that appeared in the world that never was is likewise connected to Xemnas' Kingdom Hearts. However, our first episode this season, on Xehanort, We covered how the Kingdom Hearts in the first game is created out of the hearts of worlds, and that Kingdom Hearts Xemnas Amalgamated was made up of the hearts of people. So it would be strange if this new door summoned by the world was associated with Xemnas' Kingdom Hearts. But this door and the Door to Darkness are only 2 of 3 great doors to discuss.
There is also the Door to the Light. This door is vastly more mysterious. It's first mentioned quite a few times in Kingdom Hearts 1. First, it's referenced vaguely in the tutorial when Sora was in the Station of Awakening, much later when the game warns you that you're about to fight the final boss, and after when Sora, Donald, and Goofy are in the world of Green Fields.
But, where do we start looking for that there door to the light?
And then, in Kingdom Hearts 2, we have Yen Sid, who mentions it before Sora heads out on his next adventure.
Chosen wielder of the Keyblade, you are the key that will open the door to light.
And of course, there's the memorable scene of the door to light actually appearing. When Sora finishes reading Kairi's letter, the bright door opens before him and Riku. It is a door unlike any we've seen since, and any we'll see again. For the door itself is invisible. We only see the blinding light it opens up to, like a rip in the dimension. Later, when Sora asks Riku what he thinks the door to light was, Riku simply points to Sora's chest, implying it was his heart or power that opened it. However, beyond this, we don't really have an explanation for that scene.
The door to light, the door to darkness, and the door the worlds themselves provided. They all lead to different places, appear in different ways, and yet seem to have invisible ties, which is a lot like the various worlds in the Kingdom Hearts galaxy.
Kairi was right when she said there were many worlds, but they're connected by one sky, one destiny. And as Yen Sid says, the key that connects them all is Sora.
I know this is the episode everyone's been waiting for, the door-themed episode. You know this thumbnail for this episode is going to have a door on it. Like, yeah. We love it. We like love door-themed episode. We're talking about doors, our favorite designs, what kind of wood, and the grain. Mahogany, all fucking oak, our favorite types, our favorite colors. That's what we're talking about today.
I love the doors in Kingdom Hearts because it really goes back to what makes Kingdom Hearts Kingdom Hearts. It's the giant key. It's the special doors. Yeah. It's how all our hearts have a little lock on them in our chests. You know, chests have containers and there are hearts inside. It all comes back. It's great.
Exactly. And each one looks different. They handcraft those doors to let us know which ones are fucking which. And I appreciate that. I love that.
Yes. So one thing I wanted to talk about in this episode that I think is so interesting because people don't really talk about it. And it's that the way Yen Sid and Mickey, who seem to be very wise and knowledgeable in this universe, is they talk about worlds as if they have intentions. And I just think that is so weird and interesting.
I agree. Though, to me, that kind of just inherently makes sense if the worlds have hearts. Yeah?
Oh, you're so right. You're so right. Oh my God. You're so right.
Because, yeah, I mean, like, that's obviously not the exact same makeup of a person that we've come to know and love in the universe, but they got hearts, which is interesting.
And you're so right about that because we learn that we kind of learn more about worlds in future games.
and the fact that they have hearts and how that affects them. Gosh, you're so right. I didn't even think about that. You're so right. Once again, what's new? Okay. Another thing I wanted to bring up, there are a couple lines that I wanted to talk about in the presentation, but they're not voiced. And so I just feel like we might as well talk about it in the discussion, whatever.
Okay, yeah.
The first one is when, in Hollow Bastion, when they meet Uncle Scrooge in Hollow Bastion, Goofy is like, before the Heartless showed up, Uncle Scrooge was traveling the world on a gummy ship with the king. He was helping set up a transit system, which he said like traffic system, and then Donald was like transit system or whatever. Which I just think is so interesting because was this like before Kingdom Hearts 1? Because during Kingdom Hearts 1, Mickey was in the fucking realm of darkness.
Yeah.
I just think that's so weird to mention.
Yeah, that's cool to think about. Also, like, hell yeah, Scrooge setting up public transportation in this fantasy world.
Who called him money hungry? Who called him that?
But that's also like, doesn't that go against the whole idea of world order that we talked about in the very first fucking episode of this podcast?
Yeah, like, it sure does. Like,
that's
maybe
so wild.
They canceled it for a reason. I wonder if Yensid found out and was like, what the fuck are you doing, Mickey? You better knock that shit off. Oh, speaking of Yensid, I wondered, when I read this, I was like, is that what the ghost train is in Traverse Town? The one that goes to Yensid's world? Okay,
you mean Twilight Town? You said
Twilight
Traverse
Town? What'd I say?
I'm sorry.
What'd I say?
Town.
My bad. Twilight Town, yes. Which, okay, here's something about Yensid's tower that I didn't know for years. I didn't know this for years. And then I think it's in an Ultimania. I should have double checked. But apparently Yensid's tower teleports throughout the galaxy. Like, it's not tied to Traverse Town. Yeah, see? I didn't know that. And so that makes me wonder about this mysterious train that goes to his fucking tower. Mm-hmm. Like, does this train go across the galaxy? Or did he just install it at Traverse Town because Yensid wanted to, like, go get groceries? I don't know.
I hate to keep interrupting you, but you have now said Traverse Town a total of 3 times instead of Twilight Town.
Oh my god, what is wrong with me? There's something going on here. There's something deeper. I need to figure out what it is. That's crazy. My apologies. I've always meant Twilight Town.
When Sora and Donald and Goofy are on it, it shows them like kind of going through a starry sky. Yeah? During that cutscene?
Oh, I don't remember. I feel like, okay, this is going to sound crazy. When I used to make GIFs on Tumblr, I feel like I remember seeing the hills pass by, but I might be thinking of the scene when Roxas is on there with his... Oh, but they're not on that train. They're on a regular train. I can't remember.
I think it transitions. I can pull up the cutscenes. Yeah, I think it starts in Twilight Town. I almost said Traverse Town. And then they go through a little like portal or something.
How many times have I rewatched this game's cutscenes for this podcast and I can't even fucking remember?
So this looks normal right now.
Yeah, okay, that's what I remember. But I think you're right. It might be after I'm sad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So, like, they go through a little portal or whatever.
Weird.
And now they're in, like, the green Aurora Borealis sky with the magical train tracks.
So weird.
What was our point? What were we talking about?
We couldn't tell if the tower, the train that went to the mysterious tower, if that was connected to Twilight Town or if that was something like Yensid brought with him everywhere.
My impression of it was always that, like, I think he just put it there knowing that Sora was gonna need it eventually, and it was like a temporary thing. But that's just kind of my informed child baby opinion. So I don't know.
I don't know either. I wish I did. It's just so weird. It's something that I wish Yensid himself fucking talked about. Like, welcome to my abode. Here's how it works.
Yeah.
Did you like my train?
My purple and green train that goes through the stars.
Okay, so while Sora's at Yensid's tower, and Yensid is kind of giving them, like, the lowdown of how... Because Yensid tells Sora about the gates first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where he's like, use your Keyblade, it'll open a lane. And then Yensid says, the Heartless and the Nobodies will be using corridors of darkness. They may be attempting to link these dark pathways to the gates between worlds. And I didn't really understand why he said that, because I don't know if we ever see that in the game. Like, I was like, is that supposed to be why there are gummy Heartless and Nobodies whenever we're in the gummy ship? Is that like how they find their way? Is by linking corridors of darkness to the pathways between worlds?
Yeah. Are there gummy Heartless and Nobodies in the first Kingdom Hearts game, or is it just like dodging obstacles?
There are Heartless gummies in the first game. Yeah.
Okay. I just couldn't remember.
Yeah, but it's weird. Like, can I explain that lore? No. I don't know why they're ships. I literally don't know.
Just floating around out there. Just having a fun time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that's like your explanation is what my brain would say.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's why there would be those guys there.
The only other thing I could think of was, you know how the organization uses corridors of darkness and they just walk around in the dark and then open portals places? My thought, like, I feel like if that was me, if I got granted that power, I would open a corridor and have no idea where it was going to take me. Like, I might as well walk out and find out where the fuck I am. And so my other process was maybe using these pathways as like a map for the corridors of darkness to find out where they're going to exit when they leave. But I don't know. It's just such a weird line that Yensid says that has no context for it of what he's actually meaning.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, so pop quiz.
Okay, wait, before you start. I have to describe what I'm looking at right now. Mel has blacked out portions of this next section that I am not allowed to look at yet. So I'm excited for what's to come here.
So the items, first of all, it really does look like an FBI redacted list.
Yeah, like an SCP, like redacted fucking entry.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about some of the items that the worlds use to open lanes, because some of them are pretty reasonable, and some of them are fucking weird, okay?
Yeah.
So, like, Land of Dragons is Shan Yu's sword.
Yes.
You know, pretty... I guess it's kind of upfront. But one thing that I think is really, like, normal is the Olympus Coliseum one, where it's the Olympus stone.
Right.
Like, that one makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Agrabah's is the forbidden treasure, which I don't even remember how they get that. How did they get the forbidden treasure? I wish I watched Agrabah's cutscenes all the way through, because I don't remember.
What do you mean? Like, it's in the Cave of Wonders. That's like what they're looking for, or what they find when they're looking for the lamp with Aladdin, right?
Yes,
like,
that big, giant red jewel.
Yeah.
When I was skipping through the Kingdom Hearts 2 cutscenes to look at all the items, Donald just has that in his hand. And I'm thinking to myself, how did you get that?
I think Abu steals it, and then Donald's like, don't do that, and then takes it for himself. I think, if I'm remembering correctly.
For all those who were mad at me for not remembering, I'm sorry. I love using the forward and backward arrows on YouTube to skip to important parts of the story.
J and L are my favorite keys on my keyboard.
Oh, so real. Okay. I think you said you did.
Yes.
Do you remember what Halloween Towns is?
Halloween Towns is Jack's Santa suit that Sally made him, right?
Yes. And it opens the lane while he's wearing it.
Yeah.
You see him looking at his clothes like, what the fuck is happening? Which fucking kills me because, so in the Halloween Town revisit, there are presents. And I think like a big giant robot that the doctor was trying to make kept stealing all the presents.
Mm-hmm.
And so for some reason, I thought the presents were the items. And I was like, yeah, of course. Like, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I fucking lost it when I went back to rewatch cutscenes and it was fucking Jack's stupid Santa outfit.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, it fucking killed me. Okay.
Yeah. So the next one is Atlantica. I wanted to say it was the Trident, but you blocking this out makes me think that's not right.
See, I also would have thought it was the Trident because that makes sense, right? You know what doesn't make sense? Is for it to be a bubble.
No way. Is that
just
real?
A bubble. One forms in the water and then it just opens a gate, a bubble.
Oh my God. That's
not
so
even like a shell or
right. Or like the necklace that fucking Ursula has of Ariel's voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a bubble. Like, okay, whatever.
It's so funny. The next one is the Pride Lands, and I have been racking my fucking brain because I'm like, what? They can't hold anything. They're lions. What is this? What is it?
You know what, Hannah? You're on the right track because there is no item.
Okay.
Whenever they would show the item, they just skip to the next shot. And so they were probably like, fuck, like, what? Let's just skip this one. Like, fuck it. They won't notice. But we did. There's no item.
Wait, literally nothing? That's crazy.
Yeah. I don't know how they got away with that. And, like, maybe they'll make that canon, but, like, I doubt it. I'm sure that the developers were like, oh, fuck.
That's so crazy. It could have been, like, Rafiki's staff or something.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I said.
That's so funny. I can't believe that. That's so hilarious.
Especially because, like, they couldn't have made up an item. Like, they made up, well, I guess they didn't technically make up the Olympus Stone. I guess that's Hercules. Whatever. But, like, still, a bubble. You did a bubble. You couldn't have done a tree or, like, a leaf or something.
For
like,
some reason, when I was trying to figure out in my head what it was, I'm like, I had this vision in my head. I'm like, is it, like, Donald or Goofy in their, like, separate animal form? Like, is it Goofy's shell? For some reason, that image popped up in my head. Because I genuinely couldn't think of what it was. And, like, obviously, because there isn't one. That's crazy.
Okay, back to serious mode. The Twilight Town revisit. So, Twilight Town's first visit, there's no item because Sora just goes to the mysterious tower on the weird train, right? But on the revisit, it's important to clarify that the blue marble that opens the gate of Traverse Town is not the data version that Roxas actually had. It's the real version, just to clarify.
That's interesting because, man, not to go back to last episode, but like the data marble is the one that has like spiritual significance in this story because that's the one that Roxas had. So the fact that it's the real one is interesting.
Yeah, to me that like goes to show that there is a tie, some sort of spiritual tie between the data version and the real one.
Yeah.
I think the reason why they picked the real one is because Goofy, I believe this is the order of events, is Goofy was holding the crystal version out of the bag. He pulled it out of the little money bag and Olette saw it.
And so then they leave Twilight Town, and it's when they come back that Xehanort, Pence, and Arlette are like, okay, here's the theory. There's an alternate Twilight Town. Because I think Arlette seeing that bag, and then they left, Arlette's like, okay, Xehanort, Pence, you guys gotta hear something. I saw Goofy with my bag, and I literally have my bag. Yeah. Like, there's something weird going on here. So, that's my theory. That's what I think happened.
Yeah. And that makes me kind of transition to my next point, is that I was really like, and I think we got at least one email question that's pretty similar to this thought that I had. And I feel just a tad hypocritical, like, kind of bringing this up, because I feel like I have kind of shunned people for thinking this way before, but, like, it makes me ponder the logistics of the Disney worlds, like, a lot. Like, I know I'm thinking way too meta about this whole thing, because it's a game. They're telling a story. They got to do what works, you know, in the mechanics of both of those things. But, like, what makes the world decide which items are important? And the way that I kind of connected that to Twilight Town just now is because I was asking the question, is Sora drawn to each of these stories because the world determined because the world determined that these people are important, or are they important because Sora came to them? So, like, Sora interacting with the real marble instead of the data marble kind of strengthens that, like, oh, Sora interacted with it, therefore it is important. But yeah, that was just something I was thinking about a lot.
Yeah, it's weird. Especially because, like, Kingdom Hearts 2 kind of sets the tone with Yensid being like, the key that will connect everything is you, Sora.
Yeah.
You will open the door to light. Really makes it seem like Sora is special in some way. So items that he interacts with, I feel like it would make sense that they would kind of open the gates and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's had this chosen one narrative for 3 games now, so, like, it kind of makes sense.
You're right. What am I doing? Thinking it started with Kingdom Hearts 2. Another explanation, so this whole thing about items and worlds kind of collects dust for, like, many, many Kingdom Hearts games. Like, I think if we started this podcast, like, 4 years ago, I probably would never have even mentioned this. Like, because it's so fucking weird. What does it matter? But a newish sort of Kingdom Hearts game came out. My perception of time is so fucked up. I don't even know when this game came out. But I won't even mention what game it is. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
But they bring up the idea of certain objects being essential to a world's order. And the example that they use for the most part is Genie's lamp for Agrabah. And because, like, the Cave of Wonders is, like, a really big legend in Agrabah. And then the genie can help decide, okay, who's Sultan? Who has power? You want a river on this side of the world? I can give you a river. I'm the fucking genie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, of course, a genie would dictate a world's order. And so, part of me wonders, like, you know, another example that I thought of was the Struggle Trophy. Struggle's really big in Twilight Town. People fucking love Struggle. You know, you'll hear NPCs yell, Struggle! You know, it's great.
Yeah.
And so, part of me wonders if, like, the marble somehow was involved with the world's order. And, like, a lot of it doesn't make sense, you know? Like, Jack's Santa outfit. Like, I guess maybe Santa is important to the world of Halloween.
I mean, Jack is the king of his town. Like...
Oh, you're so right. Maybe it's Jack himself and not even the outfit.
But also, like, to go back to the Struggle Trophy, like, the Struggle Tournament is literally, like, a show who has, like, the best physical and, like, tactical strength. So that would make sense.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So I don't know.
I don't know about the bubble though.
I know my thought process was like, maybe the bubble is just because the world is underwater.
Yeah.
Atlantica has to be underwater.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, Kingdom Hearts 2 shows Eric's town, wherever the fuck he lives. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
But that place isn't underwater. So I don't know. I don't get it.
Wait, but this is also interesting because you said you're talking about the genie's lamp, but that's not the item. That is the...
Yeah, you're right.
It's the jewel.
See, that's why I think at one point Yensid in Hollow Bastion is talking about the Winnie the Pooh book, and he's like, this is one of the world's most cherished items. Which makes me like wonder if multiple items can be really important to a world. And like, let me preface this if you're kind of new and maybe you played Kingdom Hearts 2 for the first time and know later games, is we are truly like speculating. Like, we're not like trying to hint at a true answer. Yeah. Sometimes we do, and sometimes we don't. Sometimes we're actually like wondering aloud. So
bear with us.
Yeah, bear with us. Anyway.
So I think our next topic is still kind of on the topic of items, but we're going to talk about the door to light Riku, Kairi, Sora scene. And just looking back at that scene, I was wondering, like, if Kairi's letter in a bottle that somehow, ends up in Riku and Sora's hands in the Realm of Darkness, if that was kind of acting in the same way as those other items, because it's opening a door, but maybe it's different. Like, it doesn't have the usual, like, crown symbol, cloud, song and dance, because it's in the Realm of Darkness, but also, again, I bring up this importance because of its interaction with Sora. The door didn't open when Riku read it. The door opened when Sora read it.
That is really interesting. Yeah. I'm really glad you brought that up, because I also noticed how the door opened when Sora read like one sky, one destiny, all the worlds are connected, whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the idea of him interacting with the letter itself, I think is really interesting. And it reminds me of how we talked about in this presentation, how in Hollow Bastion, a second gate opened in Hollow Bastion, possibly because Sora, Donald, and Goofy were trapped in the Realm of Darkness. And the ice cream led them out, possibly. That's not fact, that's not confirmed. But like, it's the best reasoning I could come up with that would make that scene make sense. So interesting. Very interesting, Hannah.
Thank you. I think we did get an email from someone. I apologize if this is you. You know who you are. Mentioned that idea of like, the letter getting in Sora's hands and then the door opening because of his connection with Kairi. So I don't want to claim that idea as like completely my own, but I just wanted to be clear.
Okay, so speaking of this scene, so we on our season on Kingdom Hearts 1, the season finale, kind of semi-finale, we talked about the Kingdom Hearts 1 secret ending and a bunch of the weird phrases that popped up during it. And one of the things that popped up that I think is really weird and maybe a little ominous is it says, one of the texts that pops up is, behind the darkness does not equal door to the light. And so all of these texts that show up in Kingdom Hearts 1 all relate to Kingdom Hearts 2 specifically. That I found, or that I could realize, maybe I missed something, but I feel like I checked to see if any of them related to Chain of Memories possibly, but I don't think so. I think they all relate specifically to Kingdom Hearts 2. And so, and that secret ending also has lines saying, we'll go together. So at this time, it kind of seems that the devs knew that they wanted to have this scene of the Realm of Darkness and the door to light opening. And so this is totally like, okay, so first of all, it might just be saying that the door to darkness,
that opens to the realm of darkness, and that Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, or Xehanort's Heartless, was always like, what's behind it?
Yeah.
Lead me to everlasting darkness. Da 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 da. So maybe it's just saying that the door to darkness and the door to light are different.
Yeah.
You know, these are two different doors. Maybe that's all it's saying. But I also can't help but wonder. This is tinfoil hat theory. Tinfoil hat. Everybody put on your tinfoil. We're going size.
I'm doing it.
That this door is not the door to light like Sora and Riku assumed.
Yeah.
Which I think would be very, very eerie.
Yeah.
Especially because, going on to my next point, for all the times that Kingdom Hearts said, Sora, you will open the door to light, he like ended up doing it on accident without even really realizing it. Like, to me, it seems like it would be something he would do on purpose. Like, nobody else can do this. I'm the only one with this ability. I gotta save the world. I'm gonna open the door to light.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that's what every other story would kind of aim for. So it's just interesting to me that Kingdom Hearts is like, we'll have him do it subconsciously, not even realizing it.
Yeah.
Which I just think is interesting. And I personally, you know, this is not confirmed. You know, this is just me being insane. But I will never let go of the idea that there is more to this scene than we know.
Yeah.
There's just something about it. I feel like there's context or an overarching viewpoint that we're missing. But I can't guarantee that. That's just me. You know, that's my theory.
Yeah.
Like, that's my game theory, you know.
Yeah,
but
it is so eerie, especially like the fact that if that is correct, like, oh, this door is not what you think it is. It's being hinted at in the game previous, talking about the ending of 2 games in the future. It's very Gravity Falls, not to keep bringing that show up, but like, like, don't trust what you think you know or whatever.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It's very cool. I like your theory, and I will be thinking about it. And so, just to kind of end off this discussion on a less conspiracy theory note, this script had me rewatch that scene, and I just really, really, really enjoy the parallel they create with Sora and Riku in the Realm of Darkness, because the last time we saw these two standing in an ocean together, which didn't happen in real life, only in Sora's dream, if I'm remembering correctly, right, Mel?
I would say so.
Yeah.
I would say so.
You know, Riku was reaching out to Sora with a huge wave behind him about to engulf both of them, and Sora doesn't reach him. Very emblematic of, you know, Riku's getting engulfed by darkness. And now they're wading through the waves together. We'll go together towards the light, and then they go home together. And it's very like circular and like complete. And I love that. I love that for the both of them.
Which is so, I didn't even realize that Yensid in the Mysterious Tower completely references this scene, because he's like, whether you go home to your Destiny Islands, whether the Destiny Islands will be there, whether you go home alone or with your friend will all be decided by you.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh my God, like he literally just said like the last scene of the game. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But you're so right. I think one thing I really, really like about Nomura's work, the head kind of creator of Kingdom Hearts, is that he seems to be very visually oriented. And as a visually oriented person, I just love that. Like, he has these images in his head. He has his own OC AMVs in his head. And bitch, me too. Like, it's great. It's
Absolutely.
great.
So, now we're going to dive into emails. We have questions from Kimberly and Danny. So, Kimberly's first question. Something kind of I was talking about earlier with my thoughts. Kimberly says, how much more of the worlds are implied to exist on the planetoids we travel to? Several of the worlds seem to expand from their Kingdom Hearts 1 versions, but how far does that go? Even with the fantasy worlds, do they have an implication of more than we can see? Traverse Town could be just the town, but there's the whole planets to explore in Hollow Bastion, Radiant Garden, and Twilight Town.
This is, okay, so first of all, I guess I should clarify. I did kind of reorder Kim's questions, but by doing that, Kim, if I misunderstood your questions because I kind of reordered them, then I do apologize if misinterpreting. But I think this is what Kim is asking for her first set of inquiries. But I think it would be very fun to see other areas of Kingdom Hearts worlds.
Yeah.
And there's kind of one world that we see another side of in Kingdom Hearts 3, but it's not really confirmed to be a part of a world we know. I think it's just fan speculation. But I think it's it's kind of hard to say because, with Kingdom Hearts 1 implying that all these worlds were like once together, we don't really know how big they are, how big all these shatterings are, or even if they're the same size. Maybe some are fucking tiny compared to others.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I assume there's always a little more. Like the desert in Agrabah seems to be fucking vast,
Yeah.
So who knows if there's like a little oasis or a little village outside of Agrabah? Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's fun to think about.
Mm-hmm. It is fun to think about. And that kind of draws us into the next question of like the real world Earth locations that exist in this fucking video game. How much of the real world Earth that is implied by the original movies gets carried over into the equivalent Kingdom Hearts world? In Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 alone, we have separate worlds that imply the existence of Africa, the UK, the Caribbean, and Greece.
Okay, so this one I thought it would be important to address because recently a real world location was like announced to be into a Kingdom Hearts world. But like I think it's important to clarify that the world that Kairi's grandma talked about in Kingdom Hearts 1 was not like planet Earth in the Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah.
Like I think Kimberly might already know this and understand this, but just to clarify for other people, I think it's important that yes, real world places are referenced, but I wouldn't necessarily say that Kingdom Hearts is the real world because then what about the Realm of Light? What about Realm of Darkness? What about, I think it's just Kingdom Hearts devs having fun and like just bringing, I don't know how to explain it. It's just the Kingdom Hearts logic. Like, that's the problem with Kingdom Hearts, is that there's no other way. Sometimes there's no other way to describe it other than it is Kingdom Hearts logic.
Yeah. But Mel, my YouTube theory that Kingdom Hearts takes place in a post-apocalyptic world 10,000 years after we all die out and then a new species of human. I don't fucking know.
That's how some of these theories read, dude. Sometimes my eyes blur. I read the first sentence and my eyes go cross-eyed and I say, okay, I have to skip this. Not with emails, but with things I read on like people's YouTube or something. I don't know. Okay, so Kim's third question. Kim, thank you for sending all these great questions. We always love your questions.
Amazing.
Okay, she asks, does Santa deliver all across the Kingdom Hearts universe? Or is there an Earth tied to Christmas Town that he goes to? Are Ariel and Hercules distant cousins because Triton is Poseidon's son and Zeus's nephew? Hannah, you would know all about this. You read those books and I did not. The one books. What are they called?
Percy Jackson books.
Percy Jackson
You're
books.
airing out my shit, Mel.
Does the underworld take souls across the universe or just the ones from Mount Olympus? Okay, so Hannah, before you jump in with whatever you gotta say, let me say that for years and years, I always thought that the underworld only takes souls from Olympus because I assumed like that was the world order, the world order of death.
Yeah.
And then a Kingdom Hearts game came out that showed that
that I was wrong. That the underworld does take souls from across the Kingdom Hearts galaxy, and that really gagged me. Isn't that crazy? To me, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, some people might be like, well, what about, fuck, I don't remember his name. Who's the old grumpy guy that we meet in Kingdom Hearts 2? He's in our party in Underworld. I want to say Aaron, but
Orin.
Orin?
Yeah.
He's hot. He's so hot, but what a weird name. Anyway, because some people were like, well, he's there, and he's not from Olympus, so of course.
Right.
But then the thing about Olympus in Kingdom Hearts is that there's always Final Fantasy characters in Olympus. They're always fucking there. And so to me, like, if someone died there, like, of course it would be in the Olympus underworld. But my point is that that's not true. Is Hades runs, he's kind of aware of everybody's death, and I didn't know that, and that really fucking surprised me.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So my point is, maybe Santa does go to Twilight Town to deliver gifts. Isn't that weird to think about?
My mind is going in so many different directions right now, because, like, does that mean people in Twilight Town practice Christianity? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we looking at?
Well, we do know there's one fucking Disney character in Kingdom Hearts who practices Christianity. So.
Oh my god, we'll get there. We'll get there. I know what you are.
I know what you are. Yeah, I do think, I don't know if Kingdom Hearts is willing to go so far as to say Ariel and Hercules are cousins.
Yeah.
But I do think that, to an extent, some world orders branch out to other worlds.
Yeah.
Which is something, like I said, I didn't think so for years and years.
Load-bearing worlds doing their part.
Yeah.
Crazy. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Kimberly's final question. Is the Kingdom of Hearts of people's hearts made of both light and darkness? Whereas the Kingdom Hearts we see in Kingdom Hearts 1 is a big shining light, the Kingdom Hearts 2 heart moon thing is made from hearts of people who already succumbed to darkness and became heartless. Does that mean that this Kingdom Hearts is partially darkness because of the hearts that make up it? Or are the hearts purified in some way by the Keyblade? How does the Keyblade send these hearts to the Kingdom Hearts moon anyway? How did Xemnas hijack the process like that? I think that was a question that I asked when we were talking about the organization, maybe. Like, how do they do that? How do they redirect the hearts over there? How do they do that?
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, I do think that the idea that Xemnas' moon that he made out of hearts released by Emblem Heartless is a very interesting idea, especially because one thing, I don't know if I clarified well enough, and I do apologize if I did not clarify this well enough, because it's so easy to say, oh, so-and-so became a Heartless. It's just so easy to say that.
Yeah.
So of course I'm going to write it like that. But like, technically, in the semantics, you don't become a Heartless, you create a Heartless. Even an Emblem Heartless and even a Pureblood Heartless. You create them, you don't become them. And so, or they're like born from you. They're born from your heart. And so if that's the case, I wonder if when an Emblem Heartless, which is the physical manifestation of your darkness, is pulled out from your heart, I wonder if that process in and of itself purifies the heart.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true, but based on the Kingdom Hearts logic, I wonder if that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't know. I also, once again, I don't know how these hearts instinctively went to the moon. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know.
Got a big
Maybe
old
it's like
magnet.
instinct.
A cartoonishly large magnet. Heart magnet. So, our very last question is from Danny. When explaining what this next episode was going to be about, you talked about Sora using the key beam when an item was floating, and that opened a piece of sky that allowed him to go to the next world. My question is, what are the other people present seeing? Like, is Mulan also seeing all of that? Or does Sora kind of go into a trance and it's all inside his head? Or does he disappear? What do they see?
This is such an interesting question. I told Hannah, I said, this reminds me of when TV shows or cartoons kind of joke about magical girl transformations. Yeah. Like the people on the outside seeing this girl just like dance around with a bunch of twinkles as her outfit starts to change or something. I think it's a very funny scenario. And, let me actually look on YouTube on because I think there is a scene in Hollow Bastion. The first time Sora does this, he does it in front of Leon. And I feel like Leon says something. So let me look.
So while Mel looks up a cutscene, I do want to say it's really cool being a friend of Mel because whenever we write episodes sometimes, Mel will sometimes go into theory mode and write up a little theory for me to read. And that happened on this episode. And something about something that happens in a future game kind of really makes me think that this does happen in the real world space.
Where other people can see it.
Because I'll just say, like, similar imagery pops up later with not just Sora.
Okay, so in this Hollow Bastion cutscene that I'm watching, the first time Sora opens a gate, the crown symbol appears, and then all the clouds appear around him, and then Sora shoots the keyhole gate.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, hold on. It's disappearing. What does he say? I know Sora says, now I get it, but I need to see. Squall is just absolutely fucking dumb plucked behind him. Oh my god! It's actually so funny watching Squall behind him. He doesn't know what the fuck happened.
So it's actually happening, like, in front of him? So he's, like, watching it happen?
I think so.
Okay.
It sure looks like that to me. And then Sora's like, this is what Yen Sid meant. Leon, we gotta go. And then Leon is like, okay, be careful. But
all right,
the first shot of Leon in the background, he's like standing there and his arms are kind of apart, like he's surprised or bewildered. So in my opinion, he saw that shit. In my opinion, he saw the clouds and he saw the gate.
Oh, yeah. He does look fucking flabbergasted. Everyone looks flabbergasted.
Imagine I do this shit in front of you.
This happened to me once. Sorry, I'm still watching. Okay, yeah, then he gets transported.
I know, it goes on for a long time, doesn't it?
I have always just fucking loved this cool ass scene and the particle effects and like how it looks and the sounds. I love this fucking game. It's good.
Listen, the day that Kingdom Hearts stops using particles is the day Kingdom Hearts dies. Okay, well, this was a fun episode. I love talking about this kind of shit.
Yeah, I was so excited to talk about all this stuff because it's so interesting. We love the world building episodes, the load bearing episodes of this fucking podcast. All right, well.
So, thank you so much for listening, everybody. If you liked this episode, be sure to give us a high rating on whatever platform you're listening to us on, whether that's Apple Podcasts. Does that have the 5-star rating?
Yes, it does.
Give us 5 stars on Apple Podcasts.
Uh-huh.
Give us a heart ? On Spotify.
Yeah,
like us on Spotify.
Follow
I'll
on
say that.
Spotify. Yeah,
follow
subscribe,
on Spotify.
Fuck it is.
Can I listener? Between you and me, can I tell you a secret? I listen to my music on YouTube and Pandora, so I am like 10 years behind on technologies. Okay. And then be sure to like us on YouTube if you like to see our little cartoon visual faces talking with each other.
Yeah.
And give us a comment. And you can, if you enjoyed these questions and you have questions of your own, you can send them to us at shuttingstarlight@gmail.com. Now listen, So one thing me and Hannah really love to do and what we would prefer to do is to read your questions aloud on the podcast and not just give like a summary, you know? But the only way we can read your comments or your emails aloud is if they're kind of concise and you really know what you're going to ask and you really nail it down within a few sentences. So we'll have to ask that if you're going to send us an email. We love reading long emails. We just can't really talk about them on the podcast, you know? So if you send us an email, try to think of how can I make this shorter and more concise and more
succinct,
effectively shorter.
Efficient,
yeah.
Because we do get
thesaurus open.
We do get a lot of emails per episode, and most of those emails have multiple questions in them. So like we got to be cost effective and time effective here.
Yeah.
So
and it's okay to send us multiple questions.
Yeah.
But just try to keep them, you know, I love it when people, like, you can tell they're typing, like, their real-time thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
It's so funny.
It's fun.
But it's not something we can read aloud on the podcast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I hope that's understandable. That being said, of course, we are so thankful for every email that we get.
Of course.
We love them all.
We do read every single one. We don't reply to them, but we do read them.
Yeah. So anyway.
What's our next episode going to be about, Mel?
Okay, so the next episode is going to be about Pete and Maleficent, first off. And, you know, where the fuck has Pete been all this time? Pete knows Maleficent? What is he doing here? You know, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Maleficent's return. And then we're also going to talk about the Timeless River. That kind of ties into what Maleficent and Pete do for a good portion of the game. And, like, what is the deal with the Timeless River? Because my secret is that I hate the Timeless River because it makes no sense and it defies all logic, and that drives me crazy.
It's series breaking, but they
really
don't refer to it after this game. So, LOL.
So, yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. Pete, Maleficent, and the Timeless River. So, baby, if you got questions on them, you send them our way, and we're going to get to them.
And remember, cost-effective, time-effective, succinct, efficiency.
Because we want to read you on the podcast. We want to.
We want to.
You know, so. Anyway. Oh my God. So thank you so much for listening, everybody. We love you all. And we'll see you in the Starlight.
In Kingdom Hearts 2, Xemnas and the remaining members of Organization 13 weigh heavily on Sora's mind. And they certainly have the spotlight in Kingdom Hearts 2's villainy. But we of Shedding Starlight would be remiss if we did not mention the other two players of darkness, Maleficent and Pete.
Both have returned from an absence. Pete, who was away for so long we never even saw him in the original game, and, of course, Maleficent, who has mysteriously resurrected after her defeat at Hollow Bastion. Let's examine these two villains and how their experience in the world of the past may fuel their intentions in the future.
Soon after Sora, Donald, and Goofy leave the mysterious tower and begin their next journey, in the next room, we see three fairies from Sleeping Beauty see a raven perched on the window, and with it, Maleficent's long black coat, all that was left of her. The coat begins to rise and takes the mold of the tall woman. The three fairies panic and run to warn Yen Sid that the mistress of all evil has returned. In Kingdom Hearts 1, Xehanort's Heartless, who was possessing Riku at the time, said Maleficent failed to see the darkness in her heart eating away at her, as he rubbed the sole of his boot into that same coat. If Maleficent was consumed by darkness, but produced no Heartless, her return in Kingdom Hearts 2 is most mysterious, especially when considering what the three fairies cried.
Oh no, the memories are coming back! No, we mustn't remember her name. Oh dear.
It's natural to assume they simply forgot about Maleficent due to the passage of time, but considering Sora's return, perhaps there's a running theme that the very act of remembering Maleficent aided in her return. As for why the Raven, Diablo, brought her coat to Yen Sid's tower of all places, it seems to be because that's where Maleficent's lackey, Pete the cat, recently was, to turn Yen Sid into a Heartless.
I sent some of my lackeys inside to see if the master of this here tower's as big and tough as they say. See, it don't matter how tough he is. Once he's a Heartless, he'll do as I say.
Much later in the game, we see flashbacks from Pete's perspective inside Villain's Veil, before Maleficent's resurrection. When Pete sees Diablo for the first time, he understands the Raven to be an omen of her return. This is why, when Pete is speaking to Sora, Donald, and Goofy outside of Yen Sid's tower, even though he discovers they're the ones that defeated Maleficent, Pete still insists that she'll help him conquer all the worlds. Pete knew she would return, and perhaps Pete and Diablo agreed that Yen Sid's heart would make a fitting homecoming gift.
Why, with all those Heartless at her side, my dear friend Maleficent is gonna conquer everything!
But why would Pete return now? At some point, maybe during Kingdom Hearts 1, but most likely before it, Pete and Maleficent first joined forces after she freed him from another dimension.
Pete's been causing trouble for ages. His Majesty banished him to another dimension a long time ago. I wonder how he escaped.
Well, Maleficent busted me out, that's how.
Pete was then sent away to amass an army of Heartless for Maleficent's rule. This is why, throughout Kingdom Hearts 2, Pete is seen trying to create Heartless out of powerful characters. Not just Yen Sid, but also Hercules, Scar, and even Jafar as a genie. So at Hollow Bastion, thousands of Heartless are gathering around Villain's Veil in a sea of black. It's likely that the organization sat back and allowed Pete to disrupt worlds because more Heartless works to their advantage. For one, that means more nobodies that the organization could control, particularly if they were created out of the powerful people Pete was targeting. And even if these Heartless were defeated by Sora, their hearts would simply go to Kingdom Hearts and serve Xemnas' plan. And over 1,000 hearts did return to Kingdom Hearts, as Pete's army of Heartless is eventually vanquished by Sora and our other heroes of Hollow Bastion. And during this battle, Maleficent herself is temporarily overtaken by nobodies under Sayx's command.
While I keep these creatures at bay, you devise a way to vanquish them forever.
But even though Maleficent and Pete's main plan had been thwarted, they still have other means of domination. Maleficent has always craved a castle, an abode to house her vast darkness, from which all her vines of thorns would stretch. Villain's Veil, Hollow Bastion, she even grows fond of Organization 13's White Castle.
Why, Pete, this castle is perfect. Perhaps we should acquire it.
But before she sets her sights there, another castle she was once interested in was Disney Castle.
Disney Castle is a world Maleficent has long been unable to touch, as it was protected from darkness by the Cornerstone of Light, a giant glass orb that encased a bright fragment of light. Frustrated that her plans kept failing, Maleficent berated Pete so much that he longed for a way to return to his good old days.
What I wouldn't give to go back in time.
Which caused a strange door, white and glimmering, to appear before him. When Pete opened this door, on the other side was a past version of Disney Castle, Timeless River, a world representing the 1928 short Steamboat Willie. This past world and its historical cornerstone of light are vulnerable, as Disney Castle has yet to be built in this rural world. Pete shows Maleficent, and their occupancy in the past affects the present. Modern Disney Castle is overrun by Heartless, and its secret chamber housing the present Cornerstone of Light becomes invaded with thorns. All Pete has to do now is smash the past Cornerstone, thereby ridding the current one that has always protected Disney Castle.
Coincidentally, Donald and Goofy return home with Sora. When they discover their world is being corrupted, they retrieve Merlin for his wisdom. Merlin diagnoses the problem and summons another white door of his own for Sora, Donald, and Goofy to enter. Soon after, the three realize they're in the past.
Deja vu?
Our heroes gradually clear out Heartless invading this innocent world, and they eventually discover it's Pete's doing. But which Pete? Not only is the Pete we know here, so is his past version, long before he worked with Maleficent and the Heartless. The current Pete stole his past version's steamboat, and with it, took the Cornerstone as cargo to be destroyed. But the past Pete works with Sora, Donald, and Goofy, and together they defeat the current Pete, banishing him from this world using the Keyblade to lock him out of his own white door. When they returned through the door Merlin summoned, they found Disney Castle to be free of darkness and Maleficent's grasp again.
So, Maleficent and Pete's army of Heartless was defeated. None of the castle's Maleficent demands succumbed to her power. Throughout Kingdom Hearts 2, Maleficent tries many ways to squash light and begin a reign of darkness, but each time, she fails. She hasn't come nearly as close to world domination as she had in Kingdom Hearts 1 when she gathered all the Princesses of Heart to open Kingdom Hearts.
A dominion fit to be called Kingdom Hearts must be my dominion!
But it's important to remember that to gather the princesses, Maleficent worked slowly and methodically. While she seems to now be working from the shadows instead of the spotlight, we mustn't forget that the shadows are precisely where Maleficent is most powerful. Well, we're here. Okay, here's the thing. I was really excited to talk about Maleficent and Pete, and then I was dreading to talk about the Timeless River because I hate this world. I hate it.
I personally love Timeless River. I know why Mel hates it, but I don't care. I love being a little black and white. I love little rubber hose cartoony Sora. I love him so much.
It's very cute. It's very cute.
Yeah, all of the sound design, everything sounds like it's coming out of a record player. It's perfect. Yeah. I love this world. It's so good.
I do love and enjoy and appreciate. I love a game with details and thought. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So that I do appreciate. I appreciate the monochrome UI. I appreciate the compressed audio. I think that's all very fun. That being said, anytime a wizard with a blue hat and a beard walks on screen, I know some bullshit's about to happen. But before we get into Timeless River, before we get there, let's talk about Maleficent and Pete first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Woo, 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 woo.
So one of the first things that I was thinking about when writing this script was, so we talked about how when the three fairies in Yen Sid's tower they're like, we mustn't remember her name. Like, we can't remember her. If we remember her, oh dear, they're kind of vague about it.
Mm-hmm.
But if memories somehow okay, because this isn't even, like, confirmed, you know? But, like, if memories helped bring back Sora, and if everybody was remembering Sora and Donald and Goofy, I can't forget those two, and then that helped them, like, revive. My point is, when Pete is outside of Jensen's tower talking with Sora, Donald, and Goofy, they're also talking about her. So I wonder if them remembering her, because, like, chronologically, this is right before Diablo comes, or maybe even, like, no. Yeah, it's right. Yeah, because they go to the tower, they see Pete, and then they go inside and talk to Jensen, and then they leave. So I wonder if those memories are also helped, like, kind of spur her into life.
But
I
then
guess.
That makes me ask the question, like, was she ever supposed to be erased from memories when she was defeated?
Yeah. That's the thing. So there's, without any context, way in the future, there's this one character who says, well, we still remember them, so they must still be with us. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, when has anybody ever disappeared and then everyone forgot them? You know, like, that's always been on purpose because of Namine. So I don't know how that has to do with anything with Maleficent, you know?
Yeah, that's so weird. I never really thought about, because that is such a weird scene of them, like, oh, we can't remember her. I never thought about it like that. Huh.
It's weird. So I don't know. And, you know, maybe, because, like, what goes around in Kingdom Hearts comes around. So maybe we'll have a better explanation, even in the future, of games that are not out yet. But even right now, it's like, okay, I guess, like, I'll just take it.
It's giving very somehow Palpatine returned.
It really is.
Just a little
bit. Is. God. Okay, so we've kind of talked about how, and we got a couple emails about what the fuck was Pete doing in Kingdom Hearts 1? Where was he? Like, did he actually meet Maleficent yet? Or did they meet before Kingdom Hearts 1 and he was just away? And I think that latter idea is just so funny. Like, the idea of Pete being gone for so long. Maleficent was like, I can't do this. I need a new goon. I need a new slave. Riku, hi, hello, come here.
Hey, little boy, come here.
Like, the idea of Riku replacing Pete is so funny.
That makes me wonder if he would have been in the League of Villains, whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah, I just think that would make sense, because he's just kind of, you know, the villain of Disney Castle.
Yeah, that's a really good point, especially because it would kind of introduce Maleficent to Disney Castle. Because the way she talked about it, it seemed like it's something she's kind of always wanted, but, like, was never able to get because of the Cornerstone of Light.
Yeah.
And so maybe Pete was like, maybe she met Pete, or maybe she was exploring worlds and came across Pete. Well, no, she said, okay, so they said that Maleficent freed him from another dimension. So I don't know how the fuck, I don't know if it's like the upside down, if she could hear him, you know? But I wonder
Pete, touch the lights, Pete.
Do you know SOS? But I wonder if she freed him, and then he was like, well, I have a castle you can steal. And then they tried it, and we're like, darn, it's too bright here. I can't even fucking see.
Yeah. To me, that makes sense. So that's just my little theory. Theory. Blah, blah, blah.
My theory? That makes sense. The League of Evil Disney villains are so funny. The fact that that's probably one of the reasons why Maleficent was able to get so much done in the first game is she had, like, this league to help her out. But when I was watching the flashbacks between her and Pete, one of the first ones is she's like, where is everybody? They really all had better things to do than my return. It's so good.
Queen.
It's so good.
But looking, like, as we're kind of talking about Kingdom Hearts 1 versus Kingdom Hearts 2, I just kind of overall, I think it's very interesting what they did with Maleficent's character in this game. She was very, like, she's really scary in the first game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I don't think she's, like, she doesn't do anything different, but they put her next to a big moron, and she's not, like, she's more cartoony than, like, the other antagonists in this game. So, like, just because of those two things, she's just, like, sillier. Like, it's not because she's doing anything silly, but, like, her circumstances are just kind of making her look less scary and stupider. And I guess that makes sense. That's very like in TV shows, especially like fantasy or like sci-fi ones, where like, you know, the season 1 villain is gonna be so much smaller and less threatening than the season 10 villain. You know, even though in the first season they seemed really scary. So I guess that is just like a good way of showing progress, showing story progression. So yeah, I just think it was interesting. I just wanted to make that observation. She's not as serious this time.
Yeah, especially because Maleficent doesn't die in Kingdom Hearts 2, right? She's not dead. She's still out there. So we know she sticks around for who knows how long throughout the series. And it seems like she's cooking something else up. And so it's hopefully, I would just love it if by the end of this franchise, she's back, baby. Like, oh yeah, we are so back, you know?
Yeah.
Because, I really, not that I want her to like outshine the original Kingdom Hearts villains that are written for the Kingdom Hearts series. But I want her to have, like, one last scary, ominous hurrah. I think she deserves that.
Neo-Maleficent.
What'd you say?
Neo-Maleficent.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. The magnificent, malevolent kind.
Of course. I think it could happen. Kingdom Hearts Season 10, return. Maleficent. Absolutely.
And would you believe it? The seeds have already been planted, you know? The seeds have already been planted. And so I hope that what could be possible for her character and what she wants to achieve, I hope that the writers don't chicken out and they really give her like a big finale. I really want her to have a big finale.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, let's return of this stupid, annoying world of the past. That is Timeless River.
We love it here. We love black and white and gray. We love cartoons. We love it.
Once again, yes. It is a good world. It is. But here's the thing, you guys. Kingdom Hearts eventually, like, if you think Kingdom Hearts is complicated now, bitch, you ain't seen nothing yet. This is easy mode. This is Kingdom Hearts easy mode.
It really is.
Gets so technical with the way certain things work that is why whenever the wizards are like, we can do whatever we want, that like annoys me. And I wonder if it annoys me from like a writing standard where it's just like plot armor that doesn't even, they don't even bother with an explanation. Like that bothers me.
Absolutely. It's like, it's so like, you know, people, including yourself, have built entire like theory channels based on looking at little fucking details that could be this thing, but it also could be this thing, and trying to figure out where it's going to go from there. And then meanwhile back, you know, here, it's like, oh, this happens because it happens. And there's no explanation for it. Yeah. Like, it's wild. It's, the spectrum of technicality that this series provides. But also, for those of you who are new listening to this series, I do have to say, we're planting seeds for you without you even knowing it.
It's subconscious, baby.
We are doing the work so you can enjoy this story to the fullest extent. So just know that. moving forward. Don't be scared. If you're with us, don't be scared.
Hold your hand. We'll protect you from Maleficent.
We're in a little circle. We're all holding hands together. We're here with you.
We're unstoppable. Okay. Okay, so when I was doing research for the Timeless River, which had a bunch of flashbacks between Maleficent and Pete, I kind of realized, so with shedding Starlight, we decided we didn't want to do like, this is an episode on a deep jungle. Sora lands at deep jungle and then does this and then does this and then does this, you know, because it's like, you played the fucking game, right? Why else would you be listening? And so it does kind of bother me, at least I can't speak for Hannah, when our episodes seem a little more rehashy, but I wanted to rehash Timeless River because, okay, maybe this is just me, and maybe it's because the first time I played Timeless River, I was really young, and so I wasn't that smart. But, like, I didn't really understand the order of the flashbacks between Maleficent and Pete, which I know sounds really dumb, like, it's so straightforward now that I'm an adult. But, like, when I was younger, I don't think I really realized that all happened like way earlier than the game than what we know. You know, with like Maleficent meeting Pete again and Maleficent being like, where is everybody? You know, and probably maybe even there might even be a cutscene before that. I can't remember if the cutscene where Pete sees Diablo, I can't remember if that one's black and white or not. Do you remember?
I don't remember. No.
Well, either way. So I did want to lay out that order to help people kind of lock that in and click that in. It's not like vital information, but if we're going to talk about the Timeless River, like we might as well talk about how it actually got in trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the other thing I want to talk about with Timeless River. Okay, so with Timeless River, this is like my little theory. Okay, this is not confirmed. I don't know if this is said in any Ultimania. But you know how Timeless River does not have Minnie Mouse in it?
Yeah.
And Timeless River, Mickey, it doesn't seem to me that Mickey is any type of royalty. He's not a king. He doesn't seem like a prince. He just seems like a guy who likes to dip out on work, you know?
Yeah, he lives in an apartment. He works construction. He works on a steamboat. Yeah, absolutely.
And so when researching this and rewatching all these Disney Castle cutscenes, I looked at the huge fucking portraits in the castle library, and they're like Mickey ancestors, or they're like male mouses.
Male mice?
Male mice, thank you. Jesus. And so I was thinking like, well, what if they're not Mickey's ancestors like I thought? What if they're Minnie's?
That's so crazy. That's such a crazy thought. Like, it makes so much sense, though. That's so, yeah.
Which, like, to me, even carries on forward. Like, okay, so one thing I didn't talk about in the presentation, but I really wanted to, and I just didn't know how to make it fit, was Minnie's ability of light.
Yeah.
And how
I was going to bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah. And how fucking powerful she is. Yeah. And so that's why it's, like, so crazy that she's not a princess of light, because you think she fucking would have been if she's actually, like, the royal blood side, and she has this power of light. Like, hello.
Yeah.
Instead of fucking, what's that little, Alice, you know, like, no offense, Alice, but, like, who are you, you know?
Who are you? Yeah, she's a queen, though. She's a queen. She's not a princess.
That's because she got married. She got married and she lost her fucking candidacy to be a princess of heart. That's what happened.
Yeah.
But either way, another thing I really love with her ability with Disney Castle is I love the giant pink glittery door that she like uses to protect the hall, like the throne hall. I love looking at that glittery door. I could look at that glittery door forever.
Oh, yeah. It's really great. Ugh. Yeah. I love Minnie. She needs to be in it more. I remember loving every time she came up on screen when I was playing. the game.
She's great. She's
great.
Oh my god, and you know something else that I realized? So Minnie was like, oh, Sora, the king told me all about you in his letters. And then poor Daisy was like, Donald, why don't you ever write to me? Like, it's so sad. Donald, write to your girlfriend or to your wife or whatever.
He's busy.
We all know
magic.
you nap in the gummy ship while Goofy is driving, okay?
True.
Write to your wife. Okay.
Yeah.
Enough of that. So one thing that I do like about this cute little world is Sora's Kingdom Hearts 1 outfit.
It's so good. It's so good. I love it. I love it.
What a good fucking idea, too.
I know.
What a good idea. Which, like, okay, so I won't bring it up yet, but put a pin in that. Put a pin. I don't know if I'm popping my microphone. I feel like when I say the word pin, I'm popping it. But just remember that because I'd like to bring it up a little bit later. But for now, one thing I think is weird is that Sora, Donald, and Goofy change form, but Pete doesn't. At least not like the current Pete, you know?
Yeah. And my counterpoint to that is that doesn't Donald do magic to disguise them? So he wouldn't have Donald's magic?
I mean, I guess, but I feel like when those three first entered the world, I don't think they really realized they were in the past. So I wonder if Mickey's magic, like, works automatically? Like, Donald doesn't even need to think about it?
Yeah.
Or maybe it was Merlin. Maybe Merlin did it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. Very weird. Okay. So I'm going to be talking a little bit for a little while because I have two tinfoil hat theories.
Let's go. The secret reports side, like, special feature segment, the secret reports YouTube channel. Go.
Okay, so neither of these are confirmed, okay? For my first theory, okay, so Pete's door, I don't know if you remember what it looks like, Hannah, but on the Pete's white door that appears to him, it has his face on it, a cigar, giant white gloves in a fist, and then it has a P initial, which I assume stands for Pete, right? But then the door that Merlin summons for Sora, Donald, and Goofy just has a fleur-de-lis symbol. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Which is French, right? I'm pretty, like, fleur-de-lis, I assume it's French.
I mean, the name is French. I don't know if it's like, I'm Googling it. Traditional coat of arms of France, yeah.
Yeah.
The High Middle Ages until the French Revolution in 1792.
Okay, so listen to this. Merlin is like I don't remember if he's like Anglo-Saxon or Welsh. I feel like he's Welsh. But either way, he's from like historical UK. And so I wonder if Merlin summoned somebody else's door. And I can't really say why, but I'm hoping that the people who know what I'm talking about. But like, it's like I could bring this up in a future game, but in a future game, nobody's gonna remember what I'm fucking talking about, and it's not gonna be really all that relevant, and I'm probably gonna forget, you know, because that's how irrelevant it is in future games. So I figure I might as well bring it up now. But that's just like a little theory, like who really cares about that? But here's what I think is really interesting. So earlier we kind of compared Maleficent returning through memories to be possibly maybe like how Sora kind of came back and how that kind of affected everybody's memories of him. And so I kind of want to carry over that, and I wonder if another parallel in Kingdom Hearts 2 that maybe the writers were trying to make. So when Maleficent is like insulting Pete and he's like, I hate this, I just want to go back in time.
Yeah.
He's feeling homesick.
he misses his homeworld, he misses his steamboat, and then a door appears to him. It like listens to his heart and it opens the way home, right? Mm-hmm. And so I feel like this is really similar to Sora and Riku at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2, at the end of the game. They're thinking about Kairi, they're thinking about their home, they really miss it, and a door appears and brings them home.
You know what's so crazy then?
What?
Remember how we were talking about the worlds possibly having like their own will and their own like motives for stuff?
God.
That makes me like, cause like Pete didn't summon the like like Pete didn't summon the door. I wrote down here the implications of Pete's power either way are crazy, but like that just brings me back to that thought of like, did the Timeless River send him the door so he could use it for evil?
That's honestly such a good point. Like, I wonder if the worlds can tell when their citizens are away and like hear their cry, or like their hearts connect and the worlds are like, oh, you miss me? Then come home. Come home with open arms, open doors.
Or they're trying to like restore the world order and like bring him back.
That's interesting, because Hannah, that's a really good point, because in a future game without any context, we learn that worlds do try to fill in missing pieces that are gone. And so that's a really interesting point. So Shadowflare, I know you kind of sent an email kind of similar to this, which I can't really talk about. Even I myself had to be a little vague, but I do think that what you emailed us was very interesting. I just wish I could talk about all video games at once, but this is why Shitting Starlight is different, because we don't. We are like Sora and Goofy, and everybody else is like Donald. We're not doing the temptation. We're not falling into it. We're heeding Merlin's advice.
We're being so strong.
Yes.
We're being so brave.
Yes.
And not diving into unknown territory yet.
So, something that I love about Timeless River that I don't really understand, is the black hole in Mickey's apartment that is consuming all his furniture. I mean, they told me the prices in New York were crazy, but this is something else.
I don't know. It's just like heartless, probably.
I know. Like, I wonder if it's like, so, in Kingdom Hearts 2, in Ansem's reports, he talks about how Sora got sucked up through a corridor, like a giant corridor of darkness, and that's how he ended up in Twilight Town. And Sora was literally sucked up into it. So I wonder if this little black hole in this apartment is a corridor of darkness that's like sucking things up. But that's like a crazy implication, because
that is a crazy.
I would think that's like like something from the Heartless, or like something from the current worlds, but it's fucking up the past, and we don't need to think about that.
This is why Mel hates this world.
It is.
So I wanted to talk about the Cornerstone of Light. And I know a couple of other people also wanted to talk about the Cornerstone of Light. Just like reading through this script, I really thought like it shares a lot of similarities with like what we talked about with the Hearts of Worlds. Like the Cornerstone of Light is not the heart of this world, probably, right? Like could it be? What is it? Why doesn't every world have one of these, and why does this world have one? Like, it's obviously, giving some protection to this world. They established that, somewhat in the same ways of like, as we talked about, the barriers in our first season with the Hearts of Worlds providing barriers and everything. What is it? What is it? Tell me what it is.
I mean, I do have a theory of what it is, but unfortunately, I cannot tell you specifically because I don't know. But I almost wonder if Minnie is like the blood of the royalty, and if she has power with light, I almost wonder if like that's her family heirloom.
Right.
Like, as long as this exists, you will have light in your family or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
That is a good point. I think there's probably definitely a tie there, especially if she is like the royal, the royal bloodline or whatever. Yeah. That's so interesting. Yeah.
Anyway, though. Okay. So I guess I kind of lied. I guess I have a third tinfoil theory. And what I mean by tinfoil is that, like, it's not confirmed. It is not confirmed. Okay, this is just what I think. But I almost wonder, because in future Kingdom Hearts, we kind of learn more about, like, how the world works. World as in, like, the greater world, like, the universe. And we kind of learn how, like, time progresses. We just learn more about, like, the technicalities of it all. Even, like, as recently as Dark Road, which is one of the more newer games. And none of it fits in with Timeless River. Nothing that has ever come out has made Timeless River make more sense. So I almost wonder if they're not actually traveling to the past. They're not actually time traveling. But maybe they're entering a world that kind of is like a record of it. Like, almost like Castle Oblivion. Castle Oblivion, you're not traveling back in time. You're just seeing the scenarios of your past and your past memories. And so I almost maybe wonder if that is what they really entered. But maybe, like, somehow entering it still affects the rest of Disney Castle. And if that's the case, I don't know why. I don't have an answer. But I just feel like it's an actual portal to the past. Really? When no other world works like this, and it doesn't even match the rest of what we know about Mickey in ways that I can't say yet because it's future games. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Can I go a little apeshit right now? Can I go a little insane, actually?
Yes.
Remember how we talked about Data Twilight Town having a direct connection with the people that it fucking...
Yes! Oh my god.
So maybe you are right. Maybe it's a data replica of the past. Like a recorded data of the past.
That'd be fucking crazy. That's so interesting because... That is so interesting. And I don't even know, like, what that would imply, because...
I know.
But you're right. Like, we wanted to emphasize how that artificial version of a world affected the real one and influenced the real one. That is so interesting. God, I love you. I want to make out with you. That's crazy. Well, shit. I don't know what else to add to that because it's crazy.
We're ending that section there. Just think on that.
Sleep on it. Sleep on it. Because I'm such a stickler for anything involving time in Kingdom Hearts. I'm such a stickler. I wouldn't say fights, but I've gotten in long discussions about it on Twitter before. I am known to do that. It's always the fucking stupid-ass wizards, dude. I'm getting fucking sick of them. Anyway, let's head over to emails before I lose my mind.
Emails. Okay. Amazing. So, we split this up again by topic. So, we're going to go back to Pete and Maleficent. So, our first question is from Adrian. Why doesn't Maleficent return to her own castle and build her forces from there? It seems easier than taking over pre-existing castles, especially strongholds of light and nothingness.
You're so right. She's
being dramatic and extra.
I genuinely think so. I think maybe now that she knows about other worlds, which, like, I don't know how she ever found out. I don't know if, like, It's weird. It's weird when you think about how nobody should know about other worlds, and yet there was a whole league of Disney villains who all knew, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So somehow she fucking found out or learned. Mm-hmm. But I almost wonder if ever since learning, she was like, oh, so my world is tiny and pathetic, and I deserve more, and this is beneath me. I should try to get something way beyond my means because I deserve it. I'm the mistress of all evil. That's why I almost wonder if she feels that way.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense to me.
Yeah.
For sure.
Queen, reach for the stars.
Queen, absolutely. And then a very interesting question from Dixo. I'm curious how Maleficent was able to resurrect Oogie Boogie. Seems like a completely unrelated process to how she was revived herself.
Okay, so she's talking to Rock, Shock, and Barrel, which I can't believe I remember their names. That's kind of gaggy for someone like me. Oh yeah, and she's just using like her magic. And then he's back? Is that really all it is? I thought we'd get to see a fucking animation. I feel like a million bugs. What a fuck. Boo. Wow.
Well,
I don't know how to answer this. It doesn't help that we don't see, because I guess I just imagined like his potato sack body slowly being rebuilt with bugs.
I think it's because when he dies, it does that in reverse. He slowly like sinks to the ground doing that. Yeah.
Ew, that's so gross. Ugh.
I know. Ew. Bad.
Well, Deke, so you stumped me.
We don't know.
Oh, you don't
Sorry.
know. Maybe
he has just bugs. Just put a bunch of bugs in a bag and you'll have an Oogie Boogie.
Deke, so I really like you because of your next little email thing. Hannah, you can read it. Sorry, I jumped in.
Okay, so we're moving to Timeless River. Not Mel showing the favoritism. Dixo says, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't understand a damn thing about this world. I've just accepted the fact that Merlin is functionally a god of the Kingdom Hearts cosmos, and any attempts to make sense of his shenanigans will fail.
Yes, I agree. I hate him and his stupid blue socks that are so long I just want to rip him off his ankles and push him down.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Okay. Dixo didn't really have a question, but I really wanted to include it because it's funny.
We'll move back to Adrian. Am I crazy, or does Timeless River kind of imply that a world and its inhabitants can drastically change over time in appearance, color, and art style?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. That kind of reminds me of how in a future game, we get to kind of revisit 100 Acre Wood, but it kind of looks different because they can kind of do more with it and make it look a little different. Mm-hmm. And, you know, like, obviously that could just be like, oh, like, graphics, hello, like, they just wanted to put a little more budget into it, you know? But, like, I don't know, what if, you know, have a little fun.
The next time you come to Atlantica, it will be so much easier to move around and swim.
They all got used to fucking swimming easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the really, like, genuinely, that is another thing that really weirds me out about Timeless River.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is the complete change in art style and color. And these are the same characters. Like, that's supposedly the same Pete. That's supposedly the same Mickey. And I think that's why I kind of gravitate towards the idea that it's not like the real past, but it's like an alternate world that affects this one or something.
Yeah.
Because it's just... And, like I said, that's not confirmed. If anything, like, they'll probably tell you it's canon that it is the past. But I just think that's stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, it is stupid. Adrian's next question. If there were two Petes in Timeless River, does that mean there was another set of Goofy and Donald there, too?
That'd be really interesting to see. Because once again... Forgive me, but I'm not super familiar with really early Disney material. Yeah. Like, I don't know if I have seen true, uncut, unedited footage of original Disney shorts of like Donald, you know. I don't even know if I could have told you what Donald originally looks like had it not been for the Timeless River, you know. He's still wearing his cute little navy outfit, but like his eyes are different. And I don't know if I've ever seen his eyes not be the way they are now, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they like Goofy and Donald definitely didn't exist in Steamboat Willie, I'm pretty sure, but like they kind of just had all of the characters from those early cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
It would be funny though. It'd be funny if they had kind of had to get into those classic time travel shenanigans where they had to like avoid their other selves, you know?
One
Pete
leaves the room right
did.
as the other is coming in.
Yeah, exactly. Pete didn't give a fuck, but Pete's Pete, you know?
Yeah.
In fact, Pete's past self even gave less of a fuck. He said, I don't care if you're future me. Don't fucking steal from me. How dare you?
Oh, yeah. I would be that way too. If like me from the future came in and was like, I need this. And I'm like, no.
Just wait. You'll get it in the future if you don't steal it from me. The only reason why you don't have it is because your future self stole it from you, asshole. End the cycle.
And the cycle and the generational trauma. So now we move on to Kimberly's questions. Roughly how old are Mickey and Pete if they were around before Disney Castle was built?
See, and again, that's why I think this is so annoying. Like, what does it mean? Is Mickey and Pete like eternal beings? Like the implications.
They're fated to battle for all of eternity.
Yeah.
In Disney Castle.
One has a black shirt, one has a white shirt. They're on an island.
One of them turns into smoke. We just finished Lost today. Yeah. All these questions are like, yeah, you're so right. We don't...
They really are. This last one by Kim kills me. Just the way she phrases it.
So Kim's last question: does Mickey cause Pete's villain arc? Did slapstick shenanigans cause him to become evil? Mickey was a rude little mouse before he met Jensen. Which is true.
What kills me about this phrasing? Did slapstick shenanigans cause him to become evil? Do you mean Pete or do you mean Mickey? Mickey was a rude little mouse.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
It's so funny. Yeah.
And to that, I say he sure was. He sure was a rude little mouse. Charles Entertainment Cheese ass type of shit. Honestly, what is up with all these cartoon characters starting off so crude and then becoming like America's beloved? Like, what is the deal with that?
Ugh. Especially cartoon mice.
It's always cartoon mice. When's the next one coming? We better fucking prepare.
Oh my god. Okay, well that was our last question.
Wow, what a doozy of an episode. I really enjoyed it.
What a doozy. Yeah, this is a long discussion. We half these questions are like, yeah, you're so right. Why is it that way?
In the end, though, all you gotta do is go back to the world and listen to the fucking Ferris music that has such a short loop, it feels like. And you just gotta go in the... Like, why was one of the portals like a miniature town?
Yeah, like a diorama town. Yeah. I don't know.
Anyway, we have to stop.
we can't. Okay, well, Mel, what is our next episode gonna be?
I don't know.
Oh, it's secrets, isn't it?
Is it really?
Yeah, I think so.
Guys, the next episode is about the secret ending and all of the little things that might point to it throughout Kingdom Hearts 2. So our next episode, it's very wee. But here's the thing about the next episode is that if you are someone who likes to piece things together yourself, and because sometimes like sometimes someone's theory can be spoilery, even if it's not true, you know, or even if it's not confirmed. So if you are kind of wary about that sort of thing and you're like, no, I don't need people giving me the answers. Like, I want to figure it out myself. I want to notice the details myself. Then maybe next episode isn't for you, because we're really going to dive into all of the foreshadowings of the future, including the secret ending mainly, but also like the secret boss and like weird little cutscenes that seem to have nothing to do with the future, you know, that seem to include all the characters of the secret ending. You know what I mean? Things like that. So,
yeah.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
So exciting. Secrets Beyond the Keyhole. Let's go. Number 2. Yay.
Go.
So, if you like the episode, if you like the show, give us 5 little stars. We are 2 reviews away from getting 100 5-star reviews.
Oh my God, are you serious?
I'm serious. So if we could get 2 more, we'd have a 100 perfect score.
That's incredible. Oh my God,
it's incredible.
I'm so proud.
I'm so proud too. I'm so glad everyone likes the show. So if you want to be one of those next 2, 5 stars on either Spotify or Apple Podcasts, do it.
Do it.
And if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe.
Always. Leave a comment.
Leave a comment. Share with a friend. We haven't said that in a while. If you like the show, you have Kingdom Hearts friends, or you have anyone that you want to get them into Kingdom Hearts, we're the show for them.
Especially if they're a Kingdom Hearts 2 truther, where they're like, Kingdom Hearts ended after the second game. The rest don't exist or whatever.
Absolutely.
Well, guess what? They can watch up until the next episode, so you might as well share it with them.
And I think that's it. Is there anything else? Mel, did I forget anything?
Well, if you have any questions about that, I don't know if Yes, okay. If you have any questions about next episode, you can email us at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. No bells and whistles, no capitals, no spaces, no nothing. But we love reading people's emails aloud. And so if you can kind of edit down your email, make it short and concise, that's going to allow us to read what you have to say word for word on the podcast, which we love to do. So thank you very much.
Heck yeah. All right. Well, as always, thank you all for listening.
And we'll see you in the Starlight. This season of Shedding Starlight, we've walked you through the many different threads of Kingdom Hearts 2's story. Sora's main journey with Donald and Goofy, guided by Riku in disguise. Axel kidnapping Kairi in an attempt to stir Roxas awake. Maleficent and Organization 13's different agendas. Many different characters have their role in this epic adventure.
But every once in a while, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix will give you a glimpse into a mystery you might not even register until the very end, when you've unlocked either of its secret endings. In this final episode of Kingdom Hearts 2, we're going to discuss not only these secret endings, but also the trail of crumbs leading up to them that a brand new player might have overlooked. If you're someone who likes to piece together theories on your own, you might want to skip this episode.
Like Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2 has 2 different secret endings. A shorter version that's easier to achieve, and an additional longer version that requires more to be unlocked. The first version is titled Gathering. In it, what could be described as 3 armored knights walk up and grab familiar Keyblades. Sora's Kingdom Key, Mickey's Kingdom Key D, and Riku's Way to Dawn, which he eventually got before Kingdom Hearts 2. These 3 Keyblades were sticking up from the desert soil, among hundreds of other rusty Keyblades surrounding the knights. They notice a 4th figure in the distance walking towards them, and the scene ends. The second version, called Birth by Sleep, is a continuation of this scene. The one approaching is a very intimidating old man. He duplicates, and his doppelganger flashes into a guy wearing a helmet, whose outfit strongly resembles Riku's dark form in Kingdom Hearts 1 and Chain of Memories. Both of these sketchy characters have their own Keyblades. In this desert, the five wielders have an epic battle, but the old man and his partner rise victoriously. The old man turns his keyblade into an orb of darkness and shoots it into the sky. It disturbs the dense clouds and they recede, revealing Kingdom Hearts. By the end of the teaser, the three knights are unmasked. One is a woman with blue hair, another a man with brown hair, and the final knight is Roxas? And he's not the only familiar face, as we see Mickey Mouse arriving late, looking out at the battlefield.
As for the knights we don't recognize, the man and woman, while this secret ending is the first time we see their faces, beforehand we at least see their armor. Let's begin with the woman with short blue hair. During the big battle at Hollow Bastion, we get two out-of-place yet important flashbacks, which we've spoken of already earlier in this season. The first is Xemnas accessing the basement to Hollow Bastion's castle. He passes by a hall of cells and sits in the Chamber of Repose, a circular white room. There, he speaks to a cluster of armor on the floor.
It has been far too long, friend.
This is the armor of the lady. Even her keyblade is present. We can deduce the secret ending occurred before this, since the armor is damaged, although that doesn't bode well for the lady it belonged to. The following flashback builds upon this scene. Through the organization members Vexen, Zexion, and Xigbar, we learn that the Chamber of Repose is Xemnas' usual spot, at least at the time. Xemnas visited this room so frequently that his subordinates gossiped about it. They dared each other to follow him.
Go and see for yourself. That isn't funny!
Xigbar, specifically, is beyond curious about it. He even once tried listening in, but couldn't make out the conversations taking place. And this is important not only because he's second in command, but he himself seems to know about the battle from the secret ending.
How long ago was it? When a bunch of warriors wielding key-shaped swords appeared and unleashed a spectacular battle.
He even says to Sora, right before their fight in the world that never was,
I guess that must be why the Keyblade chose you. But man, did it pick a dud this time. You don't look like you're half the hero the others were.
So if Xigbar knows about these Keyblade Knights, his suspicion for Xemnas speaking one-sidedly to a set of their armor makes sense. How could the empty armor reply? Xigbar knows even more as he reveals to Zexion that the Chamber of Repose has a twin elsewhere, the Chamber of Waking, which allegedly also contains something. If knowledge is power, perhaps Xigbar is only informing Zexion in an exchange for intel on what Xemnas discusses in the Chamber of Repose, which is involved with, or perhaps is, Xemnas' secret that Xigbar also inquired.
We get other implications of a connection between Xehanort and the knights of this Keyblade battle, like what Xigbar further says to Zexion.
And when it was all over, all that was left was a man lying unconscious without his memories. Xemnas, Xehanort, was found by Ansem right around then, wasn't he?
The way Xigbar says this, at least in English, makes it sound like the man who lost his memories and Xehanort are two different people. But remember that Ansem the Wise found Xehanort with amnesia nearing death, so it's likely Xigbar was just speaking mysteriously. The way Xemnas calls the lady's armor his friend almost seems sarcastic or condescending. So if his original self, Xehanort, really is connected to this Keyblade battle, it's possible he has a bad history with these knights. And this is most evident with our second knight, the tall man with brown hair. This knight is referred to as the Lingering Will, as he is a boss fight required for unlocking the full Birth by Sleep secret ending. To reach him, there's a giant corridor of darkness that appears in Disney Castle that Sora, Donald, and Goofy pass through. Upon arrival, the knight is found kneeling with his Keyblade, and he speaks in a similar manner that Xemnas as a secret boss did in the original Kingdom Hearts game, without a voice actor. Instead, we only hear metallic groans for speech. Seeing Sora's Keyblade, the knight assumes to know Sora and tries to remember him. At first, he dismisses Sora as someone he chose, whatever that means, and then he mistakes Sora for Xehanort, and the knight stands out of rage, beginning the boss fight. If you're victorious, the lingering will is quelled, and he kneels once again and resumes his long waiting. It isn't concrete whether or not this fight between the knight and Sora is actually canon. Perhaps it's stated so in the Ultimanias, but Sora, Donald, or Goofy have yet to reference this in any game. The strange dialogue this knight says is quite revealing. He not only reveals a grudge against Xehanort, but he also says what sounds to be the names of the two other knights, Aqua and Ven. Aqua is a fitting name for the Blue Lady, but Ven could belong to no other than the final knight, the blonde boy who ends up frozen by the old man, the boy we know to be Roxas.
We've covered that greater nobodies remember their previous life, so they maintain their original appearance, which makes Roxas such a complicated character. He is most assuredly the nobody of Sora, but the two don't look exactly alike. This is most likely because Roxas doesn't have Sora's memories, or any memories from before he was born. If Roxas remembered a past outside of Sora's life, he would most likely remember this battle of Keyblade wielders. But Roxas left the organization because he knew so little about the Keyblade.
Why did the Keyblade choose me? I have to know.
Even when Roxas wields two Keyblades during his fight with Axel and Sora, neither of these Keyblades are the one we see in the secret ending. In fact, that Keyblade is held with a reverse grip. This muddies the water between Roxas as we know him and the boy in the secret ending. Even though the situation on Roxas/Ven seems contradictory, at least we can take the situation with the other character we recognize, Mickey, at face value, although it too has mysteries.
First of all, we know that Mickey met Xehanort. We saw it in the flashback where Xehanort, as an apprentice, was rejected by Ansem the Wise. And we've previously discussed how Mickey and Xehanort himself likely had a conversation, as Xehanort wrote about in one of his Kingdom Hearts 1 reports. However, Mickey still struggled to remember how he recognized Xemnas, which begs the question, how could Mickey arrive at a battle that Xehanort is connected to, but not remember Xehanort from this battle at all? There's also the matter of Mickey's Keyblade in this secret ending. In our very first season on Kingdom Hearts 1, we discuss how the door to darkness is connected to Sora's Keyblade, the Kingdom Key, and Mickey's Keyblade, the Kingdom Key D, or Dark Side. However, here in this teaser, Mickey is wielding a different Keyblade, one that Sora eventually obtains from Yen Sid, Starseeker. It's most likely the Keyblade Mickey simply had before, and he probably had it when visiting Radiant Garden, ironically teaching Xehanort about the Keyblade, something he may have already known of before losing his memories. The secret endings to Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix are so iconic, they're still often the topic of conversations among fans to this day. The surprising turns of seeing faces we recognize, like Mickey or Roxas's, and the reveals of entirely new people, like the two other knights, the helmeted figure, and the devious-looking old man.
Somehow these characters have ties to Xehanort, the man who spawned the two main villains from Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Whatever his life was before becoming an apprentice, we now know that Sora is not the first Keyblade wielder who's had conflict with Xehanort. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix Secret Ending. There's obviously some shenanigans going on here, Mel. Wouldn't you agree?
Shenanigans with a capital S.
So before we get started talking about said shenanigans, I would like to remind everybody, especially those who are caught up with the series, that this show is for people who are not caught up with the series. So we will be avoiding spoilers. And we will not be speaking in depth about anything coming in the future. We are doing that purposefully. We are doing that with, the newbie player in mind. So we would ask that when writing comments in the description or in the comments of this YouTube channel of this video, that you keep that in mind as well. That this show is geared towards people who don't know what's going on, who are new to what's going on here. Because we know what we're talking about, obviously.
We know. We know. We know everything. We know everything.
But, some listeners don't. So we are moving forward with that in mind. So, moving forward with that in mind, this is maybe one of the best scenes in all of Kingdom Hearts series. In my opinion.
This fucking scene, Hannah, rearranged my brain as I don't even know how old I was.
Oh yeah.
But I remember having stacks of, maybe not stacks, but groups of paper with drawings on them that were all inspired by this cutscene, the long one where they're all fighting. I always say, so I was never emo, and I never was seen, but if there was anything even adjacent to that or going in that direction, it was from and it was fueled by this cutscene. It's just so good.
It was this cutscene, the time between this and the next game coming out, this was when I was on online Kingdom Hearts, back in 2006, whatever the fuck year this was. I was I didn't get high-speed internet until around junior high, which was a few years after this. So I remember pulling up YouTube, waiting for a 3-minute video to load, and that's back when YouTube would load the whole video at once. It would take hours for a YouTube video to load with my internet, and bitch, I was loading this video. I was loading Kingdom Hearts 2 Secret Ending.
Especially because what?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that new players have this at their hands. But you and I couldn't play it. It was an exclusive in Japan. So the only way we could see this particular cutscene was on YouTube.
Yeah. And even so, I was, what? 10, 9 when Kingdom Hearts 2 came out? I wasn't 100% in Kingdom Hearts 2 to get the secret ending when I was that young.
Yeah.
It wasn't happening. So, even just the short secret ending, was crazy and impossible to achieve, and you could only see it on YouTube pretty much if you were my age and not a real gamer.
Especially that back then YouTube didn't have maybe YouTube had 1080p videos, but they weren't very common.
And
I don't think
even
so.
when you watched it in so low quality that
in like a square format, yeah. Like a CRT, yeah.
4:3. Good times.
Yeah. And to kind of move off of that, perhaps I haven't mentioned this before, but I did grow up with vanilla Kingdom Hearts 2, not Final Mix. So when we first saw the secret ending, we were convinced that this was like, this secret ending of these 3 nights was going to be the future. Like, because, we recognize Roxas, we recognize Mickey, and then there's these new characters that we haven't seen, and this new armor that we haven't seen, because the cutscenes that we talked a lot about in the presentation were not in the vanilla game. So, like, there were no clues to show you that, like, no, this probably happened before all of this.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. It's very fun to think like I remember, again, going back to those YouTube videos, people were labeling, like, kids who were uploading these didn't know what the fuck they were talking about and labeled the videos Kingdom Hearts 3 Birth by Sleep and Kingdom Hearts 3 The Keyblade War. It's like it was a different time. It was a different time.
People still do that shit today, but with modern Kingdom Hearts.
And then like splicing in like Final Fantasy cutscenes into it to make it seem like an actual trailer for something. Yeah.
And then, of course, you might have, like, unregistered hypercam in the top right corner. Or, like, the description will be like, I do not own Kingdom Hearts. Or, I own nothing.
Owned by Nomura. Yeah. It was a time. It was a time.
The good old days. The good old days. Okay. So, getting into, like, the actual information. I have so much I want to talk about. I hope that's okay, Hannah.
Yes, absolutely.
So, one thing that I didn't really write it into the presentation because I didn't really feel like it was really relevant, at least not with like what we know right now. But with all of these Keyblades, they start off in the desert, but they're surrounded by like hundreds of Keyblades.
Yeah.
And they make up like this crossroad. And I think that is such an interesting idea because it's so funny that we're making this episode now because recently it was the game Birth by Sleep's anniversary and Nomura released a statement. And I don't want to like read out this statement because one, it's really long, and two, it talks about future games. Like we don't really need to do that. Mm-hmm. But he brings up the idea of like, he wanted to do a crossroads based off of the American legend of like a man going to the crossroads, meeting the devil and making a deal, which I think it was so he could play guitar. I don't remember.
Yeah.
My only knowledge on it is that one Supernatural episode, and I don't really remember how it goes. And that I think is just so interesting, this idea of crossroads, because Nomura also says in this statement that he also did it in Chain of Memories when Sora meets a hooded Marluxia. And Marluxia is like, if you want to find what you're looking for, come to Castle Oblivion or whatever. I don't remember what he says.
Yeah.
And so I just think that's such interesting imagery to use.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's very, what's the word? I feel like poignant is not the right word. Very visceral, maybe. Very literal for like what, at least with Chain of Memories, like what's happening there. And then I guess what you could say with the fight with these knights, like obviously it's a battle between two sides, like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like a very literal visual interpretation of like, two sides coming to a cross, sides clashing, a choice being made, stuff like that. Good writing, good storytelling, for sure.
So good. Very good storyboarding. Something I've really learned about Nomura, I don't know if other people would agree, but in my opinion, Nomura is a very visual guy
where he almost writes entire stories around a picture he sees in his head. And so I wouldn't be surprised if like a scene he had in his head was this spooky old man rising up to Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Surrounded by rusty old Keyblades and Keyblade warriors who are struggling for their breath because they just got their ass whooped. You know, it's a very visual picture.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Also,
what?
Just crazy. Like I said before, one of the coolest scenes in all of Kingdom Hearts, and like just the visual of fucking Keyblades being thrown around by these fucking guys.
Yeah.
So cool. So wild.
Very cool. It's one of my, completely. I think it's a very, very cool thought. Like one of them's like riding on it, like it's like a fucking like not skate, like he's like surfing on them.
Yeah,
very
yeah.
cool. Very cool.
Yeah. And again, like contrasting this whole like chosen Keyblade one chosen Keyblade wielder, Sora.
Yeah.
Like now there's hundreds, if not thousands, of Keyblades being thrown around. Like times have changed, things are different, things are not what we thought they were.
That's right. If you're playing Kingdom Hearts for the first time, guess what? Congratulations. You have reached a very important Kingdom Hearts milestone, which is there is no longer one chosen Keyblade wielder. You have made it to where there is fucking countless of them. Everybody gets one. And that, like you graduated. Like, congratulations.
Yeah. I remember, I think we talked about this in maybe Kairi and Namine episode. People like the fanboys being mad, like, oh, Kairi gets a Keyblade now. Everyone gets a Keyblade now. Fuck yeah, everyone gets a Keyblade now.
Yeah,
everyone's got a Keyblade now. Get over it.
You want one too. Why are you groveling? Like, get over it.
Yeah.
And, okay, so speaking of Keyblades and everybody getting a Keyblade, in the short secret ending that we get first, we see these three knights pull out Sora, Mickey, and Riku's, I almost said Donald, and Riku's Keyblades. But in the longer version, which came out, I guess, like in real life, it came out like, what, a year later? Because Final Mix came out like a year later, maybe, give or take a few months. And so eventually at some point, I guess the developers were like, actually, let's drop them having two Keyblades and let's just have them wield their own. Because in the longer secret ending where they're actually fighting, they don't have Sora, Riku, and Mickey's Keyblades, like, are not there. They're not there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what was my point with this? Okay, so for one thing, Johan sent us an email where he asks about this. So Johan asks, what are your thoughts on the three armored characters picking up the Keyblades of Sora, Riku, and Mickey, respectively? And do you think there could be a meaning for who picked whose Keyblade? And if so, what do you think the meaning could be? And this was something I kind of thought. So in the presentation, we kind of talked about, like, why the fuck is Roxas there? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like,
you with the fuck, yeah.
But in this scene where they're all picking up people's Keyblades, this little knight, the short one, doesn't even pick up the Kingdom Key, which is what Sora wielded. Roxas wielded it in his fight with Riku, And so he didn't even pick up that one. He picked up Riku's. And so you would think if there was some connection, then he would have picked up the Kingdom Key, but he didn't.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there is a connection between who picked up what.
Yeah.
Not that I can fucking see.
Yeah, like, this is a good train of thought to have, that, like, they would be naturally drawn to, like, one of these three Keyblades, and that would be symbolic, because this whole fucking series is full of that shit. Full of symbolism and being drawn to people and drawn to objects, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, this one connection that we possibly could make at this point in time just doesn't really make sense. So it's like,
Which
it's difficult.
Makes me wonder if that's one of the reasons why they dropped it. If they're like, well,
yeah,
like, if we didn't have them pick up Keyblades relevant to them, then maybe we just shouldn't keep it at all, you know?
Yeah. So
but anyway, thank you for the email, Johan. I know you have a few other questions that we'll get to as we go along, so that's exciting. Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is with the whole crossroad thing and like meeting the devil at the crossroad, that is so fitting because this motherfucker looks so goddamn evil. He looks so evil. I was making myself laugh the other day where I was like, this guy could look at a plant and the plant would wilt because he's so scary.
The evilest looking motherfucker you've seen in your entire life. Like,
ever.
Like, you look up the dictionary definition of, like, villain, and there he is.
It's crazy. I'm surprised he's not sitting. He's not, like, sitting in one of those chairs that rotates with, like, an ugly
with
cat.
A cat.
Like, he's so scary.
Oh my god.
We had this friend who recently played through the Kingdom Hearts series, and the first time he saw him in this cutscene, Jimmy went like, ugh, 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 like, because he's just so scary. That being said, I love this guy. I love him. I can't wait till we see more. I love this guy.
Oh my god. Yeah. It's very funny. How fucking evil he was. And again, throwing, like, fucking earthbending in this fucking desert.
Yeah,
throwing keyblades around. Ooh, like,
we haven't even gotten to that. How the fuck did he even, like, rise a plateau? We haven't.
Yeah.
Like, that is, by the way, that's never explained that he could do that. He just does. Okay.
He's evil. That's why.
The earth is too scared to disobey him, so it just does it.
Yeah. So, a few people had some questions and comments about the outfits of these two mysterious non-knight characters, these evil motherfuckers, if you will. Dixo says, this isn't a question so much as a detail I'd like to bring to everyone's attention. Notice the resemblance between the outfits between the two men fighting the knights to Dark Riku and Ansem the Seeker of Darkness's outfits. Sure, old guy believes in shirts, unlike Ansem, but for how fashion-focused Nomura is, there are no coincidences.
That I love the way Dixo phrases that. Ansem doesn't believe in shirts.
That is fucking funny. I mean, if you got the chest, sort of, you know.
I know. You work hard. You do all kinds of crunches and exercises. You better show off your work.
It's the power of darkness, just like puffing his chest out more. And then Adrian also says, why is Baldi's sidekick dressed like Riku's dark mode?
You know, I almost called that helmet guy a sidekick in the presentation. And then I thought to myself, that guy would not want to be called a sidekick. So I better call him something else. So I went with the word partner instead.
That's funny.
So, honestly, it is really interesting that both these brand new villains, at least that we know of, like the other guy has a helmet on, but like, they both are dressed like other characters we know of.
Yeah.
And I do think that that's very interesting. I have always thought that Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness, you know, when we first learn about him in Kingdom Hearts 1, he's like, oh, I'm a scholar and I love science.
Yeah.
And then he's dressed like that. Like, I don't even know how to describe that outfit.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it is weird that it's similar, if not almost like the exact same as what this old guy wears. But the old guy just buttons it up, you know?
Yeah.
And then the dark form is also fucking weird. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's very, very weird. Especially because I think Riku gets the dark form because Maleficent grants him a power, right? It might be because of Ansem. I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Sorry. that we don't remember.
Yeah, I don't fucking remember.
It's because it's like Riku works for Maleficent, and Maleficent gives him like the ability to control Heartless, and then very soon after, because Riku. Hold on. No, I have to look. Let me just look up Kingdom Hearts 1 cutscenes real quick. If this was okay, before Riku gets possessed by Ansem, he already has the dark form outfit.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay,
I get but I guess that doesn't really help us either way. Like it's still just like a dark, powerful outfit. You know?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
I will say that the two differences, I guess, like one, this new helmet guy, his is like a red version, and Riku's is more purple. But also, Riku had like. Do you remember how we had to clarify? Riku didn't lose his heart, okay? He didn't make a nobody, okay? Like, calm down. That didn't happen. But his outfit does have, like, this big heart symbol that's, like, a negative shape on his chest.
Yeah.
But this guy doesn't have that. It's just, like, more, like, sinew or muscle or fiber? Mm-hmm. Anyway. So, I don't know. It is very weird that these characters are dressed like villains we already know. It's weird. Okay, so something that... I just love the shot of Kingdom Hearts appearing through the sky. I already said this, but it really did, like rearrange me as a child watching it on YouTube. It's just so the music and like the way it's done. But speaking of that Kingdom Hearts, you might be wondering, okay, well, like if we're deducing that this is the past, you know, we've already talked about how Kingdom Hearts 1 had a Kingdom Hearts that was made from Ansem the Seeker of Darkness stealing the Hearts of Worlds using Heartless. But then that Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts from Jesus. Literally, I hate that the game and the moon are called the same thing. The Kingdom Hearts in the first game got dispersed when the worlds were restored because they got their hearts back. And then in Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts like blew up from Ansem's... blew up! Anyway, from Ansem's...
From his fucking machine or whatever.
From his weird machine. And then Xemnas was like, I have to start all over. And so, whatever this Kingdom Hearts is that we see in the secret ending, it seems like a fucking third one. How many are there?
How many fucking are there? And this one's blue.
And this
for
one's
some
blue.
reason.
And it looks fucking huge.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on there. But I did just want to emphasize that it doesn't seem to be the one from Kingdom Hearts 2 or Kingdom Hearts 1 for the newcomers, for the new listeners.
Yeah. So there's quotes at the beginning of, I don't remember if it's the short one or the long one.
I think it's the short one.
Okay. The quotes that, because the last secret ending we talked about had a lot of like phrases that we kind of went over. And so the quotes on this one are, the Keyblade is said to hold phenomenal power. One legend says its wielder saved the world, while another says that he wrought chaos and ruin upon it. And then it quotes the Ansem Report 8. Is that all from Ansem Report 8?
I think so. Let me go look right now. So you want to hear something fucking weird? What? On this wiki, it says different? 9. Ansem Report 9. I wonder if Ansem... you know what?
It's because of the Report 0, right?
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. How tricky.
So it is in there,
it
right?
is in this.
All right.
Yeah. Maybe the legend about the Keyblade is so kind of confusing. Like, is it good? Is it bad? Because you have knights versus these two other characters that also have Keyblades. So maybe if they go to different worlds and they do different things, people are either going to have a good experience with it or a bad experience.
That is so true. Yeah. Yeah, that's very interesting.
So, which I think is a good explanation on. Because, I mean, Sora, the report that we're talking about is from the first game. And Sora, who has a Keyblade, was just a little goody boy, you know?
Yeah.
He didn't want to hurt anybody. And so people might be like, how could he ever wrought chaos? You know?
Yeah, that's a very interesting line that I want to know about. Just like, what happened there? a Keyblade wielder using
over.
like fucking like what's putting. How do I say rot in this tense?
Rings?
Ringing.
Heating up.
Bringing
Heating
chaos
to
and ruin. I don't know what the right
I don't
way
know
to say
what
that
it
one
is
I want to know what happened there. That's wild.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe it was this, you know?
Maybe it was this. But with the fate of the knights, who's around to tell that story, you know?
That is so true. That's such a good segue. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I didn't.
Wow. Oh my god. Well, I'm going to take advantage of it because I was going to say, is it just me or is the two knights that we see in not the secret ending, but in the cutscenes that we've talked about that kind of lead up to it with like Xigbar, the organization, and Xemnas or whatever. Is it just me or are these knights like ghosty? Because when Sora arrives at the desert through the corridor of darkness, it seems to me like the lingering will has been kneeling there for who knows how long.
Yeah.
And then when Sora beats it up, it just goes back to kneeling. And it's like, are you just there forever? Is that just where you are now? Like, that's a very ghosty thing.
It feels very mythological to me. Like, there's a myth of a knight, you know, that waits for his compatriots in the desert, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah. Thank you. You nailed it. You nailed exactly like the vibe that I was trying to describe. Amazing. And then the other one, the one that Xemnas talks to, like, in my head, I'm almost picturing like this cluster of armor on the floor. You ask it almost like a fairy tale. If one's a myth, the other one seems like a fairy tale where you ask it a question and then it like builds itself back up into the shape of a person to like answer.
Yeah.
And then it falls back down like a mirror. Is Xemnas just mirroring in this room? It's weird.
That doesn't happen. That's just Mel's like...
No, yeah.
Imagination.
The thing is we don't know what's happening. Because, like, even, you know, we see Xemnas say, try to, like, talk to the armor. But then it cuts away. And so another possibility is that Xemnas is just talking to metal on the floor, literally getting no responses. Like, it's just weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
So both of those just remind me of like ghosts. Things, different ways that ghosts enter stories.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah. It's very haunted. It's very
haunted. Thank you. Yeah. I literally can't believe I couldn't think of that word. Haunted. It's haunted armor. That's how it strikes me.
Yeah. Both of them are very haunted, it seems.
Yeah.
You know what it's giving?
What?
I'm gonna say it. It's giving animatronics stuffed with the bodies of children. That's what it's giving. I said it. Anyway.
What, 7 years before it got popular? Or whatever?
Nomura was there first. And then, what did I write here? So, okay. Here is what is so weird about the lingering will being so angry at Xehanort. Is that, like, you know, part of me wants to say, was he there at this battle? Are there more people at this battle than we saw? Because we didn't see the ending. We didn't see the three knights, croak. Yeah. There's still a conclusion. We don't know what the old guy did with Kingdom Hearts after it appeared, you know. And so, is there, like, more people at this battle? Was Xehanort there? Did Xehanort betray this knight, and that's why he's fucking mad? You know? Because, the way the knight was so mad, that seems like the kind of shit that happens when you believe someone and they betray you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's so odd with, like, there's seemingly all of these connections to Xehanort. I feel like an investigator with the red yarn putting pictures up and just like circling people and making the connections, and it's like something's going on. Something's happening.
Going on.
Shenanigans.
How was he
involved?
As I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because, okay, so in Kingdom Hearts 1, we discussed how Xehanort shot Kairi off to Destiny Islands. And so I'm wondering, like, was he at this battle? And then I assume Ansem the Wise never left Radiant Garden. When he's writing his reports about his early days, Ansem the Wise never makes any implication that he ever left Radiant Garden. He's the ruler, he wants to take care of his people. And so I assume that if Ansem the Wise found Xehanort from death's door with amnesia, that would have been at Radiant Garden.
Yeah.
So how could Xehanort have all this beef and then end up there? It's weird. I was gonna say, is that like foreshadowing where what happened to him he did to Kairi? Or what?
Yeah.
It's just weird.
It's very odd.
But he is fucking involved, and we are putting those little red strings together.
We're trying.
We're trying. Okay, so the last thing I wanted to mention, it's interesting that we talk so much about Xigbar in the presentation because we barely talk about him in the discussion.
This is our first time mentioning him, I think. Yeah.
Which is crazy because he seriously does like a full, what's it called when a villain like reveals their whole goal?
Monologue?
Yeah, I guess monologue. I was gonna say, what is the tool in a story when characters say information? Exhibition?
I don't know.
Exhibition, maybe?
No,
Let me look
I
that
don't.
up. Whatever. Either way, Xigbar just reveals a lot of fucking information. Like, a lot. And then he never does it again. You know? It's just in this one fucking scene. And so, but here's the thing. Here's what's really weird about this guy. Is that in Jiminy's journal, his entry on Xigbar at one point says, surely he has a greater goal in mind, but what could it be? Which is fucking weird because he dies at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah.
So it's like, does it matter? Does his goal even matter? Like, unless someone like picks up his torch, but what greater goal?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Exposition. That's the word you were looking for.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was Googling it.
That's exactly.
Because it started to bother me too.
Oh my god. The way I literally have a pun on exposition used in one of my Kingdom Hearts video series, and I couldn't remember the word. Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway.
To move on to our email section. We got a lot of emails. We've already covered a few. But we have some more from Adrian and Johan, and we also have one from Steven. So Adrian's first question that we're going to cover. In the secret ending, we see countless Keyblades stuck in the ground. Could Sora, Riku, and Kairi's Keyblades have been among them before choosing them?
This, I think, that is so interesting. We did kind of... This is interesting in the idea if we're wrong about the Knights and that this is the future.
Mm-hmm.
But also, okay, so we've talked before about how Kairi's Keyblade, like, appears out of nowhere. Like, girl, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that? And we didn't
it was in
even...
Riku's ass.
Yeah, right. And we didn't even talk about, I don't think, how Riku just suddenly has a Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts 2 when he did not have one in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you're like a brand new Kingdom Hearts fan, some trivia nerd is gonna dump on you that his Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts 2 is kind of based off of a weapon that Riku has in Kingdom Hearts 1, but it just looks a little different.
Mm-hmm.
And that is like based off of like the baton Ansem has when you fight him as the final boss. But like the point is like how did it become a Keyblade? How did Riku get that?
Mm-hmm.
And so I do think it would be really interesting. I don't know if this is what Adrian meant, but if Keyblades are kind of stored here at this desert until someone, like, earns them. And then maybe the Keyblade disappears and, like, appears in their hand or something.
Okay, yeah.
But I don't think that would be the case with the Kingdom Key, because the Kingdom Key seems to be tied with the Door to Darkness.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's weird, but it's an interesting idea. I do think it's an interesting idea.
Okay, so Adrian's next question. The Lingering Will recognizes Sora's Keyblade and states that Sora is not the one he chose. What do you think he means by that?
It is weird that he says that. What do you think? If I don't know when you don't know, who's driving the podcast? It's really weird, yeah.
It's weird, yeah.
You could be like, what?
It just, like, we barely know anything about these people. I'm sure there's some event, some vision, some thing that happened that we just don't know about, that we don't have any idea about yet.
Yeah.
It's just kind of impossible to say, impossible to tell at this point in time.
Yeah. The most I could, like, add on to it is in Kingdom Hearts 1, and maybe in Kingdom Hearts 2, maybe, like, Yen Sid says it or something, where, like, Sora is the Keyblade's chosen one.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mention some other person choosing Sora for the Keyblade. It almost makes it sound like the Keyblade itself is, like, sentient.
Yeah.
You know? But by this time in Kingdom Hearts 2, especially by the secret ending, the Keyblade, in parentheses S, Keyblades, seem a little less sentient and a little more akin to just weapons.
Yeah.
But, so I don't know. I don't know what that fucker means by "you're not the one I chose." I don't know what it is. Yeah. Which I do. Of course I do. But we're not going to say it, so I don't know.
Yeah. Reminder, we know. We know. But we're ignoring that. All right. To move on to Johan's other questions. Honestly, this secret ending feels so direct that I find it hard to question anything about it, except maybe who the old guy managed to just make Kingdom Hearts appear in the way he did.
I love that Johan brought this up, because I do have theories on why this guy, like, I don't know if he, well, like, I do know, but, like, hypothetically, I don't know if his Keyblade, like, disappeared and a dark ball appeared instead, or if the Keyblade turned into a dark ball. Why shoot the dark ball up into the sky, which brings Kingdom Hearts to you? Like, I do have a lot. I do have theories about it, period. I do think that this Keyblade is very interesting.
Yeah.
And what he does with it is very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Very crazy behavior happening here on this day. And then Johan's next question about Lingering Will. This boss introduced us to the concept of Keyblade transformations, with Lingering Will transforming his Keyblade into at least 4 or 5 different forms during his fight. Do you know what the said forms are, and how would you rank them from 1 to 4 or 5?
Okay, I was telling Hannah earlier, I said, this is going to be the question that screws me, because I have to admit, I've never fought the Lingering Will. Okay, I admit it, everybody. My arms are out, arrest me. I literally don't care.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. You and me and our friend Danny, whenever Jimmy was fighting Lingering Will, we did the research on how to fucking beat him. I remember. Yeah. I found some person's, like, YouTube short showing how to cheese it, and the person said a spoiler in the YouTube short that Jimmy hadn't seen yet, and I downloaded it and edited it out so Jimmy wouldn't get, like, spoiled on it, but we could still beat Lingering Will. So we've done the work. We've been around the block. Okay, we haven't done it ourselves, but, like, we've seen it. We've been there.
I have seen over and over again The lingering will turning his Keyblade into like a vehicle and flying it around like Santa. Okay, on a sleigh. I have seen that, and I will say I think that one is my favorite, mainly because the thing is about this bitch's Keyblade transformations is they happen so fast. This guy doesn't let up. He is just whamming on Sora. Okay, each Keyblade transformation is like 2 seconds long. Besides the car thing where he goes back and forth and back and forth. So that's the only one I can really like even picture in my head because the other ones are just so fast.
Yeah, I'm looking for them.
And like he does a bunch of different things. He like changes. It is okay. So from like a lore standpoint, it is very interesting that this knight seems to be so either his Keyblade is like unique or he is so advanced in the art of Keyblade fighting that he knows how to change the shape of his weapon. That is very cool. Very, very cool.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Also, his Keyblade is just fucking huge. It's as big as he is.
It's so big. Rose could have gotten that shit at the end of the Titanic. You know what I mean? That's how fucking big it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so he turns it into a gun at one point. It's just like a bigger version of the Keyblade. Just as a fucking cannon. He's doing the car thing again. Damn, I want to ride around on that motherfucker. There's the Disney World ride of this.
But see how they're all so fast? It's like, how the fuck am I even supposed to see any of this? I'm not gonna do a... Oh my god, it really is a giant gun. It's huge!
There's like... Okay, there's another one that's sort of like the cannon. I'm wondering if it's the same thing. It gets bit. It's like... What the fuck is that? It turns into like gears, and but he uses it as like a... kind of like a spear motion. He kind of thrusts it. And it gets big. So I wonder if that's one of the ones he's talking about. It does kind of the same spinny motion as the gun does.
Here's the thing about me. Here's the thing about Mel Kingdom Hearts, okay? I love the lore. And of other video games, I love the lore. But I will never fight an uber hard super boss. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. I do not care.
So I'm kind of that way, but I'm also like, I have basically been 100%ing Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3 just for fun, especially Kingdom Hearts 3. I won't talk about it in any detail, but I think Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3 are the only games that I've ever wanted to do like big hard super bosses for, and I'm really not like a capital G gamer when it comes to that sort of stuff, because they're fun and it feels very satisfying to beat them, but like it's not something I seek out. Video games can be easy. You're allowed to play them on easy mode for
and
the experience.
What? I am so confident in my knowledge as a Kingdom Hearts fan. I am not threatened at all. The fact that I do not fight these hard bosses. Like, come at me. Come fight me. I could speak about theories you would not even dream of. Like, let's go.
Last form I want to talk about. He turns it into a whip at one point, which is
I do love that one. I do know that one, and I do love it. That one's crazy.
We'll end on that one. That one's fucking cool. Anyway, back to the subject at hand. Whip number 1. That's what I'll say.
I like the car. I want to drive around. Beep, beep.
The car's cool, too. Oh, okay. Those are the top 2.
He should he should fucking ride it like a skateboard. Like a flying skateboard. That's what he should do.
Like delivering mail in Twilight Town.
Yes! Literally, Roxas knows what's up. He knows what's up.
Okay, our last question from my friend Steven. Hello, Steven.
Hi, Steven.
Hi, Steven. So question from Steven. If you were to set aside everything that you know about where the franchise does go, using only the information and open questions from Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, and Kingdom Hearts 2, what do you think the next game would be like? What questions should it answer? What might those answers be?
Hannah, do you and I know my case, but I feel like both of us, we don't even need to imagine. We just need to remember. Like, what were people saying back then?
I mean, so, like, I feel like I'm able to imagine in the context of everything we've talked about today. Like, obviously, like, Xehanort, there's some mysteries surrounding Xehanort. That led to the downfall of these fucking knights.
Yeah.
And we've only really, so far, have confronted his Heartless and his Nobody.
Yeah.
And where is he now? Where is he now? So what happened here? What happened with these knights? Also, like, clearly, again, we talked about Xigbar a little bit. Xigbar knows something.
Yeah, he knows something.
He knows something, so, like...
He knows a few somethings. Multiple somethings.
Multiple somethings. Plus, like, just kind of... There are a lot of members of the organization that we don't know anything about as of, like, this installment.
Yeah.
So, like, where did they come from? How did they get, you know, webbed into the whole Xehanort saga, you know?
Yeah.
I guess, like, most of my questions revolve around the villains and the antagonists.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, there's a good, like, Sora and Riku go home at the end. Like,
yeah, you're so right. They're home.
So, like, yeah, it's just kind of unraveling the mysteries that are still here.
Yeah.
By the end. What about you, Mel?
So I'll tell you what I remember thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so this might be the type of spoiler that's like a deconfirmation. Like, what I'm about to say is 100% definitively not the case. Is that okay that I say it anyway?
I have no idea where you're going, but yeah, go for it.
I used to think that the brown-haired guy was Sora's dad. Like, 100%. I was like, they both have brown hair. Of course they're related.
Yeah.
Like, spoiler alert, they're not related.
They're not related.
They have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, that is fucking funny. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's funny. And again, remember when I had the game and I played through it, people, like, me and the people around me thought that this was happening in the future. So I thought, when I was little, I was like, Kingdom Hearts 3 Keyblade War is coming. That's gonna be the next one.
Were you like, oh my god, Roxas is coming back. Roxas is coming back.
Yes, I did.
I don't know what I thought about Roxas. I literally, I don't even know what I thought.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's funny.
Once again, I don't even know what I thought was going to happen. I think I was just enraptured by the imagery and the, like, not just like the music by itself, because I'm not really the type of person to like go look up a video just to hear the music. But the music obviously really enhanced the situation in the cutscene.
Yeah.
And so having like the emotional music, the fucking sopranos singing in the background.
Yeah.
It seems like everybody's kind of dying and getting their asses whooped. Like, what hope do they have?
Yeah.
The villain rising and looking so evil as he's rising. Like, I don't know. I just remember being so enraptured as a kid. But not really. I don't know if I ever, other than like the whole Sora dad thing, I don't even remember what I thought direction it would go.
Yeah. Yeah. That's so funny that you thought that. I mean, like, that is so, like, early internet.
I know,
like,
right?
Theory, yeah.
I've come so far.
Well. Is that it? Is that all?
I think so.
Oh my gosh. That's it. That's it for Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh my god.
Oh my god, you're right. That's the... Wow.
We're gonna have a season summary next week, but like, wow.
It's gonna be a long season summary.
Yeah. Mel, what's our next game gonna be?
Our next game is going to be, okay, I was expecting to say this when we crossed the bridge, but we're looking at the bridge, so I might as well say it now. We're gonna be playing 358 days over 2, or 358 over 2 days. The big nerds, I just like to call it 358 over 2 days, but the big nerds, people who are even nerdier than me, are gonna type in the comments, it's 358 days over 2. I don't give a fuck. They didn't write it like that. What do you want me to do? They should have written it like that. Okay.
Yeah, they should have.
But that's the game we're gonna do. That's the game
we're gonna do. So send questions. Go ahead.
We are gonna overall do the movie because that is what is provided in the Journey So Far PS3, PS4 kind of collection. Yeah. But every once in a while, I will put in an anecdote of the DS games, but I will give you the context. But overall, we're just doing the movie. Just like we did the Chain of Memories. We didn't... Well, I guess that's not really true. We're just doing the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. We're just doing the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, so send your questions. We'll, again, if you send us before we start the season, we'll organize them, like we have been doing. We're probably going to take a little bit of an extended break, like we did last time. But we have a Patreon now, where we will still be posting every month for an extra episode. And I'll be giving newsletters, detailing progress that we're making on the next season, so that it's not complete silence in the breaks. We had like a couple comments on the first episode of, I think, this season being like, oh my god, they're back. I thought you guys were gone. No, we're not gone. It just takes us some time to prepare.
What you gotta remember is that Hannah is partnered with me, and I make 2 YouTube videos every 4 years, so that's what you're dealing with.
No. But yeah, so we're coming back. We promise. We're coming back. We promise. And we'll keep you updated.
Yeah. In the meantime, send us emails at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com. And here's the thing about Days. This is why I wanted to bring up Chain of Memories. Okay, I wanted to bring up Chain of Memories because our season on Chain of Memories was a little less practical lore and a little more emotion with it's a very character driven game.
Themes,
and that's what Days, I just call it Days for short, is like that as well, where it's very character driven. So it's going to be a little bit more of a character based season like Chain of Memories, but there will still be some lore. But overall, either way, send us your emails, any questions you have at sheddingstarlight@gmail.com.
Amazing. Well, you'll see us next week for the season summary. So we can put everything into a nice little package for you. Then we'll be on break. Come see us over on Patreon. And like the video, comment, tell a friend, send us a review, all that good stuff.
Tell a friend. Tell your friend we've done 3 full titles.
Yeah, and we're still going.
We've
been here for a whole year. We're not going anywhere. It's been a whole year for this podcast. Can you believe it? That's crazy.
Hannah, I am so proud of ourselves. I really am.
It's been amazing. It's been fun. And we'll talk about that more. Again, on Patreon, we're going to talk about our 1-year anniversary and stuff. So check that out soon when that comes out. And yeah, I don't know. Anything else, Mel?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
Just remember this. Xehanort is a bitch. He's wronged other people before and he won't wrong people again, okay?
Xehanort is a bitch. Remember it. Got it memorized? All right. Well, thank you all for watching and listening. And as always, we'll see you in the Starlight.
I'm the key?
Chosen wielder of the Keyblade. You are the key that will open the door to light.
Kingdom Hearts 2 is an expansion on the series in every sense of the word, in gameplay, in scope, in story, in universe. With the twists and turns of deceptive identities, the introductions of new threats, and revelations of building concepts, this installment is a clear benchmark for the remainder of the series, a story that is referenced and built upon in numerous ways in the future.
In this season of Shedding Starlight, we've been guiding you through this weaving story and planting seeds for times to come in ways you might not even realize yet. But before we move ahead, let's remember where we came from. The sterile, haunting walls of Castle Oblivion.
Here is where an unlikely duo forms in an attempt to awaken the hero of our story. Riku, haunted by the ghost of Ansem, and Diz, blinded by the call of revenge. In examining these two characters through their actions, we're able to compare the effects that darkness can take on a heart. Diz, in his rage, wishes to exploit and use those around him as a means to an end, even deeming nobodies as lesser beings in order to justify his methods. Riku, however, still finds compassion despite accepting the darkness into his heart, and often directly defies Diz's orders to show both Roxas and Namine sympathy and understanding. Despite the mistakes, the pitfalls, and the confusion, this seems to be a new beginning for Riku. While these two worked towards the same goal of waking up Sora, Riku was simply desperate to make sure his friend was okay. Diz's intentions skewed darker in the hopes of enacting revenge on his previous apprentice, Xehanort, and his nobody, Xemnas.
Xehanort is a man of many mysteries. After appearing in Radiant Garden with near complete amnesia, he was taken in by Ansem the Wise and became his apprentice, volunteering in his experiments on the heart. When these experiments started becoming more and more unethical, Ansem the Wise panicked and shut the whole laboratory down, forcing his apprentices to destroy the results. Xehanort did not stop, however, and eventually became the version of himself we see in the Kingdom Hearts 1 reports. Then, plunging himself into darkness, Xehanort created both a Heartless and a Nobody. As we know, Sora and the gang defeated who we now know to be Xehanort's Heartless, who was using the Heartless to steal hearts of worlds to make Kingdom Hearts. All that was left was his Nobody, Xemnas, who started collecting the hearts of individuals to make a second Kingdom Hearts, alongside his new villainous league, Organization 13.
We met the organization in our season on Chain of Memories, though we weren't quite privy to all of their schemes. In creating this organization, Xemnas, the Superior, has promised to its members that through creating Kingdom Hearts, these nobodies that make up its ranks can once again regain the hearts that they lost and become complete. Through Sora's encounters with these colorful baddies, we learn the difference between greater and lesser nobodies. Organization 13 is made up of greater nobodies, those who still have their memories and therefore keep their previous appearance, who have the ability to command lesser nobodies, the pale gray monsters we fight with Sora. From the beginning, it's clear that Xemnas has other motives rather than just returning hearts to these nobodies. Xehanort originally strived for knowledge and wisdom. Additionally, through some mysterious cutscenes and dialogue, it's clear that Xemnas has other secrets that he's hiding from his compatriots, ones that we don't get further clarification on until the game's secret ending.
Though Xemnas is arguably the biggest player in Organization 13, it's clear that he still needs a key to get to his final destination, and that key was none other than Sora's nobody, Roxas. A boy forced to be a pawn in someone else's game. Because Kairi was able to restore Sora's original body after he had become a Heartless, it became possible for these two to exist independently from one another. This, however, doesn't explain his dissimilar appearance. Roxas's existence is anomalous in a multitude of ways, clearly separating him from his counterpart, Sora. But regardless, he is continuously manipulated and used due to his connection with Sora. Through Roxas's fight for his own identity, he eventually comes to put his trust in Sora. After being locked away in a Data Twilight Town and bombarded with memories that weren't his, Roxas is able to see the light that Sora can bring.
But before Roxas's reunion with Sora, Diz trapped him in a labyrinth of his own creation, a virtual Twilight Town. There are a couple pieces of evidence to suggest that this virtual Twilight Town exists in real space. Items made within it can leave it, Chip and Dale seeing it on their gummy radar, and the fact that it seems to have a real-world impact on those who have been recreated within the virtual world. But as most simulations go, this place isn't without its faults. We see outside influences infiltrate this data world, including Dusks that cause glitches, and Axel from Organization 13 who attempts to kickstart Roxas's memory to no avail. The most important oversight, though, is when Namine is able to infiltrate the digital walls to speak with Roxas herself. She manipulates the simulation on multiple occasions just to see Roxas, to talk to him, so she can know someone who isn't completely different from her.
And who Namine is a mystery to unravel in and of itself. In our guest episode for this season, we were joined by the lovely Aba to talk about the standout girls of this series, Kairi and Namine. We explored their stories and reiterated how important these two are to the events that unfold in this story, though they often work behind the scenes and off-screen. We examined them as a metaphor for self-love, as Namine was able to take Kairi's hand behind prison bars and lead her into safety, eventually leading to their complete reunion. As we see Kairi grow even further in this story, during a climactic battle in the world that never was, Riku hands Kairi her very own Keyblade. This is one of many clues in this game that leads us to the revelation that the Keyblade never just belonged to Sora. In fact, it seems that Keyblade wielders have been around for a long while.
In our Secrets Beyond the Keyhole episode, we investigated the secret endings of Kingdom Hearts 2, a battle that was waged by other Keyblade wielders of the past, taking place at a large crossroads in the middle of a desert, full of abandoned Keyblades. Throughout Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, we actually get introduced to these mysterious knights that participate in this battle, one of which is the Lingering Will, a knight who sits in waiting, hoping for his friends, Aqua and Ven, to return, and who wishes to get revenge on Xehanort. The second knight we clearly recognize as having the face of Roxas, but whose name can only be Ven, as stated by the Lingering Will. The last knight we're also able to see in present day. Somehow, her armor ended up in the care of Xemnas, who's clearly keeping his motivations with her a secret. He hides her away and speaks to her in a hidden chamber under the laboratory in Hollow Bastion, or what used to be Radiant Garden.
Radiant Garden was once a world of paradise that existed under a peaceful and learned ruler, Ansem the Wise. However, when Ansem's research apprentices became too curious about the darkness in people's hearts, they doomed their world to fall to a wretched fate with a depressing name, Hollow Bastion. In this place, there are a few locations of note. Firstly, the Heartless Manufactory, otherwise known as Ansem's Lab, where these experiments took place. Secondly, the Chamber of Repose, where Xemnas is keeping the Blue Knight's armor, which also has a twin, supposedly, the Chamber of Waking. Thirdly, the Cavern of Remembrance, where we see engine rooms that eventually lead to white, sterile walls similar to those in Castle Oblivion, that home the rising falls of Hollow Bastion's castle. Lastly, there's Villain's Vale, a castle haunted by the spirit of Maleficent, who used to reside there.
Despite her previous defeat in Kingdom Hearts 1, Maleficent returns with a fiery new passion and a new lackey at her side, Pete. Though the circumstances of her return are mysterious, her ultimate goal is not. She wants to rule the world in a reign of darkness and get herself a new castle while she's at it. And through freeing the mischievous Pete, she might be able to get into a castle that she's had her eye on, Disney Castle. When Pete begins to feel homesick for his old steamboat, a door mysteriously appears to him, beckoning him home. Here, Maleficent sees an opportunity. This world that Pete enters, Timeless River, is a world before Disney Castle was built, before it was under the protection of the Cornerstone of Light, the only thing in Maleficent's way. Fortunately, she's once again foiled by Sora, Donald, and Goofy, and eventually slinks back into the shadows. Just as the Cornerstone of Light serves to protect the world of Disney Castle, these 3 half-pints have once again been traveling to protect the world and rebuild the gateways between them all.
Throughout Sora's journey in Kingdom Hearts 2, we learn more about the universe that this story takes place in, and the ties that bind them all together. We know that Sora is bouncing from world to world, restoring the gateways that were lost between the worlds after defeating Xehanort's Heartless. Additionally, we see that the worlds themselves have prepared for Sora's return. In each one, he's given an object that opens the gateway to that specific world, further showcasing the power that object sentimentality can have in Kingdom Hearts. The numerous doors that we see also point towards these worlds having a will of their own, as they once provide our heroes with a door to reach Xemnas to stop him. Another door appears to Sora and Riku, allowing them to escape the realm of darkness they were trapped in and return to their home Destiny Islands, which Riku says had something to do with Sora's heart. At this point, it's hardly metaphorical that Sora is the key to connecting all these worlds together.
While I was trying to bring Sora back, I had so many plans in store. But once Sora was an acting force, they fell apart. All my research amounted to nothing compared with that one boy's heart.
Kingdom Hearts 2 is widely regarded as a masterpiece and is often named as a favorite by almost every fan in the community, for good reason. As the story becomes more complex and tangles further and further into a complicated web, seemingly surrounding one man at the center of it all, it still takes time to dive into the emotions and deeper spiritual connections between these characters. The mysterious meeting of Roxas and Namine, the reunion of Sora and Riku, the emotional finale on Destiny Islands. And even despite what seems to be a happy ending, it's clear that we have a long way to go before we uncover some of the ancient secrets buried underneath.
Thank you for joining us this season of Shedding Starlight. We'll be back soon to discuss another emotional powerhouse in this story, Kingdom Hearts 358 Days Over 2. As always, thank you for listening, and we'll see you in the Starlight.